I heard each word the demon said, forth from my royal hall I sped. And, foe and brother's guise concealed, Sugra followed to the field. The mighty demon through the shade beheld me come with one to aid, then shrinking from unequal fight, he turned his back in swiftest flight. From vengeful foes his life to save he sought the refuge of a cave. Then when I saw the fiend had fled within that cavern dark and dread, thus to my brother cruel-eyed, impatient in my wrath, I cried, I seek no more my royal town till I have struck the demon down. Here by the cavern's mouth remain until my hand the foe have slain. Upon his faith my heart relied, and swift within the depths I hide. A year went by, in every spot I sought the fiend, but found him not. At length my foe I saw and slew, whom long I feared when lost to view. And all his kinsmen by his side beneath my vengeful fury died. The monster, as he reeled and fell, poured forth his blood with roar and yell. And, filling all the cavern, dyed the portal with the crimson tide. Upon my foeman slain at last one pitying look, I cast. I sought again the light of day, the cave was closed and left no way. To the barred mouth I sadly came, and called aloud Sugra's name. But all was still, no voice replied, PG 335 and hope within my bosom died. With furious efforts, vain at first, through bars of rock my way I burst. Then, free once more, the path that brought my feet in safety home I sought. 'Twas thus Sugra dared despise the claim of brothers' friendly ties. With crags of rock he barred me in, and for himself the realm would win. Thus I spoke in words severe. And then, unmoved by ruth or fear, left me a single robe and sent his brother forth in banishment. He cast me out with scathe and scorn, and from my side my wife was torn. Now in great fear and ill at ease I roam this land with woods and seas, or dwell on Rishima's hill, and sorrow for my consort still. Thou hast the tale how first arose this bitter hate of brother foes. Such are the griefs 'neath which I pine, and all without a fault of mine. O swift to save in hour of fear, my prayer who dread this be, hear with gracious love assistance deign, and mine oppressor's arm restrain. Then Rahu's son, the good and brave, with a gay laugh his answer gave, these shafts of mine which ne'er can fail, before whose sheen the sun grows pale, winged by my fury, fleet and fierce, the wicked bee's heart shall pierce. Yea, mark the words I speak, so long shall live that wretch who joys in wrong, until these angered eyes have seen the robber of thy darling queen. I, taught by equal suffering, know what waves of grief above thee flow. This hand thy captive wife shall free, and give thy kingdom back to thee. Sugra joyed as Ra spoke, and valor in his breast awoke. His eye grew bright, his heart grew bold, and thus his wondrous tale he told, Canto I. Dundubi. I doubt not, Prince, thy peerless might, armed with these shafts so keen and bright, like all-destroying fires of fate, the worlds could burn and devastate. But lend thou first thy mind and ear of Bi's power and might to hear. How bold, how firm, in battle tried, is Bi's heart. And then decide. From east to west, from south to north on restless errand hurrying forth, from farthest sea to sea he flies before the sun has lit the skies. A mountain top he oft will seek, tear from its root a towering peak, hurl it aloft, as 'twere a ball, and catch it ere to earth it fall. And many a tree that long has stood in health and vigor in the wood, his single arm to earth will throw, the marvels of his might to show. Shaped like a bull, a monster bore the name of Dundubi of yore, he matched in size a mountain height, 1,000 elephants in might. By pride of wondrous gifts impelled, and strength he deemed unparalleled, to ocean, lord of stream and brook, athirst for war, his way he took. He reached the king of rolling waves whose gems are piled in sunless caves, and threw his challenge to the sea. Come forth, O king, and fight with me. He spoke, and from his ocean bed the righteous 567 monarch heaved his head, and gave, sedate, his calm reply to him whom fate impelled to die. Not mine the power, he cried, to cope with thee in battle tried. But listen to my voice, and seek the worthier foe of whom I speak. The Lord of Hills, where hermits live and love the home his forests give, whose child is Sankar's darling queen. 568 The King of Snows is he I mean. Deep caves has he, and dark boughs shade the torrent and the wild cascade. From him expect the fierce delight which heroes feel in equal fight. He deemed that fear checked ocean's king, and, like an arrow from the string, to the wild woods that clothe the side of Lord Himaya's hills he hied. Then Dandubi, with hideous roar, huge fragments from the summit tore vast as air at 569 white with snow, and hurled them to the plains below. Then like a white cloud soft, serene, the Lord of Mountains' form was seen. It sat upon a lofty crest, and thus the furious fiend addressed, "Beseems thee not, O virtue's friend, my mountain tops to rive and rend?" PG 336 For I, the hermit's calm retreat, for deeds of war am all unmeet. The demon's eye with rage grew red, and thus in furious tone he said, "If thou from fear or sloth decline to match thy strength in war with mine, where shall I find a champion, say, to meet me burning for the fray?" He spoke, Himaya, skilled in lore of eloquence, replied once more, and, anchored in his righteous mind, addressed the chief of demon kind, the Vrbi, brave and wise, son of the god who rules the skies. 570 Sways, glorious in his high renown, Kishkind his imperial town. Well may that valiant lord who knows each art of war his might oppose to thine, in equal battles set, as Namui 571 and Indra met. Go, if thy soul desire the fray. To Bi's city speed away, and that unconquered hero meet whose fame is high for warlike feat. He listened to the Lord of Snow, and, his proud heart with rage aglow, sped swift away and lighted down by vast Kishkind Bi's town. With pointed horns to strike and gore the semblance of a bull he bore, huge as a cloud that downward bends ere the full flood of rain descends. Impelled by pride and rage and hate, he thundered at Kishkind's gate. And with his bellowing, like the sound of pealing drums, he shook the ground, he rent the earth and prostrate through the trees that near the portal grew. King Bi from the bowers within indignant heard the roar and din. Then, moonlike mid the stars, with all his dames he hurried to the wall. And to the fiend this speech, expressed in clear and measured words, addressed, "Know me for monarch. Bi styled, of 5 our tribes that roam the wild. Say why dost thou this gate molest, and bellowing thus disturb our rest? I know thee, mighty fiend, beware and guard thy life with wiser care." He spoke, and thus the fiend returned, while red with rage his eyeballs burned, "What? Speak when all thy dames are nigh and hero like thy foe defy? Come, meet me in the fight this day, and learn my strength by bold essay. Or shall I spare thee, and relent until the coming night be spent? Take then the respite of a night and yield thee to each soft delight. Then, monarch of the VR race, with loving arms thy friends embrace. Gifts on thy faithful lords bestow, bid each and all farewell, and go. Show in the streets once more thy face, install thy son to fill thy place. Dally a while with each dear dame. And then my strength thy pride shall tame, for, should I smite thee drunk with wine enamoured of those dames of thine, beneath diseases bowed and bent, or weak, unarmed, or negligent, my deed would merit hate and scorn as his who slays the child unborn." Then Bi's soul with rage was fired, Queen Ta and the dames retired. And slowly, with a laugh of pride, the king of VRs thus replied, "Me, fiend, thou deemest drunk with wine, unless thy fear the fight decline, come, meet me in the fray, and test the spirit of my valiant breast." He spoke in wrath and high disdain. And, laying down his golden chain, gift of his sire Mahendra, dared the demon, for the fray prepared. Seized by the horns the monster, vast as a huge hill, and held him fast, then fiercely dragged him round and round, and, shouting, hurled him to the ground. Blood streaming from his ears, he rose, and wild with fury strove the foes. Then Bi, match for Indra's might, with every arm renewed the fight. He fought with fists, and feet, and knees, with fragments of the rock, and trees. At last the monster's strength, assailed by Sakra's 572 conquering offspring, failed. Him be raised with mighty strain and dashed upon the ground again, where, bruised and shattered, in a tide of rushing blood, the demon died. King Bi saw the lifeless corpse, and bending, with tremendous force raised the huge bulk from where it lay, and hurled it full a league away. As through the air the body flew, some blood drops, caught by gales that blew, welled from his shattered jaw and fell by Saint Matanga's hermit cell. Matanga saw, illustrious sage, those drops defile his hermitage. PG 337. And, as he marveled whence they came, fierce anger filled his soul with flame. Who is the villain, evil-souled, with childish thoughts unwise and bold? Who is the impious wretch, he cried, by whom my grove with blood is dyed? Thus spoke Matanga in his rage, and hastened from the hermitage, when lo, before his wondering eyes lay the dead bull of mountain size. His hermit soul was nothing slow the doer of the deed to know, and thus the VR in a burst of wild tempestuous wrath he cursed, ne'er let that VR wander here, for, if he come, his death is near, whose impious hand with blood has dyed the holy place where I abide, who threw this demon course and made a ruin of the pleasant shade. If e'er he plant his wicked feet within 1 league of my retreat, yea, if the villain comes so nigh that very hour he needs must die. And let the VR lords who dwell in the dark woods that skirt my cell obey my words, and speeding hence find them some meeter residence. Here if they dare to stay, on all the terrors of my curse shall fall. They spoil the tender saplings, dear as children which I cherish here, mar root and branch and leaf and spray, and steal the ripening fruit away. One day I grant, no further hour, tomorrow shall my curse have power, and then each VR I may see a stone through countless years shall be. The VRs heard the curse and hide from sheltering wood and mountain side. King Bi marked their haste and dread, and to the flying leaders said, Speak, VR chiefs, and tell me why from Saint Matanga's grove ye fly to gather round me. Is it well with all who in those woodlands dwell? He spoke, the VR leaders told King Bi with his chain of gold what curse the saint had on them laid, which drove them from their ancient shade. Then royal Bi sought the sage, with reverent hands to soothe his rage. The holy man his suppliant spurned, and to his sullen anger turned. That curse on Bi sorely pressed, and long his conscious soul distressed. Him still the curse and terror keep afar from Ramayana's steep. He dares not to the grove draw nigh, nay scarce will hither turn his eye. We know what terrors warm him hence, and roam these woods in confidence. Look, Prince, before thee white and dry the demon's bones uncovered lie, who, like a hill in bulk and length, fell ruin for his pride of strength. See those highest trees 7 in row that droop their mighty branches low, these at one grasp would Bi seize, and leafless shake the trembling trees. These tales I tell, O Prince, to show the matchless power that arms the foe. How canst thou hope to slay him? How meet Bi in the battle now? Sugra spoke and sadly sighed, and Lakshma? With a laugh replied, What show of power, what proof and test may still the doubts that fill thy breast? He spoke. Sugra thus replied, See yonder trees side by side. King Bi here would take his stand grasping his bow with vigorous hand, and every arrow, keen and true, would strike its tree and pierce it through. If now his bow will bend, and through one trunk an arrow send, or if his arm can raise and throw 200 measures of his bow, grasped by a foot and hurled through air, the demon bull that moulders there, my heart will own his might and fain believe my foe already slain. Sugra spoke inflamed with ire, scanned Ra with a glance of fire, pondered a wild and silent mood. And thus again his speech renewed, all lands with Bi's glories ring, a valiant, strong, and mighty king. In conscious power unused to yield, a hero first in every field. His wondrous deeds his might declare, deeds gods might scarcely do or dare. And on this power reflecting still I roam on Ramayana's hill. Awed by my brother's might I rove, in doubt and fear, from grove to grove, while Hanum, my chosen friend, and faithful lords my steps attend. And now, O true to friendship's tie, I hail in thee my best ally, my surest refuge from my foes, and steadfast as the Lord of snows. Still, when I muse how strong and bold is cruel Bi, evil-souled, but ne'er, O chief of Rahu's line, have seen what strength in war is thine, though in my heart I may not dare doubt thy great might, despise, compare, thoughts of his fearful deeds will rise and fill my soul with sad surmise. Speech, form, and trust which naught may move. PG 338 Thy secret strength and glory prove, as smoldering ashes dimly show the dormant fires that live below. He ceased, and Ra answered, while played o'er his lips a gracious smile, not yet convinced. This clear essay shall drive each lingering doubt away. Thus Ra spoke his heart to cheer, to Dundubi's vast frame drew near, he touched it with his foot in play and sent it 20 leagues away. Sugra marked what easy force hurled through the air that demon's course whose mighty bones were white and dried, and to the son of Rahu cried, my brother Bi, when his might was drunk and weary from the fight, hurled forth the monster body, fresh with skin and sinews, blood and flesh. Now flesh and blood are dried away, the crumbling bones are light as hay, which thou, O Rahu's son, hast sent flying through air in merriment. This test alone is weak to show if thou be stronger or the foe. By thee a heap of mouldering bone, by him the recent course was thrown. Thy strength, O prince, is yet untried, come, pierce one tree, let this decide. Prepare thy ponderous bow and bring close to thine ear the straining string. On yonder tree fix thine eye, and let the mighty arrow fly. I doubt not, chief, that I shall see thy pointed shaft transfix the tree. Then come, essay the easy task, and do for love the thing I ask. Best of all lights, the day God fills with glory earth and sky, Himalaya is the lord of hills that heave their heads on high. The royal line is the best of beasts that tread the earth. And thou, O hero, art confessed first in heroic worth. Canto XII. The palm trees. Then Ra, that his friend might know his strength unrivalled, grasped his bow, that mighty bow the foe's dismay, and on the string an arrow lay. Next on the tree his eye he bent, and forth the hurtling weapon went. Loosed from the matchless hero's hold, that arrow, decked with burning gold, cleft the 7 palms in line, and through the hill that rose behind them flew. 6 subterranean realms it passed, and reached the lowest depth at last, whence speeding back through earth and air it sought the quiver, and rested there 573 upon the cloven trees amazed. The sovereign of the Viars gazed. With all his chains and gold outspread prostrate on earth he laid his head. Then, rising, palm to palm he laid in reverent act, obeisance made, and joyously to Ra, best of war-trained chiefs, these words addressed, what champion, Rahu's son, may hope with thee in deadly fight to cope, whose arrow, leaping from the bow, cleaves tree and hill and earth below? Scarce might the gods, arrayed for strife by Indra's self, escape, with life assailed by thy victorious hand, and how may be I hope to stand? All grief and care are passed away, and joyous thoughts my bosom sway, who have in thee a friend, renowned, as Varu. 574 Or as Indra, found. Then on. Subdue, 'tis friendship's claim, my foe who bears a brother's name. Strike Bi down beneath thy feet, with suppliant hands I thus entreat. Sugra ceased, and Ra pressed the grateful Vr to his breast. And thoughts of kindred feeling woke in Lakshma's bosom, as he spoke, on to Kishkind on with speed. Thou, Vr king, our way shalt lead, then challenge Bi forth to fight. Thy foe who scorns a brother's right. They sought Kishkin's gate and stood concealed by trees in densest wood. Sugra, to the fight addressed, more closely drew his cinctured vest, and raised a wild sky-piercing shout. PG 339 to call the foeman Bi out. Forth came impetuous Bi, stirred to fury by the shout he heard. So the great sun, ere night has ceased, springs up impatient to the east. Then fierce and wild the conflict raged, as hand to hand the foes engaged, as though in battle mid the stars fought Mercury and fiery Mars. 575 To highest pitch of frenzy wrought, with fists like thunderbolts they fought, while near them Ra took his stand, and viewed the battle, bow in hand. Alike they stood in form and might, like heavenly aspens. 576 Paired in fight, nor might the son of Rahu know where fought the friend and where the foe. So, while his bow was ready bent, no life-destroying shaft he sent. Crushed down by Bi's mightier stroke, Sugra's force now sank and broke, who, hoping not from Ra's aid, to Rishima fled dismayed, weary, and faint, and wounded sore, his body bruised and dyed with gore, from Bi's blows. In rage and dread, afar to sheltering woods he fled. Nor Bi farther dared pursue, the curbing curse too well he knew. Fled from thy death, the victor cried, and home the mighty warrior hied. Han Lakshma? Rahu's son beheld the conquered Vr run, and followed to the sheltering shade where yet Sugra stood dismayed. Near and more near the chieftains came, then, for intolerable shame, not daring yet to lift his eyes, Sugra spoke with burning sighs, thy matchless strength I first beheld, and dared my foe, by thee impelled. Why hast thou tried me with deceit and urged me to a sure defeat? Thou shouldst have said, I will not slay thy foeman in the coming fray. For had I then thy purpose known, I had not waged the fight alone. The Vr Salvan, lofty souled, in plaintive voice his sorrows told. Then Ra spake, Sugra, list, all anger from thy heart dismissed, and I will tell the cause that stayed mine arrow, and withheld the aid. In dress, adornment, port, and height, in splendor, battle shout, and might, no shade of difference could I see between thy foe, O king, and thee. So like was each, I stood at gaze, my senses lost in wildering maze, nor loosen from my straining bow a deadly arrow at the foe, lest in my doubt the shaft should send to sudden death our surest friend. Oh, if this hand in heedless guilt and rash resolve thy blood had spilt, through every land, O Vr king, my wild and foolish act would ring. Sore weight of sin on him must lie by whom a friend is made to die. And Lakshma? I, an est best of dames, on thy protection rest. On, warrior! For the fight prepare, nor fear again thy foe to dare. Within 1 hour thine eye shall view my arrow strike thy foeman through. Shall see the stricken Bi lie low on the earth, and gasp and die. But come, a badge about thee bind, O monarch of the Vr kind, that in the battle shock mine eyes the friend and foe may recognize. Come, Lakshma? Let that creeper deck with brightest bloom Sugra's neck, and be a happy token, twined around the chief of lofty mind. Upon the mountain slope there grew a threading creeper fair to view, and Lakshma? Pluck the bloom and round Sugra's neck a garland wound. Graced with the flowery wreath he wore, the Vr chief the semblance bore of a dark cloud at close of day, and garlanded with cranes at play, in glorious light the Vr glowed as by his comrade's side he strode, and, still on Ra's word intent, his steps to great Kishkind bent. PG 340 Canto XIII. The return to Kishkind thus with Sugra, from the side of Rishima, Ra hied, and stood before Kishkin's gate where Bi kept his regal state. The hero in his warrior hold raised his great bow adorned with gold, and drew his pointed arrow bright as sunbeams, finisher of fight. Strong-necked Sugra led the way with Lakshma, mighty in the fray. Nala and Na came behind with Hanum of lofty mind, and valiant Ta, last in place, a leader of the Vr race. They gazed on many a tree that showed the glory of its pendant load, and brook and limpid rill that made sweet murmurs as they seaward strayed. They looked on caverns dark and deep, on bower and glen and mountain steep, and saw the opening lotus stud with roseate cup the crystal flood, while crane and swan and coot and drake made pleasant music on the lake, and from the reedy bank was heard the note of many a happy bird. In open lawns, in tangled ways, they saw the tall deer stand at gaze, or marked them free and fearless roam, fed with sweet grass, their woodland home. At times 2 flashing tusks between the wavings of the wood were seen, and some mad elephant, alone, like a huge moving hill, was shown. And scarcely less in size appeared great monkeys all with dust besmeared. And various birds that roamed the skies, and sylvan creatures, met their eyes, as through the wood the chieftains sped, and followed where Sugr led. Then as their way they made, saw near at hand a lovely shade, and, as he gazed upon the trees, spake to Sugr words like these. Those stately trees in beauty rise, fair as a cloud in autumn skies. I fain, my friend, would learn from thee what pleasant grove is that I see. Thus spake, the mighty Suld. And thus his tale Sugr told, that is a wide retreat that brings repose to weary feet. Bright streams and fruit and roots are there, and shady gardens passing fair. There, 'neath the roof of hanging boughs, the sacred 7 maintained their vows. Their heads in dust were lowly laid, in streams their nightly beds were made. Each 7th night they broke their fast, but ere was still their soul repast, and when 700 years were spent to homes in heaven the hermits went. Their glory keeps the garden yet, with walls of stately trees beset. Scarce would the gods and demons dare, by Indra led, to enter there. No beast that roams the wood is found, no bird of air, within the bound. Or, thither if they idly stray, they find no more their homeward way. You hear at times mid dulcet tones the chime of anklets, rings, and zones. You hear the song and music sound, and heavenly fragrance breathes around. There duly burn the triple fires 577 where mounts the smoke in curling spires, and, in a dun wreath, hangs above the tall trees, like a brooding dove. Round branch and crest the vapors close till every tree enveloped shows a hill of lazulite when clouds hang round it with their misty shrouds. With Lakshma, Lord of Rahu's line, in reverent guise thine head incline, and with fixed heart and suppliant hand give honor to the sainted band. They who with faithful hearts revere the holy 7 who harbored here, shall never, son of Rahu, know in all their lives an hour of woe. Then and his brother bent, and did obeisance reverent with suppliant hand and lowly head, then with Sugr onward sped. Beyond the sainted 7's abode far on their way the chieftains strode, and great Kishkin's portal gained, the royal town where Bi reigned. Then by the gate they took their stand already armed a noble band, and burning every one to slay in battle, hand to hand, their foeman, Indra's son. Canto XIV. The Challenge. They stood where trees of densest green wove round their forms a veiling screen. O'er all the garden's pleasant shade the eyes of King Sugr strayed, pg 341 and, as on grass and tree he gazed, the fires of wrath within him blazed. Then like a mighty cloud on high, when roars the tempest through the sky, girt by his friends he thundered out his dread sky-rending battle shout like some proud lion in his gate, or as the sun begins his state. Sugr let his quick glance rest on whom he thus addressed. There is the seat of Bi's sway, where flags on wall and turret play, which mighty bands of Vrs hold, rich in all arms and store of gold. Thy promise to thy mind recall that Bi by thy hand shall fall. As kindly fruits adorn the bough, so give my hopes their harvest now. In suppliant tone the Vr prayed, and Rahu's son his answer made, by Lakshma? Hand this flowery twine was wound about thee for a sign. The wreath of giant creeper throws about thy form its brilliant glows, as though about the sun were set the bright stars for a coronet. One shaft of mine this day, dear friend, thy sorrow and thy fear shall end. And, from the bowstring freed, shall be giver of freedom, king, to thee. Then come, Sugr, quickly show, where'er he lie, thy bitter foe. And let my glance the wretch descry whose deeds a brother's name belie. Yea, soon in dust and blood o'erthrown shall Bi fall and gasp and groan. Once let this eye the foeman see, then, if he live to turn and flee, despise my puny strength, and shame with foul opprobrium Ra's name. Hast thou not seen his hand, O king, through 7 tall trees one arrowing? Still in that strength securely trust, and deem thy foeman in the dust. In all my days, though surely tried by grief and woe, I ne'er have lied. And still by duty's law restrained will ne'er with falsehood's charge be stained. Cast doubt away, the oath I swear its kindly fruit shall quickly bear, as smiles the land with golden grain by mercy of the Lord of Rain. O, warrior to the gate I defy thy foe with shout and battle cry, till be I with his chain of gold come speeding from his royal hold. Proud hearts, with warlike fire aglow, brook not the challenge of a foe, each on his power and might relies, and most before his lady's eyes. King Bi loves the fray too well to linger in his citadel, and, when he hears thy battle shout, all wild for war will hasten out. He spoke. Sugr raised a cry that shook and rent the echoing sky, a shout so fierce and loud and dread that stately bulls in terror fled, like dames who fly from threatened stain in some ignoble monarch's reign. The deer in wild confusion ran like horses turned in battle's van. Down fell the birds, like gods who fall when merits fail, 578 at that dread call. So fiercely, boldened for the fray, the offspring of the Lord of Day sent forth his furious shout as loud as thunder from a laboring cloud, or, where the gale blows fresh and free, the roaring of the troubled sea. Canto XVT that shout, which shook the land with fear, in thunder smote on Bi's ear, wherein the chamber barred and closed the sovereign with his dame reposed. Each amorous thought was rudely stilled, and pride and rage his bosom filled. His angry eyes flashed darkly red, and all his native brightness fled, as when, by swift eclipse assailed, the glory of the sun has failed. While in his fury uncontrolled he ground his teeth, his eyeballs rolled, he seemed a lake wherein no gem of blossom decks the lotus stem. He heard, and with indignant pride forth from the bower the VR hied. And the earth trembled at the beat and fury of his hastening feet. But he to her consort flew, her loving arms around him threw, and trembling and bewildered, gave wise counsel that might heal and save. O dear my lord, this rage control that like a torrent floods thy soul, and cast these idle thoughts away like faded wreath of yesterday. O tarry till the morning light, then, if thou wilt, go forth and fight. PG 342 Think not I doubt thy valour, no, or deem thee weaker than thy foe, yet for a while would have thee stay nor see thee tempt the fight today. Now list, my loving lord, and learn the reason why I bid thee turn. Thy foeman came in wrath and pride, and thee to deadly fight defied. Thou wentest out, he fought, and fled sore wounded and discomfited. But yet, and taught by late defeat, he comes his conquering foe to meet, and calls thee forth with cry and shout. Hence spring, my lord, this fear and doubt. A heart so bold that will not yield, but yearns to tempt the desperate field, such loud defiance, fiercely pressed, on no uncertain hope can rest. So lately by thine arm o'erthrown, he comes not back, I ween, alone. Some mightier comrade guards his side, and spurs him to this burst of pride. For nature made the VR wise, on arms of might his hope relies. And never will Sugr seek a friend whose power to save is weak. Now listen while my lips unfold the wondrous tale my Angad told. Our child the distant forest sought, and, learned from spies, the tidings brought. 2 sons of Dasaratha, sprung from old Ikshvu, brave and young, renowned in arms, in war untamed Ra and Lakshma? Are they named have what thy foe Sugr made a league of love and friendly aid. Now Ra, famed for exploit high, is bound thy brother's firm ally, like fires of doom 579 that ruin all he makes each foe before him fall. He is the suppliant's sure defense, the tree that shelters innocence. The poor and wretched seek his feet, in him the noblest glories meet. With skill and knowledge vast and deep his sire's commands he loved to keep. With princely gifts and graces stored as metals deck the mountains Lord 580 Thou canst not, O my hero, stand before the might of Ra's hand. For none may match his powers or dare with him in deeds of war compare. Hear, I entreat, the words I say, nor lightly turn my reed away. O let fraternal discord cease, and link you in the bonds of peace. Let consecrating rites ordain SUGR partner of thy reign. Let war and thoughts of conflict end, and be thou his and our A's friend, each soft approach of love begin, and to thy soul thy brother win. For whether here or there he be, thy brother still, dear Lord, is he. Though far and wide these eyes I strain, a friend like him I seek in vain. Let gentle words his heart incline, and gifts and honors make him thine, till, foes no more, in love allied, you stand as brothers side by side. Thou in high rank wast wont to hold SUGRA, formed in massive mold. Then come, thy brother's love regain, for other aids are weak and vain. If thou would please my soul, and still preserve me from all fear and ill, I pray thee by thy love be wise and do the thing which I advise. Assuage thy fruitless wrath, and shun the mightier arms of Rahu's son. For Indra's peer in might is he, a foe too strong, my lord, for thee. Canto XVI. The Fall of Bi. Thus he with the starry eyes 581 her counsel gave with burning sighs. But Bi, by her prayers unmoved, spurned her advice, and thus reproved, how may this insult, scathe, and scorn by me, dear love, be tamely borne? My brother, yea my foe, comes nigh and dares me forth with shout and cry. Learn, trembler, that the valiant, they who yield no step in battle fray, will die 1,000 deaths but ne'er an unavenged dishonor bear. Nor, O my love, be thou dismayed though Ra lend SUGRA aid, for one so pure and duteous, one who loves the right, all sin will shun. Release me from thy soft embrace, and with thy dames thy steps retrace. Enough already, O mine own, of love and sweet devotion shown. Drive all thy fear and doubt away. I seek SUGRA in the fray his boisterous rage and pride to still, and tame the foe I would not kill. My fury, armed with brandished trees, shall strike SUGRA to his knees. PG 343. Nor shall the humbled foe withstand the blows of my avenging hand, when, nerved by rage and pride, I beat the traitor down beneath my feet. Thou, love, hast lent thine own sweet aid, and all thy tender care displayed. Now by my life, by these who yearn to serve thee well, I pray thee turn. But for a while, dear dame, I go to come triumphant o'er the foe. Thus Bi spake in gentlest tone, soft arms about his neck were thrown. Then round her lord the lady went with sad steps slow and reverent. She stood in solemn guise to bless with prayers for safety and success, then with her train her chamber sought by grief and racking fear distraught. With serpents' pantings fierce and fast King Bi from the city passed. His glance, as each quick breath he drew, around to find the foe he threw, and saw where fierce SUGRA showed his form with golden hues that glowed, and, as a fire resplendent, stayed to meet his foe in arms arrayed. When Bi, long-armed chieftain, found SUGRA stationed on the ground, impelled by warlike rage he braced his warrior garb about his waist, and with his mighty arm raised high rushed at SUGRA with a cry. But when SUGRA, fierce and bold, saw Bi with his chain of gold, his arm he heaved, his hand he closed, and face to face his foe opposed. To him whose eyes with fury shone, in charge impetuous rushing on, skilled in each warlike art and plan, Bi with hasty words began, my ponderous hand, to fight addressed with fingers clenched and arm compressed shall on thy death-doomed brow descend and, crashing down, thy life shall end. He spoke. And wild with rage and pride, the fierce SUGRA thus replied, thus let my arm begin the strife and from thy body crush the life. Then Bi, wounded and enraged, with furious blows the battle waged. SUGRA seemed, with blood streams dyed, a hill with fountains in his side. But with his native force unspent as tree from the earth he rent, and like the bolt of Indra smote on Bi's head and chest and throat. Bruised by the blows he could not shield, half vanquished Bi sank and reeled, as sinks a vessel with her freight borne down by overwhelming weight. Swift as super? As 582 swiftest flight in awful strength they rushed to fight, so might the sun and moon on high encountering battle in the sky. Fierce and more fierce, as fought the foes, the furious rage of combat rose. They warred with feet and arms and knees, with nails and stones and boughs and trees, and blows descending fast as rain dyed each dark form with crimson stain, while like two thunderclouds they met with battle cry and shout and threat. Then Ra saw Sugr quail, marked his worn strength grow weak and fail. Saw how he turned his wistful eye to every quarter of the sky. His friend's defeat he could not brook, bent on his shaft an eager look, then burned to slay the conquering foe, and laid his arrow on the bow. As to an orb the bow he drew forth from the string, the arrow flew like fate's tremendous discus hurled by Ya 583 forth to end the world. So loud the din that every bird the bowstring's clans with terror heard, and wildly fled the affrighted deer as though the day of doom were near. So, deadly as the serpent's fang, forth from the string the arrow sprang. Like the red lightning's flash and flame it flew unerring to its aim, and, hissing murder through the air, pierced Bi's breast, and quivered there. Struck by the shaft that flew so well the mighty Vr reeled and fell, as earthward Indra's flag they pull when Asv's fair moon is full. 584 Canto XVII Bi's speech. Like some proud tree before the blast brave Bi to the ground was cast, where prostrate in the dust he rolled clad in the sheen of glistening gold. PG 344 As when uptorn the standard lies of the great God who rules the skies. When low upon the earth was laid the Lord whom Vr tribes obeyed, dark as a moonless sky no more his land her joyous aspect wore. Though low in dust and mire was rolled the form of Bi lofty souled, still life and velour, might and grace clung to their well-loved dwelling place. That golden chain with rich gems set, the choicest gift of Esra, 585 yet preserved his life nor let decay steal strength and beauty's light away. Still from that chain divinely wrought his dusky form a glory caught, as a dark cloud, when day is done, made splendid by the dying sun. As fell the hero, crushed in fight, there beamed afar a triple light from limbs, from chain, from shaft that drank his life blood as the warrior sank. The never-failing shaft, impelled by the great bow which Ra held, brought bliss supreme, and lit the way to Brahma's worlds which ne'er decay. 586 Ra and Lakshma? Nearer drew the mighty fallen foe to view, Mahendra's son, the brave and bold, the monarch with his chain of gold, with lustrous face and tawny eyes, broad chest, and arms of wondrous size, like Lord Mahendra fierce in fight, or Vish. U's never conquered might, now fallen like Ai 587 sent from heaven, his store of merit spent, like the bright flame that pales and dies, like the great sun who fires the skies, doomed in the general doom to fall when time shall end and ruin all. The wounded Bi, when he saw Ra and Lakshma, nearer draw, keen words to Rahu's son, impressed with justice holy stamp, addressed, what fame, from one thou hast not slain in front of battle, canst thou gain, whose secret hand has laid me low when madly fighting with my foe? From every tongue thy glory rings, a sign of a line of kings, true to thy vows, of noblest race, with every gentle gift and grace, whose tender heart for woe can feel, and joy in every creature's weal, whose breast with high ambition swells, knows duty's claim and ne'er rebels. They praise thy valour, patience, ruth, thy firmness, self-restraint, and truth, thy hand prepared for sin's control, all virtues of a princely soul. I thought of all these gifts of thine, and glories of an ancient line, I set my tears at naught, I met Sugra and we fought. O Ra, till this fatal morn I held that thou wouldst surely scorn to strike me as I fought my foe and thought not of a stranger's blow, but now thine evil heart is shown, a yawning well with grass o'ergrown. Thou wearest virtue's badge, 588 but guile and meanness in thy soul defile. I took thee not for treacherous fire, a sinner clad in saint's attire. Nor deemed thou idly wouldst profess the show and garb of righteousness. In fenced town, in open land, ne'er hast thou suffered at this hand, nor canst of proud contempt complain, then wherefore is the guiltless slain? My harmless life in woods I lead, on forest fruit and roots I feed. My foeman in the field I sought, and ne'er with thee, ora, fought. Upon thy limbs, O king, I see the raiment of a devotee. And how can one like thee, who springs from a proud line of ancient kings, beneath fair virtue's mask, disgrace his lineage by a deed so base? From Rahu is thy long descent, for duteous deeds preeminent. Why, sinner clad in saintly dress, roamest thou through the wilderness? Truth, valor, justice free from spot, the hand that gives and grudges not, the might that strikes the sinner down, these bring a prince his best renown. Here in the woods, O king, we live on root and fruit which branches give 589 pg 345. Thus nature framed our harmless race. Thou art a man supreme in place. Silver and gold and land provoke the fierce attack, the robber's stroke. Canst thou desire this wild retreat, the berries and the fruit we eat? 'Tis not for mighty kings to tread the flowery path, by pleasure led. Theirs be the arm that crushes sin, theirs the soft grace to woo and win, the steadfast will that guides the state, wise favor to the good and great. And for all time our kings renown who blend these arts and ne'er confound. But thou art weak and swift to ire, unstable, slave of each desire. Thou tramplest duty in the dust, and in thy bow is all thy trust. Thou carest not for noble gain, and treatest virtue with disdain, while every sense its captive draws to follow pleasure's changing laws. I wronged thee not in word or deed, but by thy deadly dart I bleed. What wilt thou, mid the virtuous, say to purge thy lasting stain away? All these, O king, must sink to hell, the regicide, the infidel, he who in blood and slaughter joys, a bear man or a cow destroys, untimely weds in laws despite scorning an elder brother's right, 590 who dares his teacher's bed ascend, the miser, spy, and treacherous friend. These impious wretches, one and all, must to the hell of sinners fall. My skin the holy may not wear, useless to thee my bones and hair. Nor may my slaughtered body be the food of devotees like thee. These five-toed things a man may slay and feed upon the fallen prey. The male rhinoceros may die, and, with the hare his food supply. Iguanas he may kill and eat, with porcupine and tortoise meat 591. But all the wise account it sin to touch my bones and hair and skin. My flesh they may not eat. And I a useless prey, ora, die. In vain my tea reasoned well, on dull deaf ears her counsel fell. I scorned her words though sooth and sweet, and hither rushed my fate to meet. Ah, for the land thou rulest! She finds no protection, Lord, from thee, neglected like some noble dame by a vile husband dead to shame. Mean-hearted coward, false and vile, whose cruel soul delights in guile, could Dasaratha, noblest king, beget so mean and base a thing? Alas! An elephant, in form of Ra, in a maddening storm of passion casting to the ground the girth of law 592 that clipped him round, too wildly passionate to feel the prick of duty's guiding steel, 593 has charged me unawares, and dead I fall beneath his murderous tread. How, stained with this my base defeat, how wilt thou dare, where good men meet, to speak, when every tongue will blame with keen reproach this deed of shame? Such hero strength and valour, shone upon the innocent alone, thou hast not proved in manly strife on him who robbed thee of thy wife. Hadst thou but fought in open field and met me boldly unconcealed, this day had been thy fate to fall, slain by this hand, to Wise Hall. In vain I strove, and struck by thee fell by a hand I could not see. Thus bites a snake, for sins of yore, a sleeping man who wakes no more. Sugra's foeman thou hast killed, and thus his heart's desire fulfilled. But, Ra, hadst thou sought me first, and told the hope thy soul has nursed, that very day had I restored the Maitha lady to her lord. And, binding Ra with a chain, had laid him at thy feet unslain. PG 346. Yea, were she sunk in deepest hell, or whelmed beneath the ocean's swell, I would have followed on her track and brought the rescued lady back, as Hayagr 594 once set free from hell the whitest water 595 that when my spirit wings its flight Sugr reign, is just and right. But most unjust, O King, that I, slain by thy treacherous hand, should lie. Be still, my heart, this earthly state is darkly ruled by sovereign fate. The realm is lost and won, defy thy questioners with apt reply. 596 Canto XVIII's reply. He ceased, and Ra's heart was stirred at every keen reproach he heard. There be I lay, a dim dark sun, his course of light and glory run, or like the bed of ocean dried of his broad floods from side to side, or helpless, as the dying fire, hushed his last words of righteous ire. Then Ra, with his spirit moved, the Vr King in turn reproved, Why dost thou, Bi, thus revile, and castest not a glance the while on claims of duty, love, and gain, and customs o'er the world that reign? Why dost thou blame me, rash and blind, fickle as all thy Vr kind, slighting each rule of ancient days which all the good and prudent praise? This land, each hill and woody chase, belongs to old IKSHVU's race, with bird and beast and man, the whole is ours to cherish and control. Now Bharat, prompt at duty's call, wise, just, and true, is lord of all. Each claim of law, love, gain he knows, and wrath and favor duly shows. A king from truth who never bends, and grace with vigor wisely blends. With valor worthy of his race, he knows the claims of time and place. Now we and other kings of might, by his ensample taught aright, the lands of every region tread that justice may increase and spread. While royal Bharat, wise and just, rules the broad earth, his glorious trust, who shall attempt, while he is lord, a deed by justice held abhorred? We now, as Bharat has decreed, let justice guide our every deed, and toil each sinner to repress who scorns the way of righteousness. Thou from that path hast turned aside, and virtue's holy law defied, left the fair path which kings should tread, and followed pleasure's voice instead. The man who cleaves to duty's law regards these three with filial awe: the sire, the elder brother, third him from whose lips his lore he heard. Thus too, for duty's sake, the wise regard with fond paternal eyes the well-loved younger brother, one their lore has ripened, and a son. Fine are the laws which guide the good, abstruse, and hardly understood. Only the soul, enthroned within the breast of each, knows right from sin. But thou art wild and weak of soul, and spurnest, like thy race, control. The true and right thou canst not find, the blind consulting with the blind. Incline thine ear and I will teach the cause that prompts my present speech. This tempest of thy soul assuage, nor blame me in thine idle rage. On this great sin thy thoughts bestow, the sin for which I lay thee low. Thou, Bi, in thy brother's life hast robbed him of his wedded wife, and keepest, scorning ancient right, his rum for thine own delight. Thy son's own wife should scarcely be more sacred in thine eyes than she. All duty thou hast scorned, and hence comes punishment for dire offense. For those who blindly do amiss there is, I ween, no way but this, to check the rash who dare to stray from customs which the good obey. I may not, sprung of Kshatriya line, pg 347, forgive this heinous sin of thine. The laws for those who sin like thee the penalty of death decree. Now Bharat rules with sovereign sway, and we his royal word obey. There was no hope of pardon, none, for the vile deed that thou hast done. That wisest monarch dooms to die the wretch whose crimes the law defy. And we, chastising those who err, his righteous doom administer. My soul accounts Sugr Adarian as my brother Lakshma? Here. He brings me blessing, and I swore his wife and kingdom to restore, a bond in solemn honor bound when 5 our chieftains stood around. And can a king like me forsake his friend, and plighted promise break? Reflect, O Vr, on the cause, the sanction of eternal laws, and, justly smitten down, confess thou diest for thy wickedness. By honor was I bound to lend assistance to a faithful friend. and thou hast met a righteous fate thy former sins to expiate. And thus wilt thou some merit win and make atonement for thy sin. For hear me, our king, rehearse what Manu 597 spake in ancient verse. This holy law, which all accept who honor duty, have I kept. Pure grow the sinner's kings chastise, and, like the virtuous, gain the skies. By pain or full atonement freed, they reap the fruit of righteous deed, while kings who punish not incur the penalties of those who err. MDH 98 Once, a noble king, light of the line from which I spring, punished with death a devotee when he had stooped to sin like thee. And many a king in ancient time has punished frantic sinners' crime, and, when their impious blood was spilt, has washed away the stain of guilt. Cease, cease, no more complain, reproaches and laments are vain, for thou art justly punished, we obey our king and are not free. Once more, O lend thine ear another weightiest plea to hear. For this, when heard and pondered well, will all complaint and rage dispel. My soul will ne'er this deed repent, nor was my shaft in anger sent. We take the sylvan tribes beset with snare and trap and gin and net, and many a heedless deer we smite from thickest shade, concealed from sight. Wild for the slaughter of the game, at stately stags our shafts we aim. We strike them bounding scared away, we strike them as they stand at bay, when careless in the shade they lie, or scan the plain with watchful eye. They turn away their heads. We aim, and none the eager hunter blame. Each royal saint, well trained in law of duty, loves his bow to draw and strike the quarry, e'en as thou hast fallen by mine arrow now, fighting with him or unaware, art thou. Little care 599 But yet, O best of VRs, know that kings who rule the earth bestow fruit of pure life and virtuous deed, and lofty duties hard-won meed. Harm not thy lord the king, abstain from act and word that cause him pain. For kings are children of the skies who walk this earth in men's disguise. But thou, in duty's claims untaught, thy breast with blinding passion fraught, assailest me who still have clung to duty, with thy bitter tongue. He ceased, and sore distressed the sovereign claims of law confessed, and freed, o'erwhelmed with woe and shame, the lord of Rahu's race from blame. Then, reverent palm to palm applied, to our aid thus the VR cried, True, best of men, is every word that from thy lips these ears have heard, it ill beseems a wretch like me to bandy empty words with thee. Forgive the angry taunts that broke from my wild bosom as I spoke. And lay not to my charge, O king, PG 348 my mad Akish idle sting. Thou, in the truth by trial trained, best knowledge of the right hast gained, and layest, just and pure within, the meetest penalty on sin. Through every bond of law I burst, the boldest sinner and the worst. O let thy right instructing speech console my heart and wisely teach. Like some sad elephant who stands fast sinking in the treacherous sands, thus be I raised despairing eyes. Then spake again with sobs and sighs, Not for myself, O king, I grieve, for tea or the friends I leave, as for sweet Angad, my dear son, my noble, only little one. For, nurse in luxury and bliss, his father he will mourn and miss, and like a stream whose fount is dry will waste away and sink and die, my own dear child, my only boy, his mother Ts hope and joy. Spare him, O son of Rahu, spare the child entrusted to thy care. My Angad and Sugr a treating as thy heart considers meet, for thou, O chief of men, art strong to guard the right and punish wrong. Oh, if thou wilt thine ear incline to hear these dying words of mine, he and Sugra will to thee as Bharat and as Lakshma be. Let not my tea left forlorn, weep for Sugra's wrathful scorn. Nor let him, for her lord's offense, condemn her faithful innocence. And well and wisely may he reign if thy dear grace his power sustain, if, following thee his friend and guide, he turn not from thy hest aside, thus may he reign with glory, nay thus to the skies will win his way. Though stayed by Ts fond recall, by thy dear hand I longed to fall. against my brother rushed and fought, and gained the death I long have sought. Then Ra thus the prince consoled, from whose clear eyes the mists were rolled: Grieve not for those thou leavest thus, nor tremble for thyself or us, for we will deal with thine and thee as duty and the laws decree. He who exacts and he who pays, is justly slain or justly slays, shall in the life to come have bliss. For each has done his task in this. Thou, wandering from the right, art made pure by the forfeit thou hast paid. Thy weight of sins is cast aside, and duty's claim is satisfied. Then grieve no more, O Prince, but clear thy bosom from all doubt and fear, for fate, inexorably stern, thou hast no power to move or turn. Thy princely Angad still will share my tender love, Sugra's care. And to thy offspring shall be shown affection that shall match thine own. Canto XIX. T.S. Grief. No answer gave the VR king to Ra's prudent counseling. Battered and bruised by tree and stone, by Ra's arrow overthrown, fainting upon the ground he lay, gasping his troubled life away. But he in the VR's hall heard tidings of her husband's fall. Heard that a shaft from Ra's bow had laid the royal Bi low. Her darling Angad by her side, distracted from her own she hied. Then nigh the place of battle drew the VR's, Angad's retinue. They saw the bow-armed Ra, dread fell on them, and they turned and fled. Like helpless deer, their leaders slain, so wildly fled the startled train. But he saw, and nearer pressed, and thus the flying band addressed: O VR's, ye who ever stand about our king, a trusty band, where's the lion master? Why forsake ye thus your lord and fly? Say, lies he dead upon the plain, a brother by a brother slain, or pierced by shafts from Ra's bow that rain from far upon the foe? Thus he questioned, and was still. Then, wearers of each shape at will, the VR's thus with one accord answered the lady of their lord: Turn, turn, and have undone save Angad thy beloved son. There Ra stands in death's disguise, and conquered Bi faints and dies. He by whose strong arm, thick and fast, uprooted trees and rocks were cast, lies smitten by a shaft that came resistless as the lightning flame. When he, whose splendor once could vie with Indra's, regent of the sky, fell by that deadly arrow, all the VR's fled who marked his fall. Let all our chiefs their succors bring, and Angad be anointed king. PG 349. For all who come of VR race will serve him set in Bi's place. Or else our conquering foes today within our wall will force their way, polluting with their hostile feet the chambers of thy loved retreat. Great fear is on us, all and one. Those who have wives and who have none, they lust for power, are fierce and bold, or hate us for the strife of old. She heard their speech as, sore afraid, arrested in their flight, they stayed, and gave her answer as became the spirit of so true a dame: Nay, what have I to do with pelf, with son, with kingdom, or with self, when he, my noble lord, who leads the VR's like a lion, bleeds? His high-souled victor will I meet, and throw me prostrate at his feet. She hastened forth, her bosom rent with anguish, weeping as she went, and striking, mastered by her woes, her head and breast with frantic blows. She hurried to the field and found her husband prostrate on the ground, who quelled the hostile VR's might, whose bank was never turned in flight, whose arm a massy rock could throw as Indra hurls his bolts below, fierce as the rushing tempest, loud as thunder from a laboring cloud, whene'er he roared his voice of fear-struck terror on the boldest ear, now slain, as, hungry for the prey, a tiger might a lion slay, or when, his serpent foe to seek, super. A 600 with his furious beak tears up a sacred hillock, long the reverence of a village throng, its altar with their offerings spread, and the gay flag that waved o'erhead. She looked and saw the victor stand resting upon his bow his hand, and fierce Sugra she descried, and Lakshma by his brother's side. She passed them by, nor stayed to view, swift to her husband's side she flew. Then as she looked, her strength gave way, and in the dust she fell and lay. Then, as if startled ere the close of slumber, from the earth she rose. Upon her dying husband, round whose soul the coils of death were wound, her eyes in agony she bent and called him with a shrill lament. Sugr, when he heard her cries, and saw the queen with weeping eyes, and youthful Angad standing there, his load of grief could hardly bear. Canto XXTS Lament. Again she bent her to the ground, her arms about her husband wound, sobbed on his breast, and sick and faint with anguish poured her wild complaint. Brave in the charge of battle, boast and glory of the Vir host, why on the cold earth wilt thou lie and give no answer when I cry? Up, warrior, from thy lowly bed. A meeter couch for thee is spread. It ill beseems a glorious king on the bare ground his limbs to fling. Ah, surely must thy love be strong for her whom thou hast governed long, if thou, my hero, canst recline on her cold breast forsaking mine. Or, famed for justice through the land, thou on the road to heaven hast planned some city fairer far than this to be thy new metropolis. Are all our pleasures ended now, with those delicious hours which thou and I, dear Lord, together spent in woods that breathe the honey's scent? Whelmed in my sorrow's boundless sea, there is no joy, no hope, for me, when my beloved Lord, who led the Virs to the fight, is dead, my widowed heart is stern and cold. Or, at the sight mine eyes behold, our mastered wooded end the sake and in 1,000 fragments break. On noble Vr, doomed to pay the penalty of all today Sugr from his home expelled, and Ramo one from his arms withheld. Our 5R race and thee to save, wise counsel for thy will I gave. But thou, by wildest folly stirred, wouldst give no credence to my word, and now wilt woo the nymphs above, and shake their souls with pangs of love. Ah, never could it be that thou beneath Sugra's power shouldst bow, thy conqueror is none but fate whose mandates all who breathe await. And does no thrill of anguish run through the stern breast of Rahu's son, whose base hand dealt a coward's blow, and smote thee fighting with thy foe? Reft of my lord my days, alas! PG 350 in bitter woe will pass, and I, long blessed with every good, must bear my dreary widowhood. And when his uncle's brow is stern, when his fierce eyes with fury burn, ah, what will be my Angad's fate, so fair and young and delicate? Come, darling, for the last sad sight of thy dear sire who loved the right. For soon thine eyes will long in vain look at that loved face again. And, hero, as thy child draws near, with tender words his spirit share. Thy dying wishes gently speak, and kiss him on the brows and cheek. High fame, I ween, has Ra won by this great deed his hand has done, his debt to brave Sugr paid and kept the promise that he made. Be happy, King Sugr, Lord of Ram to thine arms restored, enjoy uninterrupted reign, for he, thy foe, at length is slain. Dost thou not hear me speak, and why hast thou no word of soft reply? Wilt thou not lift thine eyes and see these dames who look to none but thee? From their sad eyes, as he spoke, the floods of bitter sorrow broke, then, pressing close to Angad's side, each lifted up her voice and cried, How couldst thou leave thine Angad thus, and go, forever go, from us thy child so dear and brave attire, graced with the virtues of his sire? If e'er in want of thought, O chief, one deed of mine have caused thee grief, forgive my folly, I entreat, and with my head I touch thy feet. Again the hapless tea wept as to her husband's side she crept, and wild with sorrow and dismay Saturday on the ground where I lay. Canto XXI. Hannah's speech. There, like a fallen star, the dame fell by her lord's half-lifeless frame. And Hannah drew softly near, and strove her grieving heart to cheer, by changeless law our bliss and woe from ancient worth and folly flow. What fruit sower we cull, the seeds were scattered by our former deeds 602. Why mourn another's mournful fate, and weep, thyself unfortunate? Be calm, O thou whose heart is wise, for none deserves another's sighs. Look up, with idle sorrow strive, thy child, his heir, is yet alive. Let needful rites be duly done, nor in thy woe forget thy son. Regard the law which all obey, they spring to life, they pass away. begin the task that bids thee rise, and stay these tears, for thou art wise. Our Lord the King is doomed to die, on whom 10,000,000 hearts rely. Kind, liberal, patient, true, and just was he in whom they placed their trust, and now he seeks the land of those who for the right subdue their foes. Each five our Lord with all his train, each ranger of this wild domain, an Angad here, thy darling, see a governor and friend in thee. These twain 603 whose hearts with sorrow ache the funeral rites shall undertake, an Angad by his mother's care be king, his father's rightful heir. Now let him pay, as laws require, his sacred duty to his sire, nor one solemnity omit of all that mighty kings befit. And when thy fond eye sees thine own dear Angad on his father's throne, then, lightened of its load of pain, thy spirit will have rest again. She heard his speech, she heaved her head, looked upon Hannam and said, Sweeter my slain lord's limbs to touch, than Angad or 100 such. No rule or right, a widowed dame, o'er Angad or the realm I claim. Sugra is the uncle, he in every act supreme must be. I pray thee, chief, this plan resign, nor claim from me what ne'er is mine. The father with his tender care guards the dear child the mother bare, where'er I be, no sweeter task, no happier joy I hope or ask than thus to sit with loving eyes and watch the bed where Bi lies. Canto XXIII dead. Their breathing still with slow faint sighs lay Bi on the ground, his eyes, PG 351 damp with the tears of death, he raised, on conquering Sugra gazed, and then in clearest speech expressed the tender feelings of his breast. Not to my charge, Sugra, lay thine injuries avenged today, but rather blame resistless fate that urged me on infuriate. Fate ne'er agreed our lives to bless with simultaneous happiness, to dwell like brothers side by side in tender love was still denied. The Virsh realm is thine today, begin, O King, thy rightful sway. 604 For I must go at Y's call to sojourn in his gloomy hall. Must part and leave this very hour my life, my realm, my kingly power, and go instead of these to gain bright glory free from spot and stain. Now at thy hands one boon I seek with the last words my lips shall speak, and, though it be no easy thing, perform the task I give thee, King. This son of mine, no foolish boy, worthy of bliss and nursed in joy, see, prostrate on the ground he lies, the hot tears welling from his eyes, the child I love so well, more sweet than life itself, for woe and meet, to him be kindly favor shown, O guard and keep him as thine own. Retain him ever by thy side, his father, helper, friend, and guide. From fear and woe his young life save, and give him all his father gave. Then T's son in time shall be brave, resolute, and famed like thee, and march before thee to the fight where stricken fiends shall own his might. While yet a tender stripling, fame shall brood abroad his warrior name, and brightly shall his glory shine for exploits worthy of his line. Child of Sush? 605 Mighty well obscurest lore can read and tell, and, trained in wondrous art, divines each mystery of boding signs. Her solemn warning ne'er despise, do boldly what her lips advise. For things to come her eye can see, and with her words events agree. And for the son of Ra whose sake the toil and danger undertake, for breach of faith were grievous wrong, nor wouldst thou be unpunished long. Now, brother, take this chain of gold, gift of celestial hands of old, or when I die its charm will flee, and all its might be lost with me. The loving speech Sugra heard, and all his heart with woe was stirred. Remorse and gentle pity stole each thought of triumph from his soul. Thus fades the light when RU 606 mars the glory of the Lord of Stars. 607 All angry thoughts were stayed and stilled, and kindly love his bosom filled. His brother's word the chief obeyed, and took the chain as Bi prayed. On little Angad standing nigh the dying hero fixed his eye, and, ready from this world to part, spoke the fond utterance of his heart. Let time and place thy thoughts employ, in woe be strong, be meek in joy. Accept both pain and pleasure, still obedient to Sugra's will. Thou hast, my darling, from the first with tender care been softly nursed. But harder days, if thou wouldst win Sugra's love, must now begin. To those who hate him ne'er incline, nor count his foe a friend of thine. In all thy thoughts his welfare seek, obedient, lowly, faithful, meek. Let no rash suit his bosom pain, nor yet from due requests abstain. 608 Each is a grievous fault, between the two is found the happy mean. Then Bi ceased, his eyeballs rolled in stress of anguish uncontrolled, his massive teeth were bared to view, and from the frame the spirit flew. Their lord and leader dead, the crowd of noblest Viars shrieked aloud, since thou, O king, hast sought the skies, all desolate Kishkin lies. Her woods, where Viars loved to rove, are empty now, and hill and grove. From every eye the light is fled, since thou, our mighty lord, art dead. Thine was the unwearied arm that bore the brunt of deadly fight of yore with Golub the Gandharva, when, lasting through 5 long years and 10, pg 352 the dreadful conflict knew no stay in gloom of night, in glare of day. And when the 15th year had passed thy dire opponent fell at last. If such a foeman fell beneath our hero's arm and awful teeth who freed us from our terror, how is conquering Bi fallen now? Then when they saw their leader slain great anguish seized the Viar train, weeping their mighty chief, as when in pastures near a lion's den the cows by a sudden fear are stirred, slain the bold bull who led the herd. And hapless T sank below the welling waters of her woe, looked upon Bi's face and fell beside him whom she loved go well, like a young creeper clinging round a tall tree prostrate on the ground. Canto XXIIITS Lament. She kissed her lifeless husband's face, she clasped him in a close embrace, laid her soft lips upon his head. Then words like these the mourner said, no words of mine wouldst thou regard, and now thy bed is cold and hard. Upon the rude rough ground o'erthrown, beneath thee naught but sand and stone. To thee the earth is dearer far than I and my caresses are, if thou upon her breast wilt lie, and to my words make no reply. Ah my beloved, good and brave, bold to attack and strong to save, fate is Sugra's thrall, and we in him our lord and master see. Lo, by thy bed, a mournful band, thy 5 arch-chiefs lamenting stand. O hear thy nobles' groans and cries, O mark thy Angad's weeping eyes, O list to my entreaties, break the chains of slumber and awake. Ah me, my lord, this lowly bed where rest thy limbs and fallen head, is the cold couch where smitten lay thy foeman in the bloody fray. O noble heart from blemish free, lover of war, beloved by me, why hast thou fled away and left thy T of all hope bereft? Unwise the father who allows his child to be a warrior's spouse, for, hero, see thy consort's fate, a widow now most desolate, forever broken is my pride, my hope of lasting bliss has died, and sinking in the lowest deep of sorrows see I pine and weep. Ah, surely not of earthly mold, this stony heart is stern and cold, or, in 100 pieces rent, it had not lingered to lament. Dead, dead. My husband, friend, and lord in whom my loving hopes were stored, first in the field, his foeman's dread, my own victorious Bi, dead. A woman when her lord has died, though children flourish by her side, though stores of gold her coffers fill, is called a lonely widow still. Alas, thy bleeding gashes make around thy limbs a purple lake, thus slumbering was thy wont to lie on cushions bright with crimson dye. Dark streams of welling blood besmear thy limbs where dust and mire adhere, nor have I strength, weighed down by woe, mine arms about thy form to throw. The issue of this day has brought Sugra all his wishes sought, for Ra shot one shaft and he is freed from fear and jeopardy. Alas, alas, I may not rest my head upon thy wounded breast, obstructed by the massive dart deep buried in thy bleeding heart. Then Na from his bosom drew the fatal shaft that pierced him through, like some tremendous serpent deep in caverns of a hill asleep. As from the hero's wound it came, shot from the shaft a gleam of flame, like the last flashes of the sun descending when his course is run. From the wide rent in crimson flood rushed the full stream of Bi's blood, like torrents down a mountainside with golden ore and copper dyed. Then he brushed with tender care the dust of battle from his hair, while her sad eyes poured down their rain upon her lord untimely slain. Once more she looked upon the dead. Then to her bright-eyed child she said, "Turn hither, turn thy weeping eyes where low in death thy father lies. By sinful deed and bitter hate our Lord has met his mournful fate. Bright as the sun at early morn to wise halls is be I born. Then go, my child, salute the King, from whom our bliss and honor spring." Obedient to his mother's hest, his father's feet he gently pressed. Pg 353 with twining arms and lingering hands. "Father," he cried, "here Angad stands. Then art thou stern and mute, regardless of thy child's salute? Hast thou no blessing for thy son, no word for little Angad, none? Oh, hero, at thy lifeless feet here with my boy I take my seat, as some sad mother of the herd, by the fierce line undeterred, lies moaning by the grassy dell wherein her lord and leader fell. How, having wrought that awful rite, the sacrifice of deadly fight, wherein the shaft by Ra sped supplied the place of water shed, how hast thou bathed thee at the end without thy wife her aid to lend? 609 Why do mine eyes no more behold thy bright beloved chain of gold, which, pleased with thee, the immortals king about thy neck vouchsafed to fling? Still lingering on thy lifeless face I see the pride of royal race. Thus when the sun has set, his glow still rests upon the Lord of Snow. Alas, my hero! Undeterred thou wouldst not listen to my word. With tears and prayers I sued in vain, thou wouldst not listen, and art slain. Gone is my bliss, my glory, I and Angad now with thee will die. Canto XXIV. Sugra's Lament. But when Sugra saw her weep, o'erwhelmed in sorrows rushing deep, swift through his bosom pierced the sting of anguish for the fallen king. At the sad sight his eyes beheld a flood of bitter tears outwelled, and, with his bosom racked and rent, to Ra with his train he went. He came with faltering steps and slow where Ra held his mighty bow and arrow like a venomed snake, and to the son of Rahu spake, "Well hast thou kept, O king, thy vow. The promised fruit is gathered now. But life is marred, my soul today turns sickening from all joy away. For, while this queen laments and sighs amid a mourning people's cries, and Angad weeps his father slain, how can my heart delight to reign? For outrage, fury, senseless pride, my brother, doomed of yore, has died. Yet, Rahu's son, in bitter woe I mourn his fated overthrow. Ah, better far in pain and ill to dwell on Rishyama still than gain the heaven of gods and all its pleasures by my brother's fall. Did not he cry, retarded foe, go, for I will not slay thee, go? With his brave soul those words agree, my speech, my deeds, are worthy me. How can a brother counterweigh his grievous loss with joys of sway, and see with dull unpitying eye so brave and good a brother die? His lofty soul was nowly blind, my death alas, he ne'er designed. But I, urged blindly on by hate, sought with his life my rage to sate. He smote me with a splinter tree, I groaned aloud and turned to flee, from stern reproaches he forbore, and gently bade me sin no more. Serene and dutiful and good he kept the laws of brotherhood, I, fierce and greedy, vengeful, base, showed all the vices of our race. Ah me, dear friend, my brother's fate lays on my soul a crushing weight, a sin no heart should e'er conceive, but at the thought each soul should grieve, sin such as Indra's when his blow laid heavenly Visvara 610 low. Yet earth, the waters of the seas, the race of women and the trees were fain upon themselves to take the weight of sin for Indra's sake. But who Avr's soul will free, or ease the load that crushes me? Wretch that I am, I may not claim the reverence due to royal name. How shall I reign supreme, or dare affect the power I should not share? Ah me, I sorrow for my sin, the ruin of my race and kin, polluted by a hideous crime world hated till the end of time. Alas, the floods of sorrow roll with whelming force upon my soul, so gathers the descending rain in the deep hollow of the plain. Pg 354 Canto XXV. R.A.'s speech. Then Rahu's son, whose feeling breast shared the great woe that moved the rest, strove with wise charm their grief to ease, and gently spoke in words like these: "You ne'er can raise the dead to bliss by agony of grief like this. Cease your lament, nor leave undone the funeral task you may not shun. As nature orders o'er the dead, your tributary tears are shed, but fate, directing each event, is still the Lord preeminent. Yes, all obey the changeless laws of fate, the universal cause. By fate, the lives of all proceed, that governs every word and deed, none acts, none sees his hest obeyed, but each and all by fate are swayed. The world its ordered course maintains, and o'er that course fate ever reigns. Fate ne'er exceeds the rule of fate, is ne'er too swift, is ne'er too late, and making nature its ally forgets no life, nor passes by. No kith and kin, no power and force can check or stay its settled course, no friend or client, grace or charm, that victor of the world disarm. So all who see with prudent eyes the hand of fate must recognize, for virtue rules, or love, or gain, as fate's unchanged decrees ordain. Bi has died and won the meed that waits in heaven on noble deed, throned in the seats the brave may reach by liberal hand and gentle speech, true to a warrior's duty, bold in fight. The hero lofty soul deigned not to guard his life, he died, and now in heaven is glorified. Then cease these tears and wild despair, turn to the task that claims your care, for Bi's is the glorious fate which warriors count most fortunate. When R.A.'s speech had found a close, brave Lakshma, terror of his foes, with wise and soothing words addressed Sugr still with woe oppressed, "Arise Sugr," thus he said, "perform the service of the dead. Prepare with tea and her son that Bi's rites be duly done. A store of funeral wood provide which wind and sun and time have dried in richest sandal fit to grace the pyre of one of royal race. With words of comfort soft and kind console poor Angad's troubled mind, nor let thy heart be thus cast down, for thine is now the Vyarsh town. Let Angad's care a wreath supply, and raiment rich with varied dye, and oil and perfumes for the fire, and all the solemn rites require. Go, hasten to the town, O king, and tea as little quickly bring. Of virtue is dispatch, and speed is best of all in hour of need. Go, let a chosen band prepare the litter of the dead to bear. For stout and tall and strong of limb must be the chiefs who carry him." He spoke, his friend's delight and pride, then stood again by R.A.'s side. When TA 611 heard the words he said, within the town he quickly sped, and brought, on stalwart shoulders laid, the litter for the rites arrayed, framed like a car for gods, complete with painted sides and royal seat, with latticed windows deftly made, and golden birds and trees inlaid, well joined and wrought in every part, a marvel of ingenious art. Where pleasure mounts in carven wood and many a graven figure stood. The best of jewels o'er it hung, and wreaths of flowers around it clung, and over all was raised on high a canopy of saffron dye, while like the sun of morning shone the brilliant blooms that lay thereon. That glorious litter eyed, and spake to Lakshma, by his side, "Let Bi on the bier be placed and with all funeral service graced." Sugr then with many a tear drew Bi's body to the bier whereon, with weeping Angad's aid, the relics of the chief were laid neath many a vesture's varied fold, and wreaths and ornaments in gold. Then King Sugr bade them speed the obsequies by law decreed, let 5 hours lead the way and throw rich gems around them as they go, and be the chosen bearers near behind them laden with the bier. No costly rite may you deny, use when the proudest monarchs die, as for a king of widest sway. Perform his obsequies today. PG 355 Sugr gave his high behest. Then princely Ta and the rest, with little Angad weeping, led the long procession of the dead. Behind the funeral litter came, with tea first, each widowed dame, in tears and shrieks her loss deplored, and cried aloud, "My lord! My lord!" While wood and hill and valley sent in echoes back the shrill lament. Then on the low and sandy isle was reared the hero's funeral pile by crowds of toiling VRs, where the mountain stream ran fresh and fair, the VR chiefs, a noble band, had laid the litter on the sand, and stood a little space apart, each morning in his inmost heart. But when her weeping I saw on the litter lie, laid his dear head upon her lap, and wailed aloud her dire mishap. O mighty VR, Lord and King, to whose fond breast I love to cling, of goodly arms, wise, brave, and bold, rise, look upon me as of old. Rise up, my sovereign, dost thou see a crowd of subjects weep for thee? Still o'er thy face, though breath has fled, the joyous light of life is spread, thus around the sun, although he set, a crimson glory lingers yet. Death-clad in our A's form today hast dragged thee from the world away. One shaft from his tremendous bow dooms us to widowhood and woe. Hast thou, O VR King, no eyes thy weeping wives to recognize, who for the length of way and meet have followed thee with weary feet? Yet every moon-faced beauty here by thee, O King, was counted dear. Lord of the VR race, hast thou no eyes to see SUGR now? About thee stands in mournful mood a sore afflicted multitude, and thy lords of state around their monarch weep and wait. Arise, my lord, with gentle speech, as was thy wont, dismissing each, then in the forest will we play, and love shall make our spirits gay. The VR dames raised tea drowned in floods of sorrow, from the ground. And Angad with SUGRA's aid, overwhelmed with anguish and dismayed, weeping for his departed sire, placed Bi's body on the pyre, then lit the flame, and round the dead passed slowly with a mourner's tread. Thus with full rites the funeral train performed the service for the slain, then sought the flowing stream and made libations to the parted shade. There, setting Angad first in place, the chieftains of the VR race, with tea and SUGRA, shed the water that delights the dead. Canto XXVI. The Coronation. Each 5R councillor and peer in crowded numbers gathered near SUGRA, mournful king, while yet his vesture from the wave was wet, before the chief of Rahu's seed, and wearied in each arduous deed, they stood and raised the reverent hand as saints before Lord Brahm stand. Then Hanum of massive mould, like some tall hill of glistering gold, son of the god whose wild blasts shake the forest, thus to Ra spake, by thy kind favour, O my lord, SUGRA, to his home restored triumphant, has regained today his rank and power and royal sway. He now will call each faithful friend, enter the city, and attend with sage advice and prudent care to every task that waits him there. Then balm and unguent shall anoint our monarch, as the laws appoint, and gems and precious wreaths shall be his grateful offering, King, to thee. Do thou, O Ra, with thy friend thy steps within the city bend. Our ruler on his throne install, and with thy presence cheer us all. Then, skilled in lore and arts that guide the speaker, Rahu's son replied, for 14 years I might not break the mandate that my father spake. Nor can I, till that time be fled, the street of town or village tread. Let King SUGRA seek the town most worthy of her high renown, there let him be without delay anointed, and begin his sway. This answered, to SUGRA then thus spake anew the king of men, do thou who knowest right ordain Prince Angad consort of thy reign. For he is noble, true, and bold, and trained a righteous course to hold gifts like his sires that youth adorn, born eldest to the eldest born. PG 356. This is the month of SRA 612, first of those that see the rain clouds burst. 4 months, thou knowest well, extends the season when the rain descends. No time for deeds of war is this, seek thou thy fair metropolis, and I with Lakshma? O my friend, the time upon this hill will spend. An ample cavern opens there made lovely by the mountain air, and lotuses and lilies fill the pleasant lake and murmuring rill. When Katik 613 months shall clear the skies, then tempt the mighty enterprise. Now, chieftain, to thy home repair, and be anointed sovereign there. SUGRA heard, he bowed his head, within the lovely town he sped which Bi's royal will had swayed, where 1,000 VR chiefs arrayed gathered in order round their king, and led him on with welcoming. Lo, on the earth the lesser crowd fell in prostration as they bowed. Sugr looked with grateful eyes, spake to them all and bade them rise. Then through the royal bowers he strode wherein the monarch's wives abode. Soon from the inner chambers came the VR of exalted fame, and joyful friends drew near and shed king-making balm upon his head, like God's anointing in the skies. Their sovereign of the thousand eyes 614 then brought they, o'er their king to hold the white umbrella decked with gold, and chowries with their waving hair and golden handles wondrous fair, and fragrant herbs and seed and spice, and sparkling gems exceeding price, and every bloom from woods and leas, and gum distilled from milky trees, and precious ointment white as milk, and spotless robes of cloth and silk, wreaths of sweet flowers whose glories gleam in grassy grove, on lake or stream, and fragrant sandal and each scent that makes the soft breeze redolent, grain, honey, odorous seed, and store of oil and curd and golden ore, a noble tiger's skin, a pair of sandals wrought with costliest care, 8 pairs of damsels drawing nigh brought unguents stained with varied dye. Then gems and cates and robes displayed before the twice-born priests were laid, that they would deign in order due to consecrate the king anew. The sacred grass was duly spread and sacrificial flame was fed, which scripture-learned priests supplied with oil which texts had sanctified. Then, with all rites ordained of old, high on the terrace bright with gold, whereon a glorious carpet lay, and fresh-culled garlands sweet and gay, placed on his throne, Sugr bent his looks toward the orient. In horns from forehead of the bull, in pitchers bright and beautiful, in urns of gold the Vieira took pure water brought from stream and brook, from every consecrated strand and every sea that beats the land. Then, as prescribed by a sacred lore and many a mighty sage of yore, 615 the leaders of the Viars poured the sacred water on their lord. 616 from every Viar at the close of that imperial rite arose shouts of glad triumph, loud and long repeated by the high-souled throng. Sugr, when the rite was done, obeyed the hest of Rahu's son, Prince Angad to his breast he strained, and partner of his sway ordained. Once more from all the host rang out the loud huzzah and joyful shout. Well done! Well done! Each VR cried, and good Sugr glorified. PG 357 then with glad voices loudly raised were Ra and his brother praised. And bright Kishkin shone that day with happy throngs and banners gay. Canto XXVIRA on the hill. But when the solemn rite was o'er, and bold Sugr reigned once more, the sons of Rahu sought the hill, Presrava, of the rushing rill, where roamed the tiger and the deer, and minds raised their voice of fear. Thick set with trees of every kind, with trailing shrubs and plants entwined. Home of the ape and monkey, lair of mountain cat and pardoned bear. In cloudy gloom against the sky the sanctifying hills rose high. Pierce in their crest, a spacious cave to Rahu's sons a shelter gave. Then Ra, pure from every crime, in words well suited to the time to Lakshma, spake, whose faithful zeal watched humbly for his brother's weal. I love this spacious cavern where there breathes a fresh and pleasant air. Brave brother, let us here remain throughout the season of the rain. For in mine eyes this mountain crest is above all, the loveliest. Where copper-hued and black and white show the huge blocks that face the height. Where gleams the shine of varied ore, where dark clouds hang and torrents roar. Where waving woods are fair to see, and creepers climb from tree to tree. Where the gay peacock's voice is shrill, and sweet birds carol on the hill. Where odorous breath is wafted far from jessamine and sindove. 617 and opening flowers of every hue give wondrous beauty to the view. See, too, this pleasant water near our cavern home is fresh and clear. And lilies gay with flower and bud are glorious on the lovely flood. This cave that fares north and east will shelter us till rain has ceased. And towering hills that rise behind will screen us from the furious wind. Close by the cavern's portal lies an level stone of ample size and sable hue, a mighty block long severed from the parent rock. Now let thine eye bent northward rest a while upon that mountain crest, high as a cloud that brings the rain, and dark as iron rent in twain. Look southward, brother, now and view a cloudy pile of paler hue like Mount Kaila's topmost height where ores of every tint are bright. See, Lakshman, see before our cave that clear brook eastward roll its wave as though 'twere Ganges infant rilled down streaming from the three-peaked hill. See, by the water's gentle flow Soka, and sandal grow. And every lovely tree most fair with leaf and bud and flower is there. See there, beneath the bending trees that fringe her bank, the river flees, clothed with their beauty like a maid in all her robes and gems arrayed, while from the sedgy banks are heard the soft notes of each amorous bird. Oh, see what lovely islets stud like gems the bosom of the flood, and azes and wild swans crowd about her till she laughs aloud. See, lotus blooms the brook o'erspread, some tender blue, some dazzling red, and opening lilies white as snow their buds in rich profusion show. There rings the joyous peacock's scream, there stands the curlew by the stream, and holy hermits love to throng where the sweet waters speed along. Ranged on the grassy margin shine gay sandal trees in glittering line, and all the wondrous verdure seems the offspring of creative dreams. O conquering prince, there cannot be a lovelier place than this we see. Here sheltered on the beauteous height our days will pass in calm delight. Nor is Kishkin's city, gay with grove and garden, far away. Thence will the breeze of evening bring sweet music as the minstrels sing. And, when the Vyars dance, will come the sound of tabor and of drum. Again to spouse and realm restored, girt by his friends, the Vyar lord great glory has acquired. And how can he be less than happy now? This said, the son of Rahu made his dwelling in that pleasant shade upon the mountain's shelving side that sweetly all his wants supplied. But still the hero's troubled mind no comfort in his woe could find, yet mourning for his stolen wife dearer to Ara than his life, chief when he saw the Lord of Night rise slowly o'er the eastern height. PG 358 He tossed upon his leafy bed with eyes by sleep unvisited. Outwelled the tears in ceaseless flow, and every sense was numbed by woe. Each pang that pierced the mourner through smote Lakshma's faithful bosom too, who, troubled for his brother's sake, with wisest words the prince bespake, "Arise, my brother, and be strong, thy hero heart has mourned too long. Thou knowest well that tears and sighs will mar the mightiest enterprise. Thine was the soul that loved to dare, to serve the gods was still thy care. And ne'er may sorrow's sting subdue a heart so resolute and true. How canst thou hope to slay and fight the giant cruel in his might? Unwearied must the champion be who strives with such a foe as he. Tear out this sorrow by the root. Again be bold and resolute. Arise, my brother, and subdue the demon and his wicked crew. Thou canst destroy the earth, her seas, her rooted hills and giant trees unseated by thy furious hand, and shall one fiend thy power withstand? Wait through this season of the rain till sons of autumn dry the plain, then shall thy giant foe, and all his host and realm, before thee fall. I wait thy valor that has slept amid the tears thine eyes have wept. As drops of oil in worship raise the dormant flame to sudden blaze. The son of Rahu heard, he knew his brother's rede was wise and true. And, honoring his friendly guide, in gentle words he thus replied, "Waiter, a hero firm and bold, devoted, true, and lofty-souled should speak by deep affection led, such are the words which thou hast said. I cast away each pensive thought that brings the noblest plans to naught, and each an injured power will strain until the proposed end we gain. Thy prudent words will I obey, and till the close of rain time stay, when King Sugra will invite to action, and the streams be bright. The hero saved in hour of need repays the debt with friendly deed, but hated by the good are they who take the boon and ne'er repay." Canto XXVII. The Rains. See, brother, see thus Ra cried on Yavit 6:18 dark wooded side, a chain of clouds, like lofty hills, the sky with gathering shadow fills. 9 months those clouds have borne the load conceived from sunbeams as they glowed, and, having drunk the seas, give birth, and drop their offspring on the earth. Easy it seems at such a time that flight of cloudy stairs to climb, and, from their summit, safely won, hang flowery wreaths about the sun. See how the flash of evening's red fringes the fleecy clouds overhead till all the sky is streaked and lined with bleeding moons incarnate, and o'er the wide firmament above shows like a lover sick with love and, pale with cloudlets, heaves a sigh in the soft breeze that wanders by. See, by the fervent heat embrowned, how drenched with recent showers, the ground pours out in floods her gushing tears, like wild with torturing fears. So softly blows this cloud-born breeze cool through the boughs of camphor trees that one might hold it in the cup of hollowed hands and drink it up. See, brother, where that rocky steep, where odorous shrubs and raindrops sweep, shows like Sugr when they shed Tne royal balm upon his head. Like students at their task appear these hills whose misty peaks are near, black deerskin 619 garments wrought of cloud their forms with fading mantles shroud, each torrent from the summit poured supplies the place of sacred chord 620 and winds that in their caverns moan PG 359 sound like the voices undertones 621 from east to west red lightnings flash, and, quivering neath the golden lash, the great sky like a generous steed groans inly at each call to speed. Yon lightning, as it flashes through the giant cloud of sable hue, recalls my voter's pressed mid struggles to the demon's breast. See, on those mountain ridges stand sweet shrubs that bud and bloom expand. The soft rain ends their pangs of grief, and drops its pearls on flower and leaf. But all the raptures stabbed me through and wake my pining love anew 622 now through the air no wild bird flies, each lily shuts her weary eyes. And blooms of opening jasmine show the parting sun has ceased to glow. No captain now for conquest burns, but homeward with his host returns. For Rhodes and kings' ambitious dreams have vanished neath descending streams. This is the watery month 623 wherein the SR's 624 sacred chants begin. How 625 passed, now Kozel's Lord 626 the harvest of the spring has stored, 627 and dwells within his palace freed from every care of pressing need. Full is the moon, and fierce and strong impetuous Sarj 28 roars along as though Ayadhi's crowds ran out to greet their king with echoing shout. In this sweet time of ease and rest no care disturbs Sugra's breast, the foe that marred his peace o'erthrown, and queen and realm once more his own. Alas, a harder fate is mine, reft both of realm and queen to pine, and, like the bank which floods erode, I sink beneath my sorrow's load. Sore on my soul my miseries weigh, and these long rains our action stay, while our end seems a mightier foe than I dare hope to overthrow. I saw the roads were barred by rain, I knew the hopes of war were vain. Nor could I bid Sugr arise, though prompt to aid my enterprise. Now I scarce can urge my friend on whom his house and realm depend, who, after toil and peril past, is happy with his queen at last. Sugr after rest will know the hour is come to strike the blow, nor will his grateful soul forget my succor, or deny the debt I know his generous heart, and hence await the time with confidence when he his friendly zeal will show, and brooks again untroubled flow. 629 Canto XXIX. Hanum's Counsel. No flash of lightning lit the sky, no cloudlet marred the blue on high. The Sarah's 630 missed the welcome rain, the moon's full beams were bright again. Sugr, lapped in bliss, forgot the claims of faith, or heeded not. And by alluring joys misled the path of falsehood learned to tread. In careless ease he passed each hour, and dallied in his lady's bower. Each longing of his heart was stilled, and every lofty hope fulfilled. With royal rum by his side, or tea yet a dearer bride, PG 360 he spent each joyous day and night in revelry and wild delight, like Indra whom the nymphs enticed to taste the joys of paradise. The power to courtiers' hands resigned, to all their acts his eyes were blind. All doubt, all fear he cast aside and lived with pleasure for his guide. But sage Han firm and true, whose heart the lore of Scripture knew, well trained to meet occasion, trained in all by duty's law ordained, strove with his prudent speech to find soft access to the monarch's mind. He, skilled in every gentle art of eloquence that wins the heart, Sugr from his trance to wake, his salutary counsel spake, the realm is won, thy name advanced, the glory of thy house enhanced, and now thy foremost care should be to aid the friends who succor thee. He who is firm and faithful found to friendly ties in honor bound, will see his name and fame increase and his blessed kingdom thrive in peace. Wide sway is his who truly boasts that friends and treasure, self and hosts, all blent in one harmonious whole, are subject to his firm control. Do thou, whose footsteps never stray from the clear bounds of duty's way, assist, as honor bids thee, now thy friends, observant of thy vow. For if all cares we lay not by, and to our friends' assistance fly, we, after, toil in idle haste, and all the late endeavor waste. Up! Nor the promised help delay until the hour have slipped away. Up! And with Rahu's sun renew the search for us lost to view. The hour is come, he hears the call, but not on thee reproaches fall from him who labors to repress his eager spirit's restlessness. Long joined to thee in friendly ties he made thy fame and fortune rise, in gentle gifts by none excelled, in splendid might unparalleled. Up, to his succor, King! Repay the favor of that prosperous day, and to thy bravest captains send prompt mandates to assist thy friend. The cry for help thou wilt not spurn although no grace demands return, and wilt thou not thine aid afford to him who realm and life restored? Exert thy power, and thou hast won the love of Dasarath's son, and wilt thou for his summons wait, and, till he call thee, hesitate? Think not the hero needs thy power to save him in the desperate hour, he with his arrows could subdue the gods and all the demon crew, and only waits that he may see redeemed the promise made by thee. For thee he risked his life and fought, for thee that great deliverance wrought. Then let us trace through earth and skies his lady wheresoe'er she lies. Through realms above, beneath, we flee, and plant our footsteps on the sea. Then why, O Lord of VRs, still delay us waiting for thy will? Give thy commands, O King, and say what task has each and where the way. Before thee myriad VRs stand to sweep through heaven, o'er seas and land. Sugr heard the timely reed that roused him in the day of need, and thus to Na prompt and brave his hest the imperial VR gave, Go, Na, to the distant hosts that keep in arms their several posts, and all the armies that protect the quarters, 631 with their chiefs, collect. To all the luminaries placed in intermediate regions haste, and bid each captain rise and lead his squadrons to their king with speed. Do thou meanwhile with strictest care all that the time requires prepare. The loitering VR who delays to gather here ere thrice 5 days, shall surely die for his offense, condemned for sinful negligence. Canto XXX. R.A.'s Lament. But R.A. in the autumn night stood musing on the mountain height, while grief and love that scorned control shook with wild storms the hero's soul. Clear was the sky, without a cloud the glory of the moon to shroud. And bright with purest silver shone each hill the soft beams looked upon. He knew Sugra's heart was bent on pleasure, gay and negligent. He thought on Yannick's child forlorn from his fond arms forever torn. He mourned occasion slipping by, and faint with anguish heaved each sigh. PG 361 He sat where many a varied streak of rich ore marked the mountain peak. He raised his eyes the sky to view, and to his love his sad thoughts flew. He heard the SS cry, and faint with sorrow poured his love-born plaint, she who mocked the softest tone of wild birds' voices with her own, where strays she now, my love who played so happy in our hermit shade? How can my absent love behold the bright trees with their flowers of gold, and all their gleaming glory see with eyes that vainly look for me? How is it with my darling when from the deep tangles of the glen float carols of each bird elate with rapture singing to his mate? In vain my weary glances rove from lake to hill, from stream to grove, I find no rapture in the scene, and languish for my fawn-eyed queen. Ah, does strong love with wild unrest, born of the autumn, stir her breast? And does the gentle lady pine till her bright eyes shall look in mine? Thus Rahu's son in piteous tone, o'erwhelmed with sorrow, made his moan. E'en as the bird that drinks the rains. 632 To Indra 1,000-eyed complains. Then Lakshma, who had wandered through the copses where the berries grew, returning to the cavern found his brother chief in sorrow drowned, and pitying the woes that broke the spirit of the hero spoke, "Why cast thy strength of soul away, and weakly yield to passion's sway? Arise, my brother, do and dare ere action perish in despair. Recall the firmness of thy heart, and nerve thee for a hero's part. Whose is the hand unscathed to seize the red flame quickened by the breeze? Where's the foe will dare to wrong or keep the faithful lady long?" Then with pale lips that sorrow dried the son of Rahu thus replied, "Lord Indra 1,000-eyed, has sent the sweet rain from the firmament, sees the rich promise of the grain, and turns him to his rest again. The clouds with voices loud and deep, veiling each tree upon the steep, up on the thirsty earth have shed their precious burden and are fled. Now in kings' hearts ambition glows, they rush to battle with their foes." 633 But in Sugra's sloth I see no care for deeds of chivalry. See, Lakshma! On each breezy heights 1,000 autumn blooms are bright. See how the wings of wild swans gleam on every islet of the stream. 4 months of flood and rain are past, 100 years they seem to last to me whom toil and trouble tried, Maya severed from my side. She, gentlest woman, weak and young, still to her lord unwearied clung. Still by the exile's side she stood in the wild ways of wood, like a fond bird disconsolate if parted from her darling mate. Sugra, lapped in soft repose, untouched by pity for my woes, scorns the poor exile, dispossessed by our mighty arm oppressed, the wretch who comes to sue and pray from his lost kingdom far away. Hence falls on me the Vr's scorn, a suitor friendless and forlorn. The time is come, with heedless eye he sees the hour of action fly, unmindful, now his hopes succeed, of promise made in stress of need. Go seek him sunk in bliss and sloth, forgetful of his royal oath, and as mine envoy thus upbraid the monarch for his help delayed, vile is the wretch who will not pay the favor of an earlier day, hope in the supplicant's breast awakes, and then his plighted promise breaks. Noblest, mid all of women born, who keeps the words his lips have sworn, yea, if those words be good or ill, maintains his faith unbroken still. The thankless who forget to aid the friend who helped them when they prayed, dishonored in their death shall lie, and dogs shall pass their corpses by. Sure thou wouldst see my strained arm hold my bow of battle backed with gold, wouldst gaze upon its awful form like lightning flashing through the storm, and hear the clanging bowstring loud as thunder from a laboring cloud. His valor and his strength I know, but pleasure's sway now sinks them low. With thee, my brother, for ally that strength and valor I defy. PG 362 He promised, when the rains should end, the succor of his arm to lend. Those months are past, he dares forget, and, lapped in pleasure, slumbers yet. No thought disturbs his careless breast for us impatient and distressed, and, while we sadly wait and pine, girt by his lords he quaffs the wine. Go, brother, go, his palace seek, and boldly to Sugra speak, thus give the listless king to know what waits him if my anger glow. Still open, to the gloomy god, lies the sad path that I trod. Still to thy plighted word be true, lest thou, O king, that path pursue. I launched the shaft I pointed well, and only fail. But, if from truth thou dare to stray, both thee and thine this hand shall slay. Thus be the Vr king addressed, then add thyself what seems the best. Canto XXXI. The envoy. Thus Ra spoke, and Lakshma then made answer to the prince of men, yea, if the Vr, undeterred by fear of vengeance, break his word, loss of his royal power ere long shall pay the traitor for the wrong. Nor deem I him so void of sense to brave the bitter consequence. But if enslaved to joy he lie, and scorn thy grace with blinded eye, then let him join his brother slain, unmeet were such a wretch to reign. quick rises, kindling in my breast, the wrath that will not be repressed, and bids me in my fury slay the breaker of his faith today. Let Bi's son thy consort trace with bravest chiefs of our race. Thus spoke the hero, and aglow with rage of battle seized his bow. But Ra thus in gentler mood with fading words his speech renewed, no hero with a soul like thine to paths of sin will e'er incline, he who his angry heart can tame is worthiest of a hero's name. Not thine, my brother, be the part so alien from the tender heart, nor let thy feet by wrath misled forsake the path they love to tread. From harsh and angry words abstain, with gentle speech a hearing gain, and tax Sugro with the crime of failing faith and wasted time. Then Lakshma, bravest of the brave, obeyed the hest that Ra gave, to whom devoting every thought the Vr's royal town he sought. As Mandar's mountain heaves on high his curved peak soaring to the sky, so Lakshma showed, his dread bow bent like Indra's 634 in the firmament. His brother's wrath, his brother's woe inflamed his soul to fiercest glow. The tallest trees to earth were cast as furious on his way he passed, and where he stepped, so fiercely fleet, the stones were shivered by his feet. He reached Kishkin's city deep embosomed where the hills were steep, where street and open square were lined with legions of the Vr kind. Then, as his lips with fury swelled, the lord of Rahu's line beheld a stream of Vr chiefs outpoured to do obeisance to their lord. But when the mighty prince in view of the thick coming Vrs drew, they turned them in amaze to seize crags of the rock and giant trees. He saw, and fiercer waxed his ire, as oil lends fury to the fire. Scarce had the Vr chieftains seen that wrathful eye, that troubled mien fierce as the gods who rules the dead, when, turned in wild affright, they fled. Speeding in breathless terror all sought King Sugra's council hall, and there made known their tale of fear, that Lakshma, wild with rage, was near. The king, untroubled by alarms, held he in his amorous arms, and in the distant bower with her heard not each clamorous messenger. Then, summoned at the Lord's behest forth from the city portals pressed, each like some elephant or cloud, the Vrs in a trembling crowd, fierce warriors all with massive jaws and terrors of their tiger claws, some matched 10 elephants, and some 100 strength could overcome. Some chieftains, mightier than the rest, 10 times 100's force possessed. With eyes of fury Lakshma viewed the Vr armed multitude. Thus garrisoned from side to side the city walls assault defied. Beyond the moat that girt the wall advanced the Vr chiefs. And all upon the plain in firm brigade, impetuous warriors, stood arrayed. PG 363 right at the sight flashed Lakshma's eyes, his bosom heaved tumultuous sighs, and forth the fire of fury broke like flame that flashes through the smoke. Like some fierce snake the hero stood, his bow recalled the expanded hood, and in his shaft head bright and keen the flickering of its tongue was seen, and in his own all-conquering might the venom of its deadly bite. Prince Angad marked his angry look, and every hope his heart forsook. Then, his large eyes with fury red, to Angad Lakshma turned and said, "Go tell the king that Lakshma waits for audience at the city gates, whose heart, O tamer of thy foes, is heavy with his brother's woes. Bid him to Ra's word attend, and ask if he will aid his friend. Go, let the king my message learn, then hither with all speed return." Prince Angad heard and wild with grief cried as he looked upon the chief, "'Tis Lakshma's self, impelled by ire he seeks the city of my sire." At the fierce words and furious look of Rahu's son he quailed and shook. Back through the city gates he sped, and, laden with the tale of dread, sought King Sugra, filled his ears and Ramesh with his doubts and fears. To Ram and the king he bent, and clasped their feet most reverend, clasped the dear feet of T2, and told the startling tale anew. But King Sugra's ear was dulled, by love and wine and languor lulled, nor did the words that Angad spake the slumberer from his trance awake. But soon as Rahu's son came nigh the startled Vrs raised a cry, and strove to win his grace, while dread each anxious heart disquieted. They saw, and, As they gathered round, rose from the mighty throng a sound like torrents when they downward dash, or thunder with the lightning's flash. The shouting of the VRs broke Sugra's slumber, and he woke, still with the wine his eyes were red, his neck with flowers was garlanded. Roused at the voice of Angad came 2 5 our lords of rank and fame. One Yaksha, one Prabhahite, wise counselors of gain and right. They came and raised their voices high, and told that Rahu's son was nigh, 2 brothers steadfast in their truth, each glorious in the bloom of youth, worthy of rule, have left the skies, and clothed their forms in men's disguise. One at thy gates, in warlike hands holding his mighty weapon, stands. His message is the charioteer that brings the eager envoy near, urged onward by his bold intent, and by the hest of Ra sent. The gathered VRs saw and fled, and raised aloud their cry of dread. Son of Queen Tiangad ran to parley with the godlike man. Still fiery-eyed with rage and hate stands Lakshma at the city gate, and trembling VRs scarce can fly scathed by the lightning of his eye. Go with thy son, thy kith and kin, the favor of the prince to win, and bow thy reverent head that so his fiery wrath may cease to glow. What righteous Ra bids thee, do, and to thy plighted word be true. Canto XXXIIM's Counsel. Sugra heard, and, trained and tried in counsel, to his lords replied, no deed of mine, no hasty word the anger of the prince has stirred. But haply some who hate me still and watch their time to work me ill, have slandered me to Rahu's son, accused of deeds I ne'er have done. Now, O my lords, or you are wise, speak truly what your hearts advise, and, pondering each event, inquire the reason of the prince's ire. No fear have I of Lakshma? None, no dread of Rahu's mightier son. But wrath, that fires a friendly breast without due cause, disturbs my rest. With labor light is friendship gained, but with severest toil maintained. And doubt is strong, and faith is weak, pg 364, and friendship dies when traitors speak. Hence is my troubled bosom cold with fear of Ra lofty souled. For heavy on my spirit weigh his favors I can ne'er repay. He ceased, and Hanum of all the VRs in the council hall in wisdom first, and rank, expressed the thoughts that filled his prudent breast. No marvel thou rememberest yet the service thou shouldst ne'er forget, how the brave prince of Rahu's seed thy days from fear and peril freed. And be I for thy sake o'erthrew, whom Indra's self might scarce subdue. I doubt not Ra's anger burns for the scant love thy heart returns. For this he sends his brother, him whose glory never waxes dim. Sunk in repose thy careless eye marks not the seasons as they fly, nor sees that autumn has begun with dark blooms opening to the sun. Clear is the sky, no cloudlet mars the splendor of the shining stars. The balmy air is soft and still, and clear and bright are lake and rill. Thou heedest not with blinded eyes the hour for warlike enterprise. Hence Lakshma hither comes to break thy slothful trance and bid thee wake. Then, monarch, with a patient ear the high-souled Ra's message hear, which, reft of wife and realm and friends, thus by another's mouth he sends. Thou, VR king, hast done amiss, and now I see no way but this, before his envoy humbly stand and sue for peace with suppliant hand. High duty bids a courtier seek his master's weal, and freely speak. So by no thought of fear controlled my speech, O king, is free and bold, for Ra, if his anger glow, can, with the terrors of his bow this earth with all the gods subdue. Gandharvas, 635 and the demon crew. Unwise to stir his wrathful mood whose favor must again be wooed. And, most of all, unwise for one grateful like thee for service done. Go with thy son and kinsman, bend thy humble head and greet thy friend. And, like a fond obedient spouse, be faithful to thy plighted vows. Canto XXXII. Lakshman's entry. Through the fair city Lakshma came, invited in Sugra's name. Within the gates the guardian bands of 5 Rs raised their suppliant hands, and in their ordered ranks, amazed, upon the princely hero gazed. They marked each burning breath he drew, the fury of his soul they knew. Their hearts were chilled with sudden fear, they gazed, but dared not venture near. Before his eyes the city, gay with gems and flowery gardens, lay, where fane and palace rose on high, and things of beauty charmed the eye. Where trees of every blossom grew yielding their fruit and season due to 5 hours of celestial seed who wore each varied form at need, fair-faced and glorious with the shine of heavenly robes and wreaths divine. Their sandal, aloe, lotus bloomed, and their delicious breath perfumed the city's broad street, redolent of sugary made 636 and honey scent. There many a lofty palace rose like Vindhya or the Lord of Snows, and with sweet murmur sparkling rills leapt lightly down the sheltering hills. On many a glorious palace, raised for prince and noble, 637 Lakshma gazed, like clouds of paly hue they shone with fragrant wreaths that hung thereon, their wealth of jewels was enshrined, and fairer gems of womankind. There gleamed, of noble height and size, like Indra's mansion in the skies, protected by a crystal fence of rock, the royal residence, with roof and turret high and bright like Mount Kaila's loftiest height. Their blooming trees, Mahendra's gift, high o'er the walls were seen to lift their golden fruited boughs, that made with leaf and flower delicious shade. He saw a band of VRs wait, PG 365 wielding their weapons, at the gate where golden portals flashed between celestial garlands red and green. Within SUGRA's fair abode unchecked the mighty hero strode, as when the son of autumn shrouds his glory in a pile of clouds. Through 7 wide courts he quickly passed, and reached the royal tower at last, where seats were set with couch and bed of gold and silver richly spread. While the young chieftain's feet drew near the sound of music reached his ear, as the soft breathings of the flute came blending with the voice and lute. Then beauty showed her youth and grace and varied charm of form and face, soft bright-eyed creatures, fair and young, gay garlands round their necks were hung, and greater charms to each were lent by richest dress and ornament. He saw the calm attendants wait about their lord in careless state, heard women's girdles chime in sweet accordance with their tinkling feet. He heard the anklets' silvery sound, he saw the calm that reigned around, and o'er him, as he listened, came a rush of rage, a flood of shame. He drew his bowstring, with a clang from east to west the welkin rang, then in his modest mood withdrew a little from the lady's view, and sternly silent stood apart, while wrath for filled his heart. Sugra knew the sounding string, and at the call the VR king sprang swiftly from his golden seat, and feared the coming prince to meet. Then with cold lips that terror dried to beauteous tea thus he cried, "What cause of anger, O my spouse fair with the charm of lovely brows, sets Lakshma's gentle breast on fire, and brings him an unwonted ire? Say, canst thou see, O faultless dame, a cause to fill his soul with flame? For there must be a reason when such fury stirs the king of men. Reveal the sin, if sin of mine anger the lord of Rahu's line. Or go thyself, his rage subdue, and with soft words his favor woo. Soon as on thee his eyes are set his heart this anger will forget, for men like him of lofty mind are never stern with womankind. First let thy gentle speech disarm his fury, and his spirit charm, and I, from fear of peril free, the conqueror of his foes will see." She heard, with faltering steps and slow, with eyes that shone with trembling glow, with gold-girt body gently bent to meet the stranger prince she went. When Lakshma saw the VR queen with tranquil eyes and modest mien, before the dame he bent his head, and anger, at her presence, fled. Made bold by draughts of wine, and cheered by Lakshma's look no more she feared, and in the trust his favor lent she thus addressed him eloquent, "Whence springs thy burning fury? Say, who dares thy will to disobey? Who checks the maddened flames that seize on forests full of withered trees?" Then Lakshma spoke, her mind to ease, his kind reply in words like these: "Thy lord his days in pleasure spends, heedless of duty and of friends, nor dost thou mark, though fondly true, the evil path his steps pursue. He cares not for affairs of state, nor us forlorn and desolate, but sits a mere spectator still, a sensual slave to pleasure's will. 4 months were fixed, the time agreed when he should help us in our need, but, bound in toils of pleasure fast, he sees not that the months are past. Where beats the heart which draughts of wine to virtue or to gain incline? Hast thou not heard those draughts destroy virtue and gain and love and joy? For those who, helped at need, refuse their aid in turn, their virtue lose, and they who scorn a friend disdain a treasure not may buy again. Thy Lord has cast his friend away, nor feared from virtue's path to stray. If this be true, declare, O dame who knowest duty's every claim, what further work remains for us deceived and disappointed thus? She listened, for his words were kind, where virtue showed with gain combined, and thus in turn the prince addressed, as hope was rising in his breast, no time, no cause of wrath I see with those who live and honor thee, and thou shouldst bear without offense thy servant's fitful negligence. I know the seasons glide away, while our aid maddens at delay. I know what deed our thanks has earned, I know that grace should be returned. But still I know, wait or befall, that conquering love is Lord of all. Pg 366. Nowhere Sugra's thoughts, possessed by one absorbing passion, rest. But he whom sensual joys debase heeds not the claim of time and place, and seizes not with his blinded sight his duty or his gain or right. Oh, pardon him who loves me. Spare the VR caught in pleasure's snare, and once again let our grace with favor him who rules our race. E'en royal saints, whose chief delight was penance and austerest rite, at love's commandment have unbent, beguiled by sweetest blandishment. And know, Sugra, roused at last, the order to his lords has passed, and, long by love and bliss delayed, wakes all on fire your hopes to aid. A countless host his city fills, new gathered from 1,000 hills, impetuous chiefs, who where at need each varied form, his legions lead. Come then, O hero, kept aloof by modest awe, nor fear reproof, a faithful friend untouched by blame may look upon another's dame. He passed within, by tea pressed, and by his own impatient breast, refulgent there in sun-like sheen Sugra on his throne was seen. Gay garlands round his neck were twined, and rum by her lord recline. Canto XXXIV Lakshman's speech. Sugra started from his rest with doubt and terror in his breast. He heard the prince's furious tread, he saw his eyes glow fiercely red. Swift sprang the monarch to his feet, upstarting from his golden seat. Rose Rum and her fellows, too, and closely round Sugra drew, as round the moon's full glory stand attendant stars and glittering band. Sugra glanced with reddened eyes, raised his joined hands in suppliant guise, flew to the door, and rooted there stood like the tree that grants each prayer. 638. And Lakshma saw, and, fiercely moved, with angry speech the king reproved, famed is the prince who loves the truth, whose soul is touched with tender ruth, who, liberal, keeps each sense subdued, and pays the debt of gratitude. But all unmeet a king to be, the meanest of the mean is he who basely breaks the promise made to trusting friends who lend him aid. He sins who for a steed has lied, as if 100 steeds had died, or if he lie, a cow to win, tenfold as heavy is the sin. But if the lie a man betray, both he and his shall all decay. 639. O VR King, the thankless man is worthy of the general ban, who takes assistance of his friends, and in his turn no service lends. This verse of old by Brahm sung is echoed now by every tongue. Hear what he cried in angry mood, bewailing man's ingratitude, for draughts of wine, for slaughtered cows, for treacherous theft, for broken vows. A pardon is ordained, but none for thankless scorn of service done. Ungrateful, VR King, art thou, and faithless to thy plighted vow. For Ra brought thee help, and yet thou shunnest to repay the debt, or, grateful, thou hadst surely pressed to aid the hero in his quest. Thou art, in vulgar pleasures drowned, false to thy bond in honor bound. Nor yet has Ra's guileless heart discerned thee for the thing thou art, a snake who holds the frogs that cries and lures fresh victims as it dies. Brave Ra, born for glorious fate, has set thee in thy high estate, and to the Vr's throne restored, great Sewelled himself, their mean Sewelled lord. Now if thy pride disown what he, high-thoughted prince, has done for thee, struck by his arrows shalt thou fall, and be I meet in Wise Hall. Still open, to the gloomy god, lies the sad path thy brother trod. Then to thy plighted word be true, nor let thy steps that path pursue. Methinks the shafts of Ra, shot like thunderbolts, thou heedest not, who canst, absorbed in sensual bliss, thy promise from thy mind dismiss. PG 367 Canto XXX VTS Speech. He ceased, and he starry-eyed thus to the angry prince replied, Not to my lord shouldst thou address a speech so fraught with bitterness, not thus reproached my lord should be, and least of all, O prince, by thee. He is no thankless coward, with spirit dead to valour's glow. From paths of truth he never strays, nor wanders in forbidden ways. Ne'er will Sugra's heart forget, by Ra saved, the lasting debt. Still in his grateful breast will live the succor none but he could give. Restored to fame by Ra's grace, to empire o'er the VR race, from ceaseless dread and toil set free, restored to Rum and to me, by grief and care and exile tried, new to the bliss so long denied, like Vis Vitra once, alas, he marks not how the seasons pass. That saint 10,000 years remained, by sweet great HS 640 love enchained, and deemed those years, that flew away so lightly, but a single day. Oh, if those years unheeded flew by him who times and seasons knew, unequaled for his lofty mind, what marvel meaner eyes are blind. Then be not angry, Rahu's son, and let thy brother feel for one who many a weary year has spent stranger to love and blandishment. Let not this wrath thy soul inflame, like some mean wretch unknown to fame, for high and noble hearts like thine love mercy and to ruth incline, calm and deliberate, and slow with anger's raging fire to glow. At length, O righteous prince, relent, nor let my words in vain be spent, this sudden blaze of fury slake, I pray thee for Sugra's sake. He would renounce at Ra's call Rum and Angad, me and all who call him lord, his golden grain, the favor of his friend to gain. His arms shall slay the fiend more base in soul than all his impious race, and happy Ra reunite to us rival and delight of the triumphant moon when he rejoins his darling Rohi. 641 10 million demons guard the gates of Lank family barred. All hope until that host be slain, to smite the robber king is vain. Nor with Sugra's aid alone may king and host be overthrown. Thus ere he died or well he knew spake Bi, and his words are true. I know not what his proofs might be, but speak the words he spake to me. Hence far and wide our lords are sent to raise the mightiest armament, for their return Sugra awaits ere he can sally from his gates. Still is the oath Sugra swore kept family even as before, and the great host this day will be assembled by the king's decree, 10,000 troops, who wear the form of monkey and of bear, prepared for thee the war to wage, then let thy wrath no longer rage. The matrons of the VR race see marks of fury in thy face. They see thine eyes like blood are red, and will not yet be comforted. Canto XXX VIS Sugra's speech. She ceased, and Lakshma gave assent, won by her gentle argument. So T.S. pleading, just and mild, his softening heart had reconciled. His altered mood Sugra saw, and cast aside the fear and all like raiment heavy with the rain which on his troubled soul had lain. Then quickly to the ground he threw his flowery garland, bright of hue, which round his royal neck he wore, and, sobered, was himself once more. Then turning to the princely man in soothing words the king began, My glory, wealth, and royal sway to other hands had passed away, but Ra to my rescue came, and gave me back my power and fame. O Lakshma? Say, whose grateful heart PG 368 could nurse the hope to pay in part, by service of a life, the deed of Ra sprung of heavenly seed. His foeman Ra shall be slain, and S shall be his again. The hero's side I will not leave, but he the conquest shall achieve. What need of help has he who drew his bow, and one great arrow flew through 7 tall trees, a mountain rent, and cleft the earth with force unspent. What aid needs he who shook his bow, and at the sound the earth below with hill and wood and rooted rock quaked fevers with the thunder shock? Yet all my legions will I bring, and follow close the warrior king marching on his impetuous way fierce array, and his hosts to slay. If I be guilty of offense, careless through love or negligence, let him his loyal slave forgive. For error cleaves to all who live. Thus King Sugra, good and brave, in humble words his answer gave. Softened was Lakshma's angry mood, who thus his friendly speech renewed. My brother, we our king, will see a champion and a friend in thee. So strong art thou, so brave and bold, so pure in thought, so humble-souled, that thou deservest well to reign and all a monarch's bliss to gain. Lend thou my brother aid, and all his foes beneath his arm will fall. Full well the words thou speakest suit a chieftain wise and resolute, with grateful heart that loves the right, and foot that never yields in fight. O come, and my sad brother cheer, who mourns the wife he holds so dear. O pardon, friend, my harsh address, and R.A.'s frantic bitterness. Canto XXXVII. The Gathering. He ceased, and King Sugra cried to sage Han 642 by his side, summon the VR legions, those who dwell about the Lord of Snows, those who in Vindhyan groves delight, Kaila's, or Mahendra's height, dwell on the 5 bright peaks, or where Mandar's white summit cleaves the air, wherever they are wandering free in highlands by the western sea, on that east hill whence springs the sun, or where he sinks when day is done. Call the great chiefs whose legions fill the forests of the Lotus Hill, 643, where every one in strength and size with the stupendous Anjan 644 vies. Call those, with tints of burnished gold, who Ma'ala's caverns hold, those who on Dhra roam, or hide in the wild woods on Meru's side. Call those who, brilliant as the sun, on high Mayu leap and run, quaffing sweet juices that distill from odorous trees upon the hill. Call those whom tranquil haunts delight, where dwell the sage and anchorite in groves that through their wide extent exhale 1,000 blossoms scent. Send out, from coast to coast assemble all the VR host, with force, with words, with gifts of price compel, admonish and entice. Already envoys have been sent to warn them of their lord's intent. Let others urged by thee repeat my mandate, that their steps be fleet. Those lords who yielding to the sway of love's delight would fain delay, urge hither with the utmost speed, or with thee to my presence lead, and those who linger to the last until 10 days be come and past, and dare their sovereign to defy, for their offense shall surely die. Thousands, yea millions, shall there be, obedient to their king's decree, the lions of the VR race, assembled from each distant place, forth shall they haste like hills in size, or mighty clouds that veil the skies, and swiftly speeding on their way bring all our legions in array. PG 369. He ceased, the son of VU 645 heard, submissive to his sovereign's word, and sent his rapid envoys forth to east and west and south and north. They bent their airy course afar along the paths of bird and star, and sped through ether farther yet where Vishnu's splendid sphere is set. 646. By sea, on hill, by wood and lake they called to arms for Ra's sake, as each with terror in his breast obeyed his awful king's behest. 3,000,000 VRs, fierce and strong as Anjan's self, a wondrous throng sped from the spot where Ra still gazed restless from the woody hill. 10,000,000 others, brave and bold, with coats that shone like burning gold, came flying from the mountain crest where sinks the weary sun to rest. Impetuous from the northern skies, where Mount Kaila's summits rise, 10 millions hasted, hued like manes of lions, ne'er subdued, the dwellers on Himaya's side, whose food his root and fruit supplied, with rangers of the Vindhyan chain and neighbors of the milky main. 647. Some from the palm groves where they fed, some from the woods of beetle sped, in countless numbers, fierce and brave, they came from mountain, lake, and cave. As on their way the VRs went to rouse each distant armament, they chanced that wondrous tree to view that on Himaya's summit grew. Of old upon that sacred height was wrought Mahesvar's 648 glorious rite, which every god in heaven beheld, and his glad heart with triumph swelled. There from pure seed at random sown bright plants with luscious fruit had grown, and, sweet as amrit to the taste, the summit of the mountain graced. Who once should eat the virtuous fruit that sprang from so divine a root, one whole revolving moon should be from every pang of hunger free. The VRs culled the fruit they found ripe on the sacrificial ground with rare celestial odor sweet, to lay them at SUGRA's feet. Those noble envoys scoured the land to summon every VR band, then swiftly homeward at the head of countless armaments they sped. They gathered by Kishkin's wall. They thronged SUGRA's palace hall, and, richly laden, bare within that fruit of heavenly origin. Their gifts before their king they spread, and thus in tones of triumph said, "Through every land our way we took to visit hill and wood and brook, and all thy hosts from east to west flock hither at their lord's behest." SUGRA with delighted look the present of his envoys took, then bade them go, with gracious speech rewarding and dismissing each. Cantos SUGRA's departure. Thus all the princely VRs, true to their appointed tasks, withdrew. SUGRA deemed already done the work he planned for Rahu's son. Then Lakshma gently spoke and cheered SUGRA, for his valor feared. "Now, chieftain, if thy will be so, forth from Kishkin let us go." SUGRA's heart swelled high with pride as to the prince he thus replied, "Come, speed we forth without delay, 'tis mine thy mandate to obey." SUGRA bade the dames adieu, and he and the rest withdrew. Then at their chieftain's summons came the VRs first in rank and fame, a trusty, brave and reverent band, meeting before a queen to stand. They at his call made haste to bring the litter of the glorious king. "Mount, O my friend!" SUGRA cried, and straight Sumitra's son complied. Then took by Lakshma south side his place the sovereign of the woodland race, upraised by VRs, fleet and strong, who bore the glittering load along. On high above his royal head a paly canopy was spread, and chowries white in many a hand the forehead of the monarch fanned, and shell and drum and song and shout pealed round him as the king passed out. PG 370 About the monarch went a throng of 5R warriors brave and strong, as onward to the mountain shade where RA dwelt his way he made. Soon as the lovely spot he viewed where RA lived in solitude, the VR monarch, far renowned, with Lakshma, lightly stepped to ground, and to the son of Rahu went joining his raised hands reverent. As their great leader raised his hands, so suppliant stood the VR bands. Well pleased the son of Rahu saw those legions, hushed in reverent awe, stand silent like the tranquil floods that raise their hands of lotus buds. But Ra, when the king, to greet his friend, had bowed him at his feet, raised him who ruled the VR race, and held him in a close embrace. Then, when his arms he had unknit, besought him by his side to sit, and thus with gentle words the best of men the VR king addressed, the prince who well his days divides, and knows aright the times and tides to follow duty, joy, or gain, he, only he, deserves to reign. But he who wealth and virtue leaves, and every hour to pleasure cleaves, falls from his bliss like him who wakes from slumber on a branch that breaks. True king is he who smites his foes, and favor to his servants shows, and of that fruit makes timely use which virtue, wealth, and joy produce. The hour is come that bids thee rise to aid me in my enterprise. Then call thy nobles to debate, and with their help deliberate. Lost was my power, the king replied, all strength had fled, all hope had died. The VRs owned another lord, but by thy grace was all restored. All this, O conqueror of the foe, to thee and Lakshma? Said I owe. And his should be the villain's shame who durst deny the sacred claim. These 5R chiefs of noblest birth have at my bidding roamed the earth, and brought from distant regions all our legions at their monarch's call, fierce bears with monkey troops combined, and apes of every varied kind, terrific in their forms, who dwell in grove and wood and bosky dell, the bright Gandharvesh brood, the seed of gods. 649 They change their shapes at need. each with his legions in array. Hither, O Prince, they make their way. They come, and tens of millions swell to numbers that no tongue may tell. 650 For thee their armies will unite with chiefs, Mahendra's peers in might. From Meru and from Vindhya's chain they come like clouds that bring the rain. These round thee to the war will go, to smite to earth thy demon foe. Will slay the Arshus and restore thy consort when the fight is o'er. Canto XXXIX. The VR host. Then R.A., best of all who guide their steps by duty, thus replied, What marvel if Lord Indra send the kindly rain, O faithful friend? If, thousand raid, the god of day drive every darksome cloud away? Or, rising high, the lord of night flood the broad heaven with silver light? What marvel, king, that one like thee the glory of his friends should be? No marvel, O my lord, that thou hast shown thy noble nature now. Thy heart, Sugra, well I know, not from thy lips but truth may flow. With thee for friend and champion all my foes beneath my arm will fall. The Arshus, when my queen he stole, brought sure destruction on his soul, like Anulla 651 who beguiled Queen Sak called Puloma's child. Yes, near, Sugra, is the day when I my demon foes shall slay, as conquering Indra in his ire slew Queen Palame's haughty sire. 652 pg 371 He ceased, thick clouds of dust rose high to every quarter of the sky, the very sun grew faint and pale behind the darkly gathering veil. The mighty clouds that hung overhead from east to west thick darkness spread, and earth to her foundations shook with hill and forest, lake and brook. Then hidden was the ground beneath fierce warriors armed with fearful teeth, hosts numberless, each lord in size a match for him who rules the skies, from many a sea and distant hill, from rock and river, lake and rill. Some like the morning sun were bright, some, like the moon, were silver white, these green as lotus fibers, those white-coated from their native snows. 653 Then Sutabali came in view girt by a countless retinue, like some gold mountain high in air. T.S. illustrious sire 654 was there. There Ramesh father, 655 far renowned, with tens of thousands ranged around. There, tinted like the tender green of lotus filaments, was seen, compassed by countless legions, one whose face was as the morning sun, Han's father good and great, Kesar 656 wisest in debate. There the proud King Gav Shah, feared for his strong warrior arm, appeared. There Dhr, mighty lord, the dread of foes, his ursine legions led. There Panas, first for warlike fame, with 20 million warriors came. There glorious Na, dark of hue, arrayed his countless troops in view. There moved Lord Gavaya brave and bold, resplendent like a hill of gold, and near him Dwaraka stood with millions from the hill and wood, and Dwivid famed for strength and speed, and Mamda, both of aspen seed. There Gaja, strong and glorious, led the countless troops around him spread, and Jabab 657 the king whose sway the bears delighted to obey, with swarming myriads onward pressed true to his lord Sugra's hest. And princely Ruman, dear to fame, led millions whom no hosts could tame. All these and many a chief beside 658 came onward fierce in warlike pride. They covered all the plain, and still pressed forward over wood and hill. In rows for many a league around they rested on the grassy ground. Or to Sugra made their way, like clouds about the Lord of Day, and to the king their proud heads bent in power and might preeminent. Sugra then to Ra sped, and raised his reverent hands, and said that every chief from coast to coast was present with his warrior host. Canto XL. The Army of the East. With practised eye the king reviewed the Vyarsh countless multitude, and, joying that his hest was done, thus spake to Rahu's mighty son, See, all the Vyar hosts who fear my sovereign might are gathered here. Chiefs strong as Indra's self, whose speed were they list, these armies lead. Fierce and terrific to the view as Daityas or the Diav 659 crew, pg 372 famed in all lands for souls afire with lofty thoughts. They never tire, o'er hill and vale they wander free, and islets of the distant sea. and these gathered myriads, all will serve thee, at thy call. Waiter thy heart advises, say, thy mandates will the host obey. Then answered as he pressed the VR monarch to his breast, O search for my lost S, strive to find her if she still survive, and in thy wondrous wisdom trace fierce Ra to his dwelling place. And when by toil and search we know where S lies and where the foe, with thee, dear friend, will I devise fit means to end the enterprise. Not mine, not Lakshma? S is the power to guide us in the doubtful hour. Thou, sovereign of the VRs, thou must be our hope and leader now. He ceased. At King Sugra's call near came a VR strong and tall, huge as a towering mountain, loud as some tremendous thundercloud, a prince who warlike legions led. To him his sovereign turned and said, Go, take 10,660 of our race well trained in lore of time and place, and search the eastern region. Through groves, woods, and hills thy way pursue. There seek for us, trace the spot where Ra hides, and weary not. Search for the captive in the caves of mountains, and by woods and waves. To Sarj 661 Cossack 662 Repair, Bhagath's daughter 663 Fresh and fair. Search mighty Yemen's 664 Peak, explore swift Yemen's 665 Delightful Shore, Sarasvati 666 and Sindhu's 667 Tide, and rapid Sona's 668 Pebbly Side. Then roam afar by Ma's 669 bed where Kama's groves are spread. Go where the silken tissue shines, go to the land of silver mines 670 visit each island mountain steep and city circled by the deep, and distant villages that high about the peaks of Mandar lie. Speed over Yavadvipa's land, 671 and see Mount Caesar 672 proudly stand uplifting to the skies his head by gods and deities visited. Search each ravine and mountain pass, each tangled thicket deep in grass. Search every cave with utmost care if haply Ra's queen be there. Then pass beyond the sounding sea where heavenly beings wander free, and Sona's 673 waters swift and strong with ruddy billows foam along. Search where his shelving banks descend, search where the hanging woods extend. Try if the pathless thickets screen the robber and the captive queen. Search where the torrent floods that rend the mountain to the plains descend, search dark abysses where they rave, search mountain slope and wood and cave, then on with rapid feet and gain the inlands of the fearful main where, tortured by the tempest's lash, against rude rocks the billows dash, an ocean like a sable cloud, whose margent monstrous serpents crowd, PG 373 an ocean rising with a roar to beat upon an iron shore. Onward still. Your feet shall tread shores of the sea whose waves are red, where spreading wide your eyes shall see the guilt-tormenting cotton tree 674 and the wild spot where Garu 675 dwells, which gems adorn and ocean shells, high as Kala, nobly decked, wrought by the heavenly architect 676 huge giants named Mandahas 677 there in each foul shape they love to wear, numbing the soul with terror's chill, hang from the summit of the hill. When darts the sun his earliest beam they plunge them in the ocean stream, new vigor from his rays obtain, and hang upon the rocks again. Speed onward still, your steps shall be at length beside the milky sea whose every ripple as it curls gleams glorious with its wealth of pearls. Amid that sea like pale clouds spread the white Mount Rishabh 678 rears his head. About the mountain's glorious waste woods redolent of bloom are braced. A lake where lotuses unfold their silver buds with threads of gold, Sudarshan ever bright and fair where white swans sport, lies gleaming there, the wandering Kinnair's 679 dear resort, where heavenly nymphs and yakshas 680 sport. On. Leave the milky sea behind, another flood your search shall find, a waste of waters, wild and drear, that chills each living heart with fear. There see the horse's awful head, wrath-born, that flames in ocean's bed 681 there rises up a fearful cry from the sea things that move thereby, when, helpless, powerless for flight, they gaze upon the horrid sight. Pass to the northern shore, And then beyond the flood 3 leagues and 10 your wondering glances will behold Mount Jr 682 bright with gold. There like the young moon pale of hue the monstrous serpent 683 will ye view, the earth's supporter, whose bright eyes resemble lotus leaves in size. He rests upon the mountain's brow, and all the gods before him bow. An Anto with 1,000 heads his length in robes of azure spreads. A triple-headed palm of gold meets standard for the lofty Sewelled springs towering from the mountain's crest beneath whose shade he loves to rest, so that in eastern realms each god may use it as a measuring rod. Beyond, with burning goldy glow, the eastern steep his peaks will show, which in unrivaled glory rise 100 leagues to pierce the skies, and all the neighboring air is bright with golden trees that clothe the height. A lofty peak uprises there 10 leagues in height and 1 league square Samanas, wrought of glistering gold, ne'er to be loosened from its hold. There his first step Lord Vish you placed when through the universe he paced, and with his second lightly pressed the loftiest peak of Meru's crest. When north of Jambud 684 the sun PG 374 a portion of his course has run, and hangs above this mountain height, then creatures see the genial light. They gazes, 685 saints far renowned, and be Achilles 686 love the ground wherein their glory half divine, touched by the morning glow, they shine the light that flashes from that steep illumines all Sudar sand, 687 and on each creature, as it glows, the sight and strength of life bestows. Search well that mountain's woody side if there his captive hide. The rising sun, the golden hill the air with growing splendors fill, till flashes from the east the red of morning with the light they shed. This, where the sun begins his state, is earth and heaven's most eastern gate. Through all the mountain forests seek by waterfall and cave and peak. Search every nook and bosky dell, if there with dwell. There, VRs, there your steps must stay, no farther eastward can ye stray. Beyond no sun, no moon gives light, but all is sunk in endless night. Thus far, O VR lords, may you o'ersee and lend your search pursue. But wild and dark and known to none is the drear space beyond the sun. That mountain whence the sun ascends year-long and weary journey ends 688 now go, and in a month return, and let success my praises earn. He who beyond the month shall stay will with his life the forfeit pay. Canto XLI. The Army of the South. He gathered next a chosen band for service in the southern land. He summoned a son of fire, and, offspring of the eternal sire, Jabav bold and strong and tall, and Hanum, the best of all, and many a valiant lord beside, 689 with Angad for their chief and guide. Go forth, he cried, with all this host exploring to the southern coast, the 1,000 peaks that Vindhya shows where every tree and creeper grows, where Narmad S690 sweet waters run, and serpents bask them in the sun, where Krish Ave S691 currents flee, and Spartle's fair god R692 through Mekal 693 pass and Utkal's 694 land, go where Das a 695 cities stand. Avant 96 seek, of high renown, and Abravantes 697 glorious town. Search every hill and brook and cave where Axewoods their branches wave Yamak 698 woody hill explore whose sides are bright with richest ore, lifting his glorious head on high from bloomy groves that round him lie. PG 375 search well his forests where the breeze blows fragrant from the sandal trees. Then will you see KRS 699 stream whose pleasant waters glance and gleam, and to the lovely banks entice the sportive maids of paradise. High on the top of Malaya's 700 hill, in holy musing, calm and still, sits, radiant as the Lord of Light, Agastya, 701 noblest anchorite. Soon as that lofty-thoughted Lord his high permission shall accord, past T-Rapper S702 flood whose isles are loved by basking crocodiles. The sandalwoods that fringe her side those islets and her waters hide. While, like an amorous matron, she speeds to her own dear lord the sea. Thence hasting on your way behold the P.S. 703 gates of pearl and gold. Then, with your task maturely planned, on ocean's shore your feet will stand. Where, by Agastya's high decree, Mahendra, 704 planted in the sea, with tinted peaks against the tide rises in solitary pride, and glorious in his golden glow spurns back the waves that beat below. Fair mountain, bright with creepers bloom and every tint that trees assume, where Yaksha, God, and heavenly maid meet wandering in the lovely shade, at changing moon and solemn tide by Indra's presence glorified. 100 leagues in fair extent and island 705 fronts the continent, no man may tread its glittering shore, with utmost heed that I'll explore, for the fair country owns the sway of our whom we burn to slay. A mighty monster stands to keep the passage of the southern deep. Lifting her awful arms on high she grasps e'en shadows as they fly. Speed through that isle, and onward still where in mid-sea the flowery hill 706 raises on high his plumy head by saints and angels visited. There, with 100 gleaming peaks bright as the sun, the sky he seeks, one glorious peak the Lord of Day gilds ever with his loving ray. Thereon ne'er yet the glances fell of thankless wretch or infidel. Bow to that hill and reverence due, and then once more your search pursue. Beyond that glorious mountain high, NSEV 707 proud hill is nigh. Your rapid course yet farther bend where Vidyat 708 airy peaks ascend. Their trees of noblest sort, profuse of wealth, their kindly gifts produce. Their precious fruits, OVRs, taste, the honey sip, and onward haste. Next will ye see Mount Kundra rise, who cheers with beauty hearts and eyes. There is Agastya's 709 mansion, decked by heaven's all-molding architect. Near Bhagavaten stands, the place where dwell the hosts of serpent race, a broad-wayed city, walled and barred, which watchful legions keep and guard, the fiercest of the serpent youth, each awful for his venom tooth, and throned in his imperial hall is 5 Uki 711 who rules them all. Explore the serpent city well, search town and tower and citadel, and scan each field and wood that lies around it, with your watchful eyes. Beyond that spot your way pursue, a noble mountain shall ye view, named Rishabh, like a mighty bull, with gems made bright and beautiful. PG 376 All trees of sandal flourish there of heavenly fragrance, rich and rare. But, though they tempt your longing eyes, avoid to touch them, and be wise. For Rohidas, a guardian band of fierce Gandharvas, round them stand, who 5 bright sovereign lords 712 obey, in glory like the god of day. Here by good deeds a home is won with shapes like fire, the moon, the sun. Here they who merit heaven by worth dwell on the confines of the earth. There stay, beyond it, dark and drear, lies the departed spirit's sphere, and, girt with darkness, far from bliss, is Y's sad metropolis 713 so far, my lords, o'er land and sea your destined course is plain and free. Beyond your steps you may not set, where a living thing ne'er journeyed yet. With utmost care these realms survey, and all you meet upon the way. And, when the lady's course is traced, back to your king, OVRs, haste. And he who tells me he has seen, after long search, the Maithil queen, shall gain a noble guerdon, he in power and bliss shall equal me. Dear as my very life, above his fellows in his master's love. I call him, yea though stained with crime, my kinsman from that happy time. Canto XLII. The Army of the West. Then to Sugr bent, and thus addressed him reverend, 200,000 of our best with thee, my lord, shall seek the west. Explore Sir H. Raz 714, distant plain, explore 5 LA's 715 wild domain, and all the pleasant brooks that flee through mountains to the western sea. Search clustering groves on mountain heights, and woods the home of anchorites. Search where the breezy hills are high, search where the desert regions lie. Search all the western land beset with woody mountains like a net. The country's farthest limit reach, and stand upon the ocean beach. There wander through the groves of palm where the soft air is full of balm. Through grassy dell and dark ravine seek our and the Mayflow Queen. Go visit Sumagiri's 716 steep where Sindhu 717 mingles with the deep. Their lions, borne on swift wings, roam the levels of their mountain home, and elephants and monsters bear, caught from the ocean, to their lair. Ye 5Rs, changing forms at will, with rapid search must scour the hill, and his sky-kissing peak of gold where Lovelius trees their blooms unfold. Their golden peaked, ablaze with light, a prize is Ras 718 height where wild Gandharvas, fierce and fell, in bands of countless myriads dwell. Pluck ye no fruit within the wood. Beware the impious neighborhood, where, very mighty, strong, and hard to overcome, the fruit they guard. Yet search for Yannick's daughter still, for 5Rs there need fear no ill. Near, bright as turkeys, Vajra 719 named, there stands a hill of diamond framed. Soaring 100 leagues in pride, with trees and creepers glorified. Search there each cave and dark abyss by waterfall and precipice. Far in that sea the wild waves beat on Chakrav S720 firm-rooted feet. Where the great discus, 721,000 raid, by 5 Akarm S722 art was made. When Panchajan 723 the fiend was slain. And Hyagra, 724 fierce in vain, PG 377 thence taking shell and discus went Lord Vish. You, God preeminent. On 60,000 hills of gold with wondering eyes shall ye behold, where in his glory everyone is brilliant as the morning sun. Full in the midst King Meru, 725 best of mountains, lifts his lofty crest, on whom of yore, as all have heard, the sun well pleased this boon conferred, on thee, O King, on thee and thine light, day and night, shall ever shine. Gandharvas, gods who love thee well and on thy sacred summits dwell, undimmed in luster, bright and fair, the golden sheen shall ever share. The Visvas, 726 Vasis, 727 they who ride the tempest, 728 every god beside, draw nigh to Meru's lofty crest when evening darkens in the west, and to the parting Lord of Day the homage of their worship pay, ere yet a while, unseen of all, behind Mount Austa's 729 peaks he fall. Wrought by the heavenly artist's care a glorious palace glitters there, and round about it sweet birds sing where the gay trees are blossoming, the home of Veru? 730 high-souled Lord, wrist-girded with his deadly cord 731 with 10 tall stems, a palm between Meru and Austa's hill is seen, pure silver from the base it springs, and far and wide its luster flings. Sikar and the dame by brook, in pathless glen, in leafy nook on Meru's crest a hermit lies bright with the light that penance gives, Sr. I 732 is he named, renowned as Ram's peer, with glory crowned. There bowing down in reverence speak and ask him of the dame you seek. Thus far the splendid Lord of Day pursues through heaven his ceaseless way, shedding on every spot his light. Then sinks behind Mount Austa's heights, thus far advance, the sunless sea beyond is all unknown to me. Sush? Of mighty arm, long tried in peril, shall your legions guide. Receive his words with high respect, and ne'er his lightest wish neglect. He is my consort's sire, and hence deserves the utmost reverence. Canto XLII. The Army of the North. Forth went the legions of the West, and wise Sugra addressed Satable, summoned from the crowd. To whom the sovereign cried aloud, Go forth, O Vir chief, go forth, explore the regions of the north. Thy host 100,000 be, and wise sons 733 attend on thee. With dauntless courage, strength, and skill search every river, wood, and hill. Through every land in order go right onward to the hills of snow. Search mid the peaks that shine afar, in woods of Lot and Dod 734 search if with Yannick's daughter, screened by sheltering rocks, there lie the fiend. PG 378 the holy grounds of Soma tread by gods and minstrels visited. Reach K's mount, and flats that lie among the peaks that tower on high. Then leave that hill that gleams with ore, and fair Sudarson's heights explore. Then unto Devasik 35 high, loved by the children of the sky. A dreary land you then will see without a hill or brook or tree, 100 leagues, bare, wild, and dread in lifeless desolation, spread. Pursue your onward way, and haste through the dire horrors of the waste until triumphant with delight you reach Kale's glittering height. There stands a palace decked with gold, for King Kuvera 736 wrought of old, a home the heavenly artist planned and fashioned with his cunning hand. There lotuses adorn the flood with full-blown flower and opening bud where swans and mallards float, and gay apsaras 737 come down to play. There King Vaisrava S738 self, the Lord by all the universe adored, who golden gifts to mortals sends, lives with the Guhyakas 739 his friends. Search every cavern in the steep and green glens where the moonbeams sleep, if haply in that distant ground the robber and the dame be found. Then unto Crunch's hill, 740 and through his fearful pass your way pursue, though dark and terrible the vale your wonted courage must not fail. There through abyss and cavern seek, on lofty ridge, and mountain peak, on. Pursue your journey still by valley, lake, and towering hill. Reach the North Kurush land, where rest the holy spirits of the blessed, where golden buds of lilies gleam resplendent on the silver stream, and leaves of azure turkeys throw soft splendor on the waves below. Bright as the sun at early morn fair pools that happy clime adorn, where shine the loveliest flowers on stems of crystal and all-valued gems. Blue lotuses through all the land the glories of their blooms expand, and the resplendent earth is strewn with peerless pearl and precious stone. Their stately trees can scarce uphold the burthen of their fruits of gold, and ever flaunt their gay attire of flower and leaf like flames of fire. All their sweet lives untroubled spend in bliss and joy that know not end, while pearl-decked maidens laugh, or sing to music of the silvery string 741 still on your forward journey keep, and rest you by the northern deep, where springing from the billows high Mount Samajiri 742 seeks the sky, and lightens with perpetual glow the sunless realm that lies below. There, present through all life's extent, dwells Brahm Lord Preeminent, and round the great God, manifest in Rudra 743 forms high sages rest. Then turn, O VRs, search no more, nor tempt the sunless, boundless shore. Canto XLIV. The Ring. But special counseling he gave to Hanum the wise and brave, PG 379 to him on whom his soul relied, with friendly words the monarch cried, O best of VRs, naught can stay by land or sea thy rapid way, who through the air thy flight canst bend, and to the immortals home ascend. All realms, I ween, are known to thee with every mountain, lake, and sea. In strength and speed which naught can tire thou, worthy rival of thy sire the mighty monarch of the wind, where'er thou wilt a way canst find. Exert thy power, O swift and strong, bring back the lady lost so long, for time and place, O thou most wise, lie open to thy searching eyes. When Ra heard that special hest to Hanum above the rest, he from the monarch's favor drew hope of success and trust anew that he on whom his lord relied, in toil and peril trained and tried, would to a happy issue bring the task commanded by the king. He gave the ring that bore his name, a token for the captive dame, that the sad lady in her woe the missive of her lord might know. This ring, he said, my wife will see, nor fear an envoy sent by me. Thy valor and thy skill combined, thy resolute and vigorous mind, and King Sugra's high behest, with joyful hopes inspire my breast. Canto XLV. The Departure. Away, away the VRs sped like locusts o'er the land outspread. To northern realms where rising high the king of mountains cleaves the sky, fierce Table with vast array of 5R warriors led the way. Far southward, as his lord decreed, wise Hanum, the wine god's seed, with Angad his swift way pursued, and Ta's warlike multitude, strong Vinata with all his band betook him to the eastern land, and brave Sush in eager quest sped swiftly to the gloomy west. Each 5R chieftain sought with speed the quarter by his king decreed, while from his legions rose on high the shout and boast and battle cry, we will restore the dame and beat the robber down beneath our feet. my arm alone shall win the day from our A. Met in single fray, shall rob the robber of his life, and rescue our A's captive wife all trembling in her fear and woe. Here, comrades, rest, no farther go, for I will vanquish hell, and she shall by this arm again be free. The rooted mountains will I rend, the mightiest trees will break and bend, earth to her deep foundations cleave, and make the calm sea throb and heave. 100 leagues from steep to steep in desperate bound my feet shall leap. My steps shall tread unchecked and free, through woods, o'er land and hill and sea, range as they list from flood to fell, and wander through the depths of hell. Canto XLVI. Sugra's Tale. How, King, cried Ra, didst thou gain thy lore of sea and hill and plain? I told thee how, Sugra said, from Bi's arm fled 744 to Malaya's hill, and strove to save his life by hiding in the cave. I told how Bi sought to kill his foe, the hollow of the hill. Nor need I, King, again unfold the wondrous tale already told. Then, wandering forth, my way I took by many a town and wood and brook. I roamed the earth from place to place, till, like a mirror's polished face, the whole broad disk, that lies between its farthest bounds, mine eyes had seen. I wandered first to eastern skies where fairest trees rejoiced mine eyes, and many a cave and wooded hill where lilies robed a lake and rill. Their metal dyes that hill 745 adorn whence springs the sun to light the morn. There, too, I viewed the milky sea, where nymphs of heaven delight to be. Then to the south I made my way from regions of the rising day, and roamed o'er Vindhya, where the breeze is odorous of sandal trees. Still in my fear I found no rest, I sought the regions of the west, and gazed on Asta, 746 where the sun PG 380 sinks when his daily course is run. Then from that noblest hill I fled and to the northern country sped, saw Hymov, 747 in Meru steep, and stood beside the northern deep. But when, by Bi's might oppressed, e'en in those wilds I could not rest, came Hanum the wise and brave, and thus his prudent counsel gave. I told thee how Matanga 748 cursed thy tyrant, that his head should burst in pieces, should he dare invade the precincts of that tranquil shade. There may we dwell in peace and be from thy oppressor's malice free. We went to Rishima's hill, and spent our days secure from ill where, with that curse upon his head, the cruel Bi durst not tread. Canto XLVII. The Return. Thus forth in quest of us went the legions King Sugra sent. To many a distant town they hied by many a lake and river's side. As their great sovereign's order taught, through valleys, plains, and groves they sought. They toiled unresting through the day, at night upon the ground they lay where the tall trees, whose branches swayed beneath their fruit, gave pleasant shade. Then, when a weary month was spent, back to Prizrava's hill they went, and stood with faces of despair before their king Sugra there. Thus, having wandered through the east, great Vinata his labors ceased, and weary of the fruitless pain returned to meet the king again. Brave Sutabali to the north had led his VR legions forth. Now to Sugra he sped with all his host dispirited. Sush? The western realms had sought, and homeward now his legions brought. All to Sugra came, where still he sat with Ra on the hill. Before their sovereign humbly bent and thus addressed him reverent, on every hill our steps have been, by wood and cave and deep ravine. And all the wandering brooks we know throughout the land that seaward flow, our feet by thy command have traced the tangled thicket and the waste, and dens and dingles hard to pass for creeping plants and matted grass. Well have we searched with toil and pain, and monstrous creatures have we slain, but Hanum of noblest mind the Maitha lady yet will find. For to his quarter of the sky 749 the robber fiend was seen to fly. Canto XLVII. The Asur's Death. But Hanum still onward pressed with Ta, Angad, and the rest, through Vindhya's pathless glens he sped and left no spot unvisited. He gazed from every mountain height, he sought each cavern dark as night, and wandered through the bloomy shade by pool and river and cascade, but, though they sought in every place, of us yet they found no trace. On fruit and woodland berries fed through many a lonely wild they sped, and reached at last, untouched by fear, a desert terrible and drear, a fruitless waste, a land of gloom where trees were bare of leaf and bloom, where every scanty stream was dried, and niggard earth her roots denied. No elephants through all the ground, no buffaloes or deer are found. There roams no tiger, pard, or bear, no creature of the wood is there. No bird displays his glittering wings, no tree, no shrub, no creeper springs. There rise no lilies from the flood, resplendent with their flower and bud, where the delighted bees may throng about the fragrance with their song. There lived a hermit due named, for truth and wealth of penance famed, whom fervent zeal and holy rite had dowered with all-surpassing might. His little son, a 10-year child, so chanced it ersh in the wild. His death with fury stirred the sage, who cursed the forest in his rage, doomed from that hour to shelter none, a waste for bird and beast to shun. PG 381 They searched by every forest edge, they searched each cave and mountain ledge, and thickets whence the water fell, wandering through the tangled dell. Striving to do SUGRA's well, they roamed along each leafy rill. But vain were all endeavors, vain the careful search, the toil and pain. Through one dark grove they scarce could wind, so thick were creepers intertwined. There as they struggled through the wood, before their eyes an Sir 750 stood. High as a towering hill, his pride the very gods in heaven defied. When on the fiend their glances fell, each braced him for the combat well. The demon raised his arm on high, and rushed upon them with a cry. Him Angad smote, or, sure, he thought this was the fiend they long had sought. From his huge mouth by Angad felled, the blood in rushing torrents welled, as, like a mountain from his base uptorn, he dropped upon his face. Thus fell the mighty fiend, and they through the thick wood pursued their way. Then, weary with the toil, reclined where leafy boughs to shade them twined. Canto XLIX. Angad's speech. Then Angad spake, we 5 hours well have searched each valley, cave, and dell, and hill, and brook, and dark recess, and tangled wood, and wilderness. But all in vain, no eye has seen the robber or the faithful queen. A dreary time has passed away, and stern as he we all obey. Come, cast your grief and sloth aside, again be every effort tried. So haply may our toil attain the sweet success that follows pain. Laborious effort, toil, and skill, the firm resolve, the constant will secure at last the ends we seek. Hence, O my friends, I boldly speak. Once more then, noble hearts, once more let us today this wood explore, and, languor and despair subdued, purchase success with toil renewed. SUGRA is a king austere, and our A's wrath we needs must fear. Come, VRs, ye think it wise, and do the thing that I advise. Then Gantum and thus replied with lips that toil and thirst had dried. Obey his words, for wise and true is all that he has counselled you. Come, let your hosts their toil renew, and search each grove and desert through, each towering hill and forest glade. By lake and brook and wide cascade, till every spot, as our great Lord commanded, be again explored. Uprose the VRs one and all, obedient to the chieftain's call, and over the southern region sped, where Vindhya's tangled forests spread. They clomb that hill that towers on high like a huge cloud in autumn sky, where many a cavern yawns, and streaks of radiant silver deck the peaks. In eager search they wandered through the forests where the laud trees grew, where the dark leaves were thick and green, but found not our A's darling queen. Then faint with toil, their hearts depressed, descending from the mountain's crest, their weary limbs a while to ease they lay beneath the spreading trees. Canto L. The Enchanted Cave. Angad Nta by his side, again rose Hanum and tried each mountain cavern, dark and deep, and stony pass and wooded steep, the lion's and the tiger's home, by rushing torrents white with foam. Then with new ardor, south and west, o'er Vindhya's height the search they pressed. The day prescribed was near, and they still wandered on their weary way. they reached the southern land beset with woody mountains like a net. At length a mighty cave they spied that opened in a mountain side, where many a verdant creeper grew and o'er the mouth its tendrils threw. Thence issued crane, and swan, and drake, and drooping birds that love the lake. The VRs rushed within to cool their fevered lips in spring or pool. Vast was the cavern, dark and dread, where not a ray of light was shed. Yet not the more their eyesight failed, PG 382 their courage sank or valor quailed. On through the gloom the VRs pressed with hunger, thirst, and toil distressed, poor helpless wanderers, sad, forlorn, with wasted faces wan and worn. At length, when life seemed lost for aye, they saw a splendor as of day, a wondrous forest, fair and bright, where golden trees shot flamy light. And lotus-covered pools were there with pleasant waters fresh and fair, and streams their rippling currents rolled by seats of silver and of gold. Fair houses reared their stately height of burnished gold and lazulite, and glorious was the luster thrown through lattices of precious stone. And there were flowers and fruit on stems of coral decked with rarest gems, and emerald leaves on silver trees, and honeycomb and golden bees. Then as the VRs nearer drew, a holy woman met their view. Around her form was duly tied a garment of the black dirt's hide. 751 pure voters she shone with light of fervent zeal and holy rite. Then Hannah before the rest with reverent words the dame addressed, "Who art thou? Say, and who is lord of this vast cave with treasures stored?" Canto Li. Svalamprab assailed by thirst and hunger, dame, within a gloomy vault we came. We saw the cavern opening wide, and straight within its depths we hide. But utterly amazed are we at all the marvels that we see. Whose are the golden trees that gleam with splendor like the morning's beam? These cates of noblest sort? These roots? This wondrous store of rarest fruits? Whose are these calm and cool retreats, these silver homes and golden seats, and lattices of precious stones? Who is the happy lord that owns the golden trees, of rarest scent, 'neath loads of fruit and blossom bent? Who, strong in holy zeal, had power to deck the streams with richest dower, and bade the lilies bright with gold the glory of their blooms unfold, where fish in living gold below the sheen of changing colors show? Thine is the holy power, I ween, that beautified the wondrous scene. But if another's, lady, deign to tell us, and the whole explain. To him the lady of the cave in words like these her answer gave, "Skilled Maya framed in days of old this magic wood of growing gold. The chief artificer in place was he of all the Diav race. He, for his wise enchantments famed, this glorious dwelling planned and framed. He for 1,000 years endured the sternest penance, and secured from Brahm of all boons the best, the knowledge Usana's 752 possessed. Lord, by that boon, of all his will, he fashioned all with perfect skill. And, with his blissful state content, in this vast grove a season spent. By Indra's jealous bolt he fell for loving Hemes 753 charms too well. And Brahm on that nymph bestowed the treasures of this fair abode, wherein her tranquil days to spend in happiness that ne'er may end. Sprung of a lineage old and high, Maris R. I's 754 daughter, I guard ever for that heavenly dame this home. Svalamprab 55 my name, for I have loved the lady long, so skilled in arts of dance and song. But say what cause your steps has led the mazes of this grove to tread? PG 383 How, strangers, did ye chance to spy the wood concealed from wanderer's eye? Tell clearly why ye come, but first eat of this fruit and quench your thirst. Canto Lii. The exit. R.A., he cried, a prince whose sway all peoples of the earth obey, to da? Axe-tangled forest came with his brave brother and his dame. From the dark shade of forest boughs the giant R.A. stole his spouse. Our king Sugra's orders send these 5 Rs forth to aid his friend, that so the lady be restored uninjured to her sorrowing lord. With Angad and the rest, this band has wandered through the southern land, with careful search in every place the lady and the fiend to trace. We roamed the southern region o'er, and stood upon the ocean's shore. by hunger pressed our strength gave way. Beneath the spreading trees we lay, and cried, worn out with toil and woe, no farther, comrades, can we go. Then as our sad eyes looked around we spied an opening in the ground, where all was gloomy dark behind the creeping plants that o'er it twined. Forth trooping from the dark recess came swans and mallards numberless, with drops upon their shining wings as newly bathed where water springs. On, comrades, to the cave, I cried, and all within the portal hide. Each clasping fast another's hand, far onward pressed the VR band. And still, as thirst and hunger drove, we traced the mazes of the grove. Here thou with hospitable care hast fed us with the noblest fare, preserving us, about to die, with this thy plentiful supply. But how, O pious lady, say, may we thy gracious boon repay? He ceased, the ascetic dame replied, well, VRs, am I satisfied. A life of holy works I lead, and from your hands no service need. Then spake again the VR chief, we came to thee and found relief. Now listen to a new distress, and aid us, holy votaress. Our wanderings in this vasty cave exhaust the time Sugra gave. Once more then, lady, grant release, and let thy suppliants go in peace again upon their errand sped, for King Sugra's ire we dread. And the great task our sovereign set, alas, is unaccomplished yet. Thus Hannum their leader prayed, and thus the dame her answer made, scarce may the living find their way returning hence to light of day. But I will free you through the might of penance, fast, and holy rite. Close for a while your eyes, or ne'er may you return to upper air. She ceased, the VRs all obeyed. Their fingers on their eyes they laid, and, ere a moment's time had fled, were through the mazy cavern led. Again the gracious lady spoke, and joy in every bosom woke. Lo, here again is Vinda's hill, whose valleys trees and creepers fill. And, by the margin of the sea, Presrava, where you fain would be. With blessings then she bade adieu, and swift within the cave withdrew. Canto Lii. Ankad's counsel. They looked upon the boundless main, the awful seat of Beru, as rain, and heard his waters roar and rave terrific with each crested wave. Then, in the depths of sorrow drowned, they sat upon the bosky ground, and sadly, as they pondered, grieved for days gone by and not achieved. Pain pierced them through with sharper sting when, gazing on the trees of spring, they saw each waving bough that showed the treasures of its glorious load, and helpless, fainting with the weight of woe they sank disconsolate. Then, lion-shouldered, stout and strong, the noblest of the VR throng, Angad the Prince Imperial rose, and, deeply stricken by the woes that his impetuous spirit broke, thus gently to the chieftains spoke, mark ye not, VRs, that the day our monarch fixed has passed away? The month is lost in toil and pain, and now, my friends, what hopes remain? On you, in lore of counsel tried, our King Sugra most relied. Your hearts, with strong affection fraught, PG 384 his weal in every labor sought, and the true valor of your band was blazoned wide in every land. Forth on the toilsome search you sped, by me or so he willed it ed, to us, of every hope bereft, death is the only refuge left. For none a happy life may see who fails to do our King's decree. Come, let us all from food abstain, and perish thus, since hope is vain. Stern is our King and swift to ire, imperious, proud, and fierce like fire, and ne'er will pardon us the crime of fruitless search and wasted time. Far better thus to end our lives, and leave our wealth, our homes and wives, leave our dear little ones and all, than by his vengeful hand to fall. Think not Sugra's wrath will spare me Bi's son, imperial heir, for Vahu's royal son, not he, to this high place anointed me. Sugra, long my bitter foe, with eager hand will strike the blow, and, mindful of the old offense, will slay me now for negligence, nor will my pitying friends have power to save me in the deadly hour. No ere, O chieftains, will I lie by ocean's marge, and fast and die. they heard the royal prince declare the purpose of his fixed despair. And all, by common terror moved, his speech in these sad words approved. Sugra's heart is hard and stern, and our A's thoughts for us yearn. Our forfeit lives will surely pay for idle search and long delay, and our fierce king will bid us die the favor of his friend to buy. Then Ta softly spake to cheer the Vyarsh hearts oppressed by fear. Despair no more, your doubts dispel, come in this ample cavern dwell. There may we live in blissful ease mid springs and fruit and bloomy trees, secure from every foe's assault, for magic framed the wondrous vault. Protected there we need not fear though our A and our king come near, nor dreading him who batters down the portals of the foeman's town. 756 Canto Live. Hanum's speech. But Hanum, while Ta, best of splendid chiefs his thought expressed, perceived that Bi's princely son a kingdom for himself had won. 757 His keen eye marked in him combined the warrior's arm, the ruler's mind, and every noble gift should grace the happy sovereign of his race, marked how he grew with ripening age more glorious and bold and sage, like the young moon that night by night shines on with ever-waxing light, brave as his royal father, wise as he who counsels in the skies. 758 Marked how, for wearied with the quest, he heeded not his liege's hest, but Ta's every word obeyed like Indra still by Sucra. 759 Swayed. Then with his prudent speech he tried to better thoughts the prince to guide, and by division's skillful art the Vyars and the youth to part. Illustrious Angad, thou in fight hast far surpassed thy father's might, most worthy, like thy sire of old, the empire of our race to hold. The Vyarsh fickle people range from wish to wish and welcome change. Their wives and babes they will not leave, and to their new-made sovereign cleave. No art, no gifts will draw away the Vyars from Sugra's sway. Through hope of wealth, through fear of pain, still faithful will they all remain. Thou fondly hoppest in this cave the vengeance of the foe to brave. But Lakshma? Arma's shower will send of deadly shafts those walls to rend. Like Indra's bolts his shafts have power to cleave the mountain like a flower. O Angad, mark my counsel well, if in this cave thou choose to dwell. PG 385 These five our hosts with one accord will quit thee for their lawful lord, and turn again with thirsty eyes to wife and babe and all they prize. Thou in the lonely cavern left of followers and friends bereft, wilt be in all thy woe, alas, weak as a blade of trembling grass, and Lakshma's arrows, keen and fierce from his strong bow, thy heart will pierce. But if in lowly reverence meek Sugra's court with us thou seek, he, as thy birth demands, will share the kingdom with the royal heir. Thy loving kinsman, true and wise, looks on thee still with favoring eyes. Firm in his promise, pure is he, and ne'er will vex or injure thee. He loves thy mother, lives for her a faithful friend and worshipper. That mother's love thou mayst not spurn, her only child, return, return. Canto LV. Angad's reply. What truth or justice canst thou find, cried Angad, in Sugra's mind? Where is his high and generous soul, his purity and self-control? How is he worthy of our trust, righteous, and true, and wise, and just, who, shrinking not from sin and shame, durst take his living brother's dame? Who, when, in stress of mortal strife his noble brother fought for life, against the valiant warrior barred the portal which he stood to guard? Can he be grateful, he who took the hand of R.A., and forsook that friend who saved him in his woes, to whom his life and fame he owes? Ah no! His heart is cold and mean, what bids him search for R.A.'s queen? Not honor's law, not friendship's debt, but angry Lakshma's timely threat. No prudent heart will ever place its trust in one so false and base, who heeds not friendship, kith or kin, who scorns the law and cleaves to sin. But true or false, waiter he be, one consequence I clearly see. Me, in my youth anointed heir against his wish, he will not spare, but strike with eager hand the blow that rids him of a household foe. Shall I of power and friends despoiled, in all my purpose crossed and foiled, Shall I Kishkin seek, and wait, like some poor helpless thing, my fate? The cruel wretch through lust of sway will seize upon his hapless prey, and to a prison's secret gloom the remnant of my years will doom. 'Tis better far to fast and die than hopeless bound in chains to lie. Your steps, O VRs, homeward bend and leave me here my life to end. Better to die of hunger here than meet at home the fate I fear. Go, bow you at Sugra's feet, and in my name the monarch greet. Before the sons of Rahu bend, and give the greeting that I send. Greet kindly Rum too, for she a son's affection claims from me, and gently calm with friendly care my mother Ts wild despair. Or when she hears her darling's fate the queen will die disconsolate. Thus Angad bade the chiefs adieu, then on the ground his limbs he threw where sacred Darbha 760 grass was spread, and wept as every hope had fled. The moving words of Angad drew down aged cheeks the piteous dew. And, as the chieftains' eyes grew dim, they swore to stay and die with him. On holy grass whose every blade was duly, pointing southward, laid, the VRs sat them down and bent their faces to the orient, while here, O comrades, let us die with Angad, was the general cry. Canto LVI. Samp I. Then came the vulture's mighty king where sat the VRs sorrowing, Samp I. 761 Best of birds that fly on sounding pinions through the sky, ya? Us brother, famed of old, most glorious and strong and bold. Upon the slope of Vindhya's hill he saw the VRs calm and still. PG 386 These words he uttered while the sight filled his fierce spirit with delight. Behold how fate with changeless laws within his toils the sinner draws, and brings me, after long delay, a rich and noble feast today, these 5 Rs who are doomed to die my hungry maw to satisfy. He spoke no more, and Angad heard the menace of the mighty bird. And thus, while anguish filled his breast, the noble Hanum addressed, Vivasvat 762 Son has sought this place for vengeance on the VR race. See, wrath for SS sake, is come our guilty lives to take. Our king's decree is left undone, and not achieved for Rahu's son. In duty have we failed, and hence comes punishment for dire offense. Have we not heard the marvels wrought by King Ya? Us, 763 how he fought with our A.S. might, and, nobly brave, perished, the Maithil queen to save. There is no living creature, none, but loves to die for Rahu's son, and in long toils and dangers we have placed our lives in jeopardy. Blessed is Ya? Us, he who gave his life the Maithil queen to save, and proved his love for Ra well when by the giant's hand he fell. Now raised to bliss and high renown he fears not fierce Sugra's frown. Alas, alas! What misery sprang from that rash promise of the king! 764 His own sad death, and Ra sent with Lakshma forth to banishment, the Maithil lady borne away, ya? Us slain in mortal fray, the fall of Bi when the dart of Ra quivered in his heart, and, after toil and pain and care, our misery and deep despair. He ceased, the feathered monarch heard, his heart with ruth and wonder stirred. Whose is that voice, the vulture cried, that tells me how Ya? Us died, and shakes my inmost soul with woe for a loved brother's overthrow? After long days at length I hear the glorious name of one so dear. Once more, O VR chieftains, tell how King Ya? Us fought and fell. But first your aid, I pray you, lend, and from this peak will I descend. The sun has burnt my wings, and I no longer have the power to fly. Canto LVII. Angad's speech. Though grief and woe his utterance broke, they trusted not the words he spoke. But, looking still for secret guile, reflected in their hearts a while, if on our mangled limbs he feed, we gain the death ourselves decreed. Then rose the VR chiefs, and lent their arms to aid the bird's descent. And Angad spake, there lived of yore a noble VR king who bore the name of Riksharjas, great and brave and strong and fortunate. His sons were like their father, fame knows Bin Sugra's name. Praised in all lands, a glorious king was Bi, and from him I spring. Brave R.A., de Serapha's heir, a glorious prince beyond compare, his sire and duty's law obeyed, and sought the depths of Tao? Akshayed as his well-beloved dame, and Lakshma with the wanderer came. A giant watched his hour, and stole the sweet delight of R.A.'s soul. Ya? Us, de Serapha's friend, swift succor to the dame would lend. Fierce R.A.? From his car he felled, and for a time the prize withheld. But bleeding, weak with years, and tired, beneath the demon's blows expired, due rights at R.A.'s hands obtained, and bliss that ne'er shall minish, gained. Then R.A. with Sugr made a covenant for mutual aid, and B.I. to the field defied, by conquering R.A.'s arrow died. Sugr then, by R.A.'s grace, was monarch of the VR race. By his command a mighty host seeks R.A.'s queen from coast to coast. Sent forth by him, in every spot we looked for her, but find her not. Vain is the toil, as though by night we sought to find the day god's light. In lands unknown at length we found a spacious cavern underground, whose vaults that stretched beneath the hill were formed by Maya's magic skill. Through the dark maze our steps were bent, and wandering there a month we spent, PG 387 and lost, in fruitless error, thus the days our king allotted us. Thus we though faithful have transgressed, and failed to keep our Lord's behest. No chance of safety can we see, no lingering hope of life have we. Sugra's wrath and R.A.'s hate press on our souls with grievous weight, and we, because 'tis vain to fly, resolve at length to fast and die. Canto LVII tidings of S. The piteous tears his eye bedded as thus his speech the bird renewed. Alas my brother, slain in fight by R.A.'s unresisted might. I, old and wingless, weak and worn, o'er his sad fate can only mourn. Fled is my youth, in life's decline my former strength no more is mine. Once on the day when Vritra 765 died, we brothers, in ambitious pride, sought, mounting with adventurous flight, the day God garlanded with light. On, ever on we urged our way where fields of ether round us lay, till, by the fervent heat assailed, my brother's pinions flagged and failed. I marked his sinking strength, and spread my stronger wings to screen his head, till, all my feathers burnt away, on Vindhya's hill I fell and lay. There in my lone and helpless state I heard not of my brother's fate. Thus King Samp I spoke and sighed, and royal Angad thus replied, If, brother of Jatus, thou hast heard the tale I told but now, obedient to mine earnest prayer the dwelling of that fiend declare. Oh, say where cursed R.A. dwells, whom folly to his death impels. He ceased. Again Samp I spoke, and hope in every breast awoke, though lost my wings, and strength decayed, yet shall my words lend R.A. aid. I know the worlds where Vish you trod, 766 I know the realm of ocean's god. How Asurs fought with heavenly foes, and Amrit from the churning rose 767 A mighty task before me lies, to prosper R.A.'s enterprise, a task too hard for one whom length of days has rifled of his strength. I saw the cruel R.A. bear a gentle lady through the air. Bright was her form, and fresh and young, and sparkling gems about her hung. O R.A., R.A. cried the dame, and shrieked in terror Lakshma's name, as, struggling in the giant's hold, she dropped her gauds of gems and gold. Like sunlight on a mountain shone the silken garments she had on, and glistened o'er his swarthy form as lightning flashes through the storm. That giant R.A., famed of old, is brother of the Lord of Gold 768 The southern ocean roars and swells round Lank where the robber dwells in his fair city nobly planned and built by Visvakarma's 769 hand. Within his bower securely barred, with monsters round her for a guard, still in her silken vesture clad lies S and her heart is sad. 100 leagues your course must be beyond this margin of the sea. Still to the south your way pursue, and there the giant R.A. view. Then up, OVRs, and away. For by my heavenly lore I say, there will you see the lady's face, and hither soon your steps retrace. In the first field of air are born the doves and birds that feed on corn. The second field supports the crows and birds whose food on branches grows. Along the third in balanced flight sail the keen osprey and the kite. Swift through the fourth of falcons springs the fifth, the slower vulture wings. Up to the sixth the gay swans rise, PG 388 where royal Vainatia 770 flies. We too, O chiefs, of vulture race, our line from Vinad may trace, condemned, because we wrought a deed of shame, on flesh and blood to feed. But all super? A 771 wondrous powers and length of keenest sight are ours, that we 100 leagues away through fields of air descry our prey. Now from this spot my gazing I can and the dame descry. Devise some plan to overleap this barrier of the briny deep. Find the Vidan lady there, and joyous to your home repair. Me too, O VRs, to the side of Beru? S772 home the ocean, guide, where due libations shall be paid to my great-hearted brother's shade. Canto Lix. Samp I's story. They heard his counsel to the close, then swiftly to their feet they rose. And Jabav with joyous breast the vulture king again addressed, where's S who has seen, who borne away the Maithil queen? Who would the lightning flight withstand by Lakshma's hand? Again Samp I spoke to cheer the VRs as they bent to hear, now listen, and my words shall show what of the Maithil dame I know, and in what distant prison lies the lady of the long dark eyes. Scorched by the fiery god of day, high on this mighty hill I lay. A long and weary time had passed, and strength and life were failing fast. Yet, ere the breath had left my frame, my son, my dear Supsva, came. Each morn and eve he brought me food, and filial care my life renewed. But serpents still are swift to ire, Gandharva's slaves to soft desire, and we, imperial vultures, need a full supply our maws to feed. Once he turned at close of day, stood by my side, but brought no prey. He looked upon my ravenous eye, heard my complaint and made reply, borne on swift wings ere day was light I stood upon Mahendra's 773 height, and, far below, the sea I viewed and birds in countless multitude. Before mine eyes a giant flew whose monstrous form was dark of hue and struggling in his grasp was borne a lady radiant as the morn. Swift to the south his course he bent, and cleft the yielding element. The holy spirits of the air came round me as I marvelled there, and cried as their bright legions met, "O say, is S living yet?" Thus cried the saints and told the name of him who held the struggling dame. Then while mine eye with eager look pursued the path the robber took, I marked the lady's streaming hair, and heard her cry of wild despair. I saw her silken vesture rent and stripped of every ornament. Thus, O my father, fled the time, forgive, I pray, the heedless crime. In vain the mournful tale I heard my pitying heart to fury stirred. What could a helpless bird of air, reft of his boasted pinions, dare? Yet can I aid with all that will and words can do, and friendly skill. Canto Lx. Samp I's story. Then from the flood Samp I paid due offerings to his brother's shade. He bathed him when the rites were done, and spake again to I's son, "Now listen, prince, while I relate how first I learned the lady's fate. Burned by the sun's resistless might I fell and lay on Vindhya's heights 7 nights in deadly swoon I passed, but struggling life returned at last. Around I bent my wondering view, but every spot was strange and new. I scanned the sea with eager ken, and rock and brook and lake and glen. I saw gay trees their branches wave, and creepers mangling o'er the cave. I heard the wild birds' joyous song, and waters as they foamed along, and knew the lovely hill must be Mount Vindhya by the southern sea. PG 389 revered by heavenly beings, stood near where I lay, a sacred wood, where great Nisakar dwelt of yore and pains of awful penance bore. 8,000 seasons winged their flight over the toiling anchorite upon that hill my days were spent, and then to heaven the hermit went. At last, with long and hard essay, down from that height I made my way, and wandered through the mountain pass rough with the spikes of darbha grass. I with my misery worn, and faint was eager to behold the saint, for often with us I had sought his home in days gone by. As nearer to the grove I drew, the breeze with cooling fragrance blew, and not a tree that was not fair, with richest flower and fruit was there. With anxious heart a while I stayed beneath the tree's delightful shade, and soon the holy hermit, bright with fervent penance, came in sight. Behind him bears and lions, tame as those who know their feeder, came, and tigers, deer, and snakes pursued his steps, a wondrous multitude, and turned obeisant when the sage had reached his shady hermitage. Then came Nisakar to my side and looked with wondering eyes, and cried, "I knew thee not, so dire a change has made thy form and feature strange. Where are thy glossy feathers? Where the rapid wings that cleft the air? Two vulture brothers once I knew, each form at will could they endue. They of the vulture race were kings, and flew with Mrs. 774 wings. In human shape they loved to greet their hermit friend, and clasp his feet. The younger was us, thou the elder whom I gaze on now. Say, has disease or foeman's hate reduced thee from thy high estate?" Canto LXI. Samp I's story. Ah me! O'erwhelmed with shame and weak with wounds, I cried, I scarce can speak. My hapless brother once and I our strength of flight resolved to try, and by our foolish pride impelled our way through realms of ether held. We vowed before the saints who tread the wilds about Kali's head, that we with following wings would chase the swift sun to his resting place. Up on our soaring pinions through the fields of cloudless air we flew. Beneath us far, and far away, like chariot wheels bright cities lay, whence in wild snatches rose the song of women mid the gay-clad throng, with sounds of sweetest music blent and many a tinkling ornament. Then as our rapid wings we strained the pathway of the sun we gained. Beneath us all the earth was seen clad in her garb of tender green, and every river in her bed meandered like a silver thread. We looked on Meru far below and Vindhya and the Lord of Snow, like elephants that bend to cool their fever in a lilied pool. But fervent heat and toil o'ercame the vigor of each yielding frame, our weary hearts began to quail, and wilder sense to reel and fail. We knew not, fainting and distressed, the north or south or east or west. With a great strain mine eyes I turned where the fierce sun before me burned, and seemed to my astonished eyes the equal of the earth in size. 775 at length, o'erpowered, us fell without a word to say farewell, and when to earth I saw him high I followed headlong from the sky. 776 with sheltering wings I intervened and from the sun his body screened, but lost, for heedless folly doomed, my pinions which the heat consumed. In Janasth, I hear them say, my hapless brother fell and lay. I, pinionless and faint and weak, dropped upon Vindhya's woody peak. Now with my swift wings burnt away, reft of my brother and my sway, from this tall mountain summit I will cast me headlong down and die. PG 390 Canto LXII. Samp I's story. As to the saint I thus complained, my bitter tears fell unrestrained. He pondered for a while, then broke the silence, and thus calmly spoke, "Forth from thy sides again shall spring, O royal bird, each withered wing, and all thine ancient power and might return to thee with strength of sight. A noble deed has been foretold in prophecy pronounced of old, nor dark to me are future things, seen by the light which penance brings. A glorious king shall rise and reign, the pride of old IKSHVU's strain. A good and valiant prince, his heir, shall the dear name of Ra bear. With his brave brother Lakshma? He an exile in the woods shall be, where Ra, whom no god may slay, 777 shall steal his darling wife away. In vain the captive will be wooed with proffered love and dainty food, she will not hear, she will not taste, but, lest her beauty wane and waste, Lord Indra's self will come to her with heavenly food, and minister. Then envoys of the VR race by Ra sent will seek this place. To them, O roamer of the air, the lady's fate shalt thou declare. Thou must not move, O maim, thou art, thou canst not from this spot depart. Await the day and moment due, and thy burnt wings will sprout anew. I might this day the boon bestow and bid again thy pinions grow, but wait until thy saving deed the nations from their fear have freed. Then for this glorious aid of thine the princes of IKSHVU's line, and gods above and saints below eternal gratitude shall owe. Fain would mine aged eyes behold that pair of whom my lips have told, yet wearied here I must not stay, but leave my frame and pass away. Canto LXII Samp I's story. With this and many a speech beside my failing heart he fortified, with glorious hope my breast inspired, and to his holy home retired. I scaled the mountain height, to view the region round, and looked for you. In ceaseless watchings night and day 100 seasons passed away, and by the sage's words consoled I wait the hour and chance foretold. But since Nisakar sought the skies, and cast away all earthly ties, full many a care and doubt has pressed with grievous weight upon my breast. But for the saint who turned aside my purpose I had surely died. Those hopeful words the hermit spake, that bid me live for our A's sake, dispel my anguish as the light of lamp and torch disperse the night. He ceased, and in the Vyarsh view forth from his side young pinions grew, and boundless rapture filled his breast as thus the chieftains he addressed, Joy, joy! The pinions, which the Lord of Day consumed, are now restored through the dear grace and boundless might of that illustrious anchorite. The fire of youth within me burns, and all my wonted strength returns. Onward, ye VRs, toil strive, and you shall find the dame alive. Look on these new-found wings, and hence be strong in surest confidence. Swift from the crag he sprang to try his pinions in his native sky. His words the chieftain's doubts had stilled, and every heart with courage filled. 778 Canto LXIV. The sea. Shouts of triumphant joy outrang as to their feet the VRs sprang, and, on the mighty task intent, swift to the sea their steps they bent. They stood and gazed upon the deep, whose billows with a roar and leap on the sea banks were wildly hurled, the mirror of the mighty world. There on the strand the VRs stayed and with sad eyes the deep surveyed. Here, as in play, his billows rose, and there he slumbered in repose. Here leapt the boisterous waters, high as mountains, menacing the sky, and wild infernal forms between the ridges of the waves were seen. PG 391 They saw the billows rave and swell, and their sad spirits sank and fell. For ocean in their deep despair seemed boundless as the fields of air. Then noble Angad spake to cheer the VRs and dispel their fear, faint not, despair should never find admittance to a noble mind. Despair, a serpent's mortal bite, benumbs the hero's power and might. Then passed the weary night, and all assembled at their prince's call, and every lord of high state was gathered round him for debate. Bright was the chieftain's glorious band round Angad on the ocean strand, as when the mighty storm gods meet round Indra on his golden seat. Then princely Angad looked on each, and thus began his prudent speech, What chief of all our host will leap 100 leagues across the deep? Who, O illustrious VRs, who will make SUGRA's promise true, and from our weight of fear set free the leaders of our band and me? To whom, O warriors, shall we owe a sweet release from pain and woe, and proud success, and happy lives with our dear children and our wives, again permitted by his grace to look with joy on our A's face, and noble Lakshma, and our lord the king, to our sweet homes restored? Thus to the gathered lords he spoke. But no reply the silence broke. Then with a sterner voice he cried, O chiefs, the nation's boast and pride, whom valor, strength and power adorn, of most illustrious lineage born, where'er you will you force a way, and none your rapid course can stay. Now come, your several powers declare, and who this desperate leap will dare? Canto LXV. The council. But none of all the host was found to clear the sea with desperate bound, though each, as Angad bade, declared his proper power and what he dared. 779 Then spake good Jabav the sage, chief of them all for reverend age. I, VR chieftains, long ago limbs I to leap could likewise show, but now on frame and spirit weighs the burthen of my length of days. Still task like this I may not slight, when our and our King unite. So listen while I tell, O friends, what lingering strength mine age attends. If my poor leap may aught avail, of 90 leagues, I will not fail. Far other strength and youth's fresh prime I boasted, in the olden time, when, at Prahlada's 780 solemn rite, I circled in my rapid flight Lord Vish. You, everlasting God, when through the universe he trod. But now my limbs are weak and old, my youth is fled, its fire is cold, and these exhausted nerves to strain in such a task were idle pain. Then Enkidu obeisance paid, and to the chief his answer made, then I, ye noble VRs, I myself the mighty leap will try, although perchance the power I lack to leap from Lank's island back. Thus the impetuous chieftain cried, and Jabav the sage replied, Waiter thy power and might may be, this task, O prince, is not for thee. Kings go not forth themselves, but send the servants who their best attend. Thou art the darling and the boast, the honored lord of all the host. In thee the root, O Angad, lies of our appointed enterprise. And thee, on whom our hopes depend, our care must cherish and defend. Then Bi's noble son replied, Needs must I go, waiter betide, for, if no chief this exploit dare, what waits us all save blank despair, upon the ground again to lie in hopeless misery, fast, and die. For not a hope of life I see if we neglect our king's decree. Then spoke the aged chief again, Nay, our attempt shall not be vain, for to the task will I incite a chieftain of sufficient might. PG 392 Canto LXVI. Hanem. The chieftain turned his glances where the legions sat in mute despair. And then to Hanem, the best of 5 our lords, these words addressed, Why still, and silent, and apart, O hero of the dauntless heart? Thou keepest treasured in thy mind the laws that rule the VR kind, strong as our king Sugra, brave as our A's self to slay or save. Through every land thy praise is heard, famous as that illustrious bird, our Aneme's son, 781 the king of every fowl that plies the wing. Oft have I seen the monarch sweep with sounding pinions o'er the deep, and in his mighty talons bear huge serpents struggling through the air. Thy arms, O hero, match in might the ample wings he spreads for flight. And thou with him mayst well compare in power to do, in heart to dare. Why, rich in wisdom, power, and skill, O hero, art thou lingering still. And Apsara's 782 the fairest found of nymphs for heavenly charms renowned, sweet Punji Kasthal became a noble VR's wedded dame. Her heavenly title heard no more, Anjan was the name she bore, when, cursed by gods, from heaven she fell in 5R form on earth to dwell, new-born in mortal shape the child of Kunjur monarch of the wild. In youthful beauty wondrous fair, a crown of flowers about her hair, in silken robes of richest dye she roamed the hills that kiss the sky. Once in her tinted garments dressed she stood upon the mountain crest, the god of wind beside her came, and breathed upon the lovely dame. And as he fanned her robe aside the wondrous beauty that he eyed in rounded lines of breast and limb and neck and shoulder ravished him. And captured by her peerless charms he strained her in his amorous arms. Then to the eager god she cried in trembling accents, terrified, whose impious love has wronged a spouse so constant in her nuptial vows. He heard, and thus his answer made, Oh, be not troubled, nor afraid, but trust, and thou shalt know ere long my love has done thee, sweet, no wrong, so strong and brave and wise shall be the glorious child I give to thee. Might shall be his that naught can tire, and limbs to spring as springs his sire. Thus spoke the god. The conquered dame rejoiced in heart nor feared the shame. Down in a cave beneath the earth the happy mother gave thee birth. Once o'er the summit of the wood before thine eyes the new sun stood. Thou sprangest up in haste to seize what seemed the fruitage of the trees. Up leapt the child, a wondrous bound, 300 leagues above the ground, and, though the angered day god shot his fierce beams on him, feared him not. Then from the hand of Indra came a red bolt winged with wrath and flame. The child fell smitten on a rock, his cheek was shattered by the shock, named Hanum 783 thenceforth by all in memory of the fearful fall. The wandering wine god saw thee lie with bleeding cheek and drooping eye, and stirred to anger by thy woe forbade each scented breeze to blow. The breath of all the worlds was stilled, and the sad gods with terror filled prayed to the wind, to calm the ire and soothe the sorrow of the sire. His fiery wrath no longer glowed, and Brahma's self the boon bestowed that in the brunt of battle none should slay with steel the wine god's son. Lord Indra, sovereign of the skies, bent on thee all his 1,000 eyes, and swore that ne'er the bolt which he hurls from the heaven should injure thee. 'Tis thine, O mighty chief, to share the wine god's power, his son and heir. Sprung from that glorious father thou, and thou alone, canst aid us now. This earth of yore, through all her climes, I circled 21 times, and gathered, as the gods decreed, great store of herbs from hill and mead, which, scattered o'er the troubled wave, the Amrit to the toilers gave. PG 393 But now my days are well nigh told, my strength is gone, my limbs are old, and thou, the bravest and the best, art the sure hope of all the rest. Now, mighty chief, the task essay, thy matchless power and strength display. Rise up, O Prince, our second king, and o'er the flood of ocean spring. So shall the glorious exploit vie with his who stepped through earth and sky. 784 He spoke, the younger chieftain heard, his soul to vigorous efforts stirred, and stood before their joyous eyes dilated in gigantic sighs. Canto LXVIII speech. Soon as his stature they beheld, their fear and sorrow were dispelled, and joyous praises loud and long rang out from all the VR throng. On the great chief their eyes they bent in rapture and astonishment, as, when his conquering foot he raised, the gods upon an 785 gazed. He stood amid the joyous crowd, bent to the chiefs, and cried aloud, the wine god, fire's eternal friend, whose blasts the mountain summits rend, with boundless force that none may stay, takes where he lists his viewless way. Sprung from that glorious father, I in power and speed with him may vie, 1,000 times with airy leap can circle loftiest Meru's steep, with my fierce arms can stir the sea till from their bed the waters flee and rush at my command to drown this land with grove and tower and town. I through the fields of air can spring far swifter than the feathered king, and leap before him as he flies, on sounding pinions through the skies. I can pursue the Lord of Light uprising from the eastern height, and reach him ere his course be sped with burning beams and garlanded. I will dry up the mighty main, shatter the rocks and rend the plain. O'er earth and ocean will I bound, and every flower that grows on ground, and bloom of climbing plants shall show strewn on the ground, the way I go, bright as the lustrous path that lies athwart the region of the skies. 786 The Maitha lady will I find, thus speaks mine own prophetic mind, and cast in hideous ruin down the shattered walls of Lanka's town. Still on the chief in rapt surprise the VR legions bent their eyes, and thus again sage Jabab addressed the glorious Hanum, son of the wind, thy promise cheers the Vr's hearts, and calms their fears, who, rescued from their dire distress, with prospering vows thy way will bless. The holy saints their favor lend, and all our chiefs the deed commend, urging thee forward on thy way. Arise then, and the task essay. Thou art our only refuge. We, our lives and all, depend on thee. Then sprang the wine god's son, the best of 5 hours, on Mahendra's crest, and the great mountain rocked and swayed by that unusual weight dismayed, as reels an elephant beneath the lion's spring and rending teeth. The shady wood that crowned him shook, the trembling birds the boughs forsook, and ape and pard and lion fled from brake and lair disquieted. PG 394 Book 5 787 Canto I Hanum's Leap. Thus our foe resolved to trace the captive to her hiding place through airy pathways overhead which heavenly minstrels visited. With straining nerve and eager brows, like some strong husband of the cows, in ready might he stood prepared for bold task his soul has dared. O'er jet-like grass that flashed and glowed the VR like a lion strode. Roused by the thunder of his tread, the beasts to shady coverts fled. Tall trees he crushed or hurled aside, and every bird was terrified. Around him lobelious lilies grew, pale pink, and red, and white, and blue, and tints of many a metal lent the light of varied ornament. Gandharvas, changing forms at will, and yakshas roamed the lovely hill, and countless serpent gods were seen where flowers and grass were fresh and green. As some resplendent serpent takes his pastime in the best of lakes, so on the mountain's woody height the VR wandered with delight. Then, standing on the flowery sod, he paid his vows to saint and god. Svayambhu 788 and the sun he prayed, and the swift wind to lend him aid, and Indra, sovereign of the skies, to bless his hardy enterprise. Then once again the chief addressed the VRs from the mountain crest, swift as a shaft from Ra's bow to Ra's city will I go, and if she be not there fly and seek a lady in the sky. Or, if in heaven she be not found, will hither bring the giant bound. He ceased, and mustering his might sprang downward from the mountain height, while, shattered by each mighty limb, the trees unrooted followed him. The shadow on the ocean cast by his vast form, as on he passed, flew like a ship before the gale when the strong breeze has filled the sail, and where his course the VR held the sea beneath him raged and swelled. Then gods and all the heavenly train poured flowerets down in gentle rain. Their voices glad Gandharvas raised, and saints in heaven the VR praised. Fain would the sea his succor lend and Rahu's noble son befriend. He, moved by zeal for Ra's sake, the hill Ramayana 789 thus bespake, O strong Ramayana, heaven's decree in days of old appointed thee to be the ether's bar, and keep the rebels in the lowest deep. Thou guardest those whom heaven has cursed lest from their prison house they burst, and standest by the gates of hell their limitary sentinel. To thee is given the power to spread or spring above thy watery bed. Now, best of noble mountains, rise and do the thing that I advise. E'en now above thy buried crest flies mighty Hanum, the best of 5 R's, moved for Ra's sake a wondrous deed to undertake. Lift up thy head that he may stay and rest him on his weary way. He heard, and from his watery shroud, as bursts the sun from autumn cloud, rose swiftly, crowned with plant and tree, and stood above the foamy sea 790 there with his lofty peaks upraised bright as 100 suns he blazed, and crest and crag of burnished gold flashed on the flood that round him rolled. PG 395 The VR thought the mountain rose a hostile bar to interpose, and, like a wind-swept cloud, o'er through the glittering mountain as he flew. Then from the falling hill rang out a warning voice and joyful shout. Again he raised him high in air to meet the flying VR there, and standing on his topmost peak in human form began to speak. 791 Best of the VR's noblest line, a mighty task, O chief, is thine. Here for a while, I pray thee, light and rest upon the breezy height. A prince of Rahu's line was he who gave his glory to the sea, 792 Who now to Ra's envoy shows high honor for the debt he owes. He bade me lift my buried head uprising from my watery bed, and woo the VR chief to rest a moment on my glittering crest. Refresh thy weary limbs, and eat my mountain fruits for they are sweet. I too, O chieftain, know thee well. 3 worlds thy famous virtues tell. And none, I ween, with thee may vie who spring impetuous through the sky. To every guest, though mean and low, the wise respect and honor show. And how shall I neglect thee, how slight the great guest so near me now? Son of the wind, 'tis thine to share the might of him who shakes the air. And, or he loves his offspring, he is honored when I honor thee. Of yore, when Peter's age 793 was new, the little hills and mountains flew where'er they listed, borne on wings more rapid than the feathered kings 794 But mighty terror came on all the gods and saints who fear their fall. And Indra in his anger rent their pinions with the bolts he sent. When in his ruthless fury he leveled his flashing bolt at me, the great sealed wind inclined to save, and lay beneath the ocean's wave. Thus by the favor of the sire I kept my cherished wings entire. And for this deed of kindness done I honor thee his noble son. O come, thy weary limbs relieve, and honor due from me receive. I may not rest, the VR cried. I must not stay or turn aside. Yet pleased am I, thou noblest hill, and as the deed accept thy will. Thus as he spoke he lightly pressed with his broad hand the mountain's crest, then bound upward to the height of heaven, rejoicing in his might, and through the fields of boundless blue, the pathway of his father, flew. Gods, saints, and heavenly bards beheld that flight that none had paralleled. Then to the N as Mother 795 came thus addressed the sun-bright dame, see, Hannah with ventress leap would spring across the mighty deep. Aviar prince, the wine god seed, come, sir, his course impede. In Arshas form thy shape disguise, terrific, like a hill in size, let thy red eyes with fury glow, and high as heaven thy body grow. With fearful tusks the chief defy, that we his power and strength may try. He will with guile thy hold elude, or own thy might, by thee subdued. Pleased with grateful honors paid, the godlike dame their words obeyed. Clad in a shape of terror she sprang from the middle of the sea, and, with fierce accents that appalled all creatures, to the VR called, come, prince of VRs, doomed to be my food this day by heaven's decree. Such boon from ages long ago to Brahma's favoring will I owe. She ceased, and Hannah replied, by shape and threat unterrified, brave Ra with his mathless spouse lodged in the shade of Down. Axe bows, then Sir and king of giants still less the joy of Ra's soul. PG 396 by Ra's high behest where I go a willing messenger. And never shouldst them hinder one who toils for day Sarath's son. First captive I see, and him who sent and waits for me, then come and I will submit, yea, by my truth I promise it. Nay, hope not thus thy life to save. Not such the boon that Brahm gave. Enter my mouth, was her reply, then forward on thy journey high. 796 wider stretch thy jaws, exclaimed the VR chief, to ire inflamed. And, as the Arshas near and drew, 10 leagues in height his stature grew. Then straight her threatening jaws between, a gulf of 20 leagues was seen. To 50 leagues he waxed, and still her mouth grew wider at her will. Then smaller than a thumb became, shrunk by his power, the VR's frame 797 he leaped within, and turning round sprang through the portal at a bound. Then hung in air a moment, while he thus addressed her with a smile, O Dash's child, 798 farewell at last. For I within thy mouth have passed. Thou hast the gift of Brahma's grace, I go, the mateful queen to trace. Then, to her former shape restored, she thus addressed the VR lord, then bore to the task, and may success and joy attend thy way. Go, and the rescued lady bring in triumph to her lord and king. Then hosts of spirits as they gazed the daring of the VR praised. Through the broad fields of ether, fast Saru's royal self, he passed, the region of cloud and rain, loved by the gay Gandharva train, where amid the birds that came and went shone Indra's glorious bow and bent, and like a host of wanting stars flashed the high god's celestial cars. Fierce and hit 99 who joyed and ill attained her form to work her will, discreet him on his airy way in martyr for her prey. This day at length, the demon cried, my hunger shall be satisfied, and at his passing shadow caught delighted with stirring thought. The VR felt the power that stayed and held him as she grasped his shade, like some tall ship upon the main struggles with the wind in vain. Below, of his eye he bent and scanned the sea and firmament. High from the briny deep upreared the monster's hideous form appeared, Sugra's hail, he cried, is true, this is the demon dire to view of whom the VR monarch told, whose grasp a passing shade can hold. Then, as a cloud in rain time grows his form, dilating, swelled and rose. Wide as the space from heaven to hell her jaws she opened with a yell, and rushed upon her fancied prey with cloud-like roar to seize and slay. The VR swift as thought compressed his borrowed bulk of limb and chest, and stood with one quick bound inside the monstrous mouth she opened wide. Hid like the moon when Ru draws the orb within his ravening jaws. Within that ample cavern hent the demon's form he tore and rent, and, from the mangled carcass freed, came forth again with thought-like speed 800 PG 397 thus with his skill the fiend he slew, and his wonted stature grew. The spirit saw the demon eye and hailed the VR from the sky. Well hast thou fought a wondrous fight nor spared the fiend's terrific might. On. Perform the blameless deed, and in thine every wish succeed. Ne'er can they fail in whom combine such valour, thought, and skill as thine. Pleased with their praise as they sang, again through fields of air he sprang, and now, his travail well nigh done, the distant shore was almost won. Before him on the margin stood a long dark line of waving wood, and the fair island, bright and green with flowers and trees, was clearly seen, and every babbling brook that gave her lord the sea a tribute wave. He lighted down on Lamba's peak which tinted metals stain and streak, and looked where Lanka's splendid town shone on the mountain like a crown. Canto to length the glorious eye while he viewed, then to the town his way pursued. Around the VRs he went, breathed from the wood delicious scent, and the soft grass beneath his feet with like flowers was bright and sweet. Still at the VR near drew more clearly rose the town to view. The palm her fan like leaves displayed, pretty as 801 lent their pleasant shade, and mid the lower greenery far conspicuous rose the coveted 800 to 8,000 trees mid flowers that glowed hung down their fruits delicious load, 803 and in their crests that racked and swayed sweet birds delightful music made. And there were pleasant pools whereon the glories of the lotus shone, and gleams of sparkling fountains, stirred by many a joyous water bird. Around, in lovely gardens grew blooms sweet of scent and bright of hue, and lengths seat of art, Way, before the wondering VR lay, with stately domes and turrets tall, encircled by a golden wall, and moats whose waters were aglow with lily blossoms bright below, for a south sake defended well with golden bar and sentinel, and arquebuses who roamed in bands with ready bows and eager hands. He saw the stately mansions rise like pale-hued clouds in autumn skies, where noble streets were broad and bright, and banners waved on every height. Her gates were glorious to behold, rich with the shine of burnished gold, a lovely city planned and decked by heaven's creative architect. 804 fairest of earthly cities meet to be God's celestial seat. The VR by the northern gate thus in his heart began debate. Our mightiest host would strive in vain to take the city on the main, a city that may well defy the chosen warriors of the sky, a city never to be won e'en by the arm of Rahu's son. Here is no hope by guile to win the hostile hearts of those within. 'Twere vain to war, or bribe, or sow dissension mid the VR foe. But now my search must I pursue until the faithful queen I view, and, when I find the captive dame, make victory mine only aim. But, if I wear my present shape, how shall I enter and escape the Arshus troops, their guards and spies, and sleepless watch of cruel eyes? The fiends, a giant race who hold this mighty town, are strong and bold, and I must elude the fiercely watchful multitude. I in a shape to mock their sight must steal within the town by night, blind with my art the demon's eyes, and thus achieve my enterprise. How may I see myself unseen of the fierce king, the captive queen, and meet her in some lonely place, with none beside her, face to face? When the bright sun had left the skies, the VR dwarfed his mighty size, PG 398, and, in the straightest bounds trained, the bigness of a cat retained 805. Then, when the moon's soft light was spread, within the city's walls he sped. Canto 3. The guardian goddess. There from the circling ramparts height he gazed upon the wondrous sight. Broad gates with burnished gold displayed, and courts with turquoises inlaid, with gleaming silver, gems, and rows of crystal stairs and porticos. In semblance of the Arshus dame the city's guardian goddess came, for she with glances sure and keen the entrance of a foe had seen, and thus with her inner eye addressed him with an angry cry. Who art thou? What has led thee, say, within these walls to find thy way? Thou mayst not enter here in spite of our and his warriors' might. And who art thou? The VR cried, by form and frown unterrified. Why hast thou met me by the gate, and should me thus infuriate? He ceased, and length made reply. The guardian of the dawn am I, who watch forever to fulfill my lord the Arshus monarch's will. But thou shalt fall this hour, and each shall be thy never-ending sleep. Again he spake, in spite of thee this olden city will I see, her gates and towers, and all the pride of street and square from side to side, and freely wander where I please amid her groves of flowering trees. On all her beauty sate mine eye. Then, as I came, will homeward hie. Swift with an angry roar she smote with her huge hand the VR's throat. The smitten VR, rage impelled, with fist upraised the monster failed, but quick repented, stirred with shame and pity for vanquished dame, when with her senses troubled, weak with terror, thus she strove to speak. Oh spare me thou whose arm is strong, oh spare me, and forgive the wrong. The brave that law will ne'er transgress that spares a woman's helplessness. Here, best of VRs, brave and bold, what Ram myself of yore foretold. Beware, he said, the fail are when thou shalt own a VR's power. Then is the giant's day of fear, for terror and defeat are near. Now, VR chief, O are come by thee, I own the truth of heaven's decree. For as sake will ruin fall on our and his town, and all. Canto 4. Within the city, the guardian goddess thus subdued, the VR chief his way pursued, and reached the broad imperial street where fresh blown flowers were bright and sweet. The city seemed a fair sky where cloud-like houses rose on high, whence the soft sound of tapers came through many a latticed window frame, and ever and anon rang out the merry laugh and joyous shout. From house to house the VR went and marked each varied ornament, where leaves and blossoms deftly strung about the crystal columns hung. Then soft and full and sweet and clear the song of women charmed his ear, and, blending with their dulcet tones, their anklets chime in tinkling zones. He heard the Arshus minstrel sing the praises of their matchless king, and softly through the evening air came murmurings of text and prayer. Here the priest with tonsured head, and there an eager envoy sped, mid crowds with hair and mad twine clothed in the skins of deer and kine, whose only arms, which none might blame, were blades of grass and holy flame. 806 Their savage warriors roamed in bands with clubs and maces in their hands, some dwarfish forms, some huge of size, with single ears and single eyes. Some shone glittering mail arrayed with bow and mace and flashing blade. Fiends of all shapes and every hue, some fierce and foul, some fair to view. PG 399 He saw the grisly legions wait in strictest watch at our gate, whose palace on the mountain crest rose proudly towering o'er the rest, fenced with high ramparts from the foe, and lotus-covered moats below. But Ham, unhindered, found quick passage through the guarded mound, mid elephants of noblest breed, and gilded car and neighing steed. I omit Canto 5, which corresponds to chapters I. In Garcia's edition, that scholar justly observes, the 11th chapter, description of evening, is certainly the work of the rhapsodists and an interpolation of later date. The chapter might be omitted without any injury to the action of the poem, and besides the meter, style, conceits and images differ from the general tenor of the poem. And that continual repetition of the same sounds at the end of each hemistichwit is not exactly rhyme, but assonance, reveals the artificial labor of a more recent age. The following sample will probably be enough. Fair shone the moon, as if to lend his cheering light to guide a friend, and, circled by the starry host, looked down upon the wild sea coast. The archite raised his eyes, and saw him sailing through the skies like a bright swan who joys to take his pastime on a silver lake. Fair moon that haunts the mourner's pain, heaves up waters of the main, and o'er the life beneath him throws a tender light of soft repose. The charm that clings to Mandar's hill, gleams in the sea when winds are still, and decks the lily's opening flower, showed that moon her swift power. I am unable to show the difference of style in a translation. Canto 6 Court. The palace gates were guarded well by many a archus sentinel, and far within, concealed from view, were dames and female retinue for charm of form and face round, whose tinkling armlets made a sound, clashed by the wearers in their glee, like music of a distant sea. The hall beyond the palace gate, rich with each badge of royal state, where lines of noble courtiers stood, showed like a lion-guarded wood. There the wild music rose of drum and tabor and of shell, through chambers at each holy tide by solemn worship sanctified. Through grove and garden, undismayed, from house to house the Vizier strayed, and still his wondering glances bent on terrace, dome, and battlement. Then with the light and rapid tread perhaps as 807 home he visited, and come hawker, as 808 courtyard where a cloudy pile rose high in air, and, wandering o'er the hill, explored the garden of each archus lord. Each court and grove he wandered through, then nigh to R.A.'s palace drew. She demons watched it foul of face, each armed with sword and spear and mace, and warrior fiends of every hue, a strange and fearful renew. There elephants in many a row, the terror of the stricken foe. Huge Arat, 809 deftly trained in battlefields, stood ready chained. Fair litters on the ground were set adorned with gems and golden net. Gay bloomy creepers clothed the walls. Green bowers were there and picture halls, and chambers made for soft delight. Broad banners waved on every hut, and from the roof like Mandar's hill the peacock's cry came loud and shrill. 810 Canto 7 Arn's palace. He passed within the walls and gazed on gems and gold that round him blazed, and many a latticed window bright with turquoise and with lazulite. PG 400 through porch and anterooms he passed, each richer, fairer than the last. And spacious halls where lances lay, and bows and shells, in fair array, a glorious house that matched in show all paradise displayed below. Upon the polished floor spread fresh buds and blossoms white and red, and women shone, a lovely crowd, as lightning flashes through a cloud, a palace splendid as the sky which moon and planets glorify, like earth whose towering hills unfold their stones and streaks of glittering gold. Where waving on the mountain brows the tall trees bend their laden boughs, and every bough and tender spray with a bright load of bloom is gay, and every flower the breeze has bent fills all the region with its scent. Near the tall palace pale of hue shone lovely lakes where lilies blew, and lotuses with flower and bud gleamed on the bosom of the flood. There shone with gems that flashed afar the marble of the far named 811 car, mid wondrous dwellings still confessed supreme and nobler than the rest. Thereon with wondrous art designed were turkeys birds of varied kind, and many a sculptured serpent rolled his twisted coil in burnished gold. And steeds were there of noblest form with flying feet as sweet as storm, and elephants with deftest skill stood sculptured by a silver rill, each bearing on his trunk a wreath of lilies from the flood beneath. Their LAKSHM 812 beauty's heavenly queen, wrought by the artist's skill, was seen beside a flower-clad pole stand holding a lotus in her hand. Canto 8 The Enchanted Car. There gleamed the car with wealth untold of precious gems and burnished gold. Nor could the wine god's son withdraw his rapt gaze from the sight he saw, by Vishvakarma's 813 self-proclaimed the noblest work his hand had framed. Uplifted in the earth glowed bright as the sun's diurnal road. The eye might scan wondrous frame and vainly seek one spot to lame, so fine was every part and fair with gems inlaid with lavish air. No precious stones so rich adorned the cars wherein the gods are born, prize of the all-resistless might that sprang from pain and penance right. 814 Obedient to the master's will it moved o'er wood and towering hill, a glorious marvel well designed by Vishvakarma's artist mind, adorned with every fair device that decks the cars of paradise. Swift moving as the master chose it flew through air or sank or rose, 815 in its fleetness left behind the fury of the rushing wind, meet mansion for the good and great, the holy, wise, and fortunate. Throughout the chariot's vast extent were chambers wide and excellent, all pure and lovely to the eyes as moonlight shed from cloudless skies. Fierce goblins, rovers of the night who cleft the clouds with swiftest flight in countless hosts that chariot drew, with earrings clashing as they flew. Canto 9 The Lady's Bower. Where stately mansions rose around, a palace fairer still he found, whose royal height and splendor showed where R.A.'s self, the king, abode. A chosen band with bow and sword guarded the palace of their lord, where are Shah's dames of noble race and many a princess fair of face whom R.A.'s arm had torn away from vanquished kings in slumber lay. PG 401. Their jeweled arches high overhead, ever-changing luster shed from ruby, pearl, and every gem golden pillars under them. Delicious came the tempered air that breathed a heavenly summer there, stealing through blooming trees that bore each pleasant fruit in endless store. No check was there from jealous guard, no door was fast, no port barred. Only a sweet air breathed to meet the stranger, as a host should greet a wanderer of his kith and kin and woo his weary steps within. He stood within a spacious hall with fretted roof and painted wall, the giant R.A.'s boast and pride, loved even as a lovely bride. 'Twere long to tell each marvel there, the crystal floor, the jeweled stair, the gold, the silver, and the shine of sunlight and outline. There breathe the fair blooms of spring. There flashed the proud swan's silver wing, the splendor of whose feathers broke through fragrant wreaths of aloe smoke. 'Tis Indra's heaven, the VR cried, gazing in joy from side to side. The home of all the gods is this, the mansion of eternal bliss. There were the softest carpets spread, delightful to the sight and tread, where many a lovely woman lay overcome by sleep, fatigued with play. The wine no longer cheered the feast, the sound of revelry had ceased. The tinkling feet no longer stirred, no chiming of the zone was heard. So when each bird has sought her nest, and swans are mute and wild bees rest, sleep the fair lilies on the lake till the sun's kiss shall bid them wake. Like the calm field of winter sky which stars unnumbered glorify, so shone and glowed the sumptuous room with living stars that chase the gloom. These are the stars, the chieftain cried, in autumn nights that earthward glide, in bright forms to reappear and shine in matchless luster here. With wondering eyes a while he viewed each graceful formed attitude. One lady's head was backward thrown, bare with her arm and loose her zone. The garment that her brow had graced hung closely round another's waist. Here gleamed 2 little feet all bare of anklets that had sparkled there, here lay a queenly dame at rest in all her glorious garments dressed. There slept another whose small hand had loosened every tie and band, in careless grace another lay with gems and jewels cast away, like a young creeper when tread of the wild elephant has spread confusion and destruction round, and cast it flowerless aground. Here lay a slumberer still as death, save only that her balmy breath raised ever and anon the lace that floated o'er her sleeping face. There, sunk in sleep, an amorous maid her sweet head on a mirror laid, like a fair lily bending till her petals rest upon the rill. Another black-eyed damsel pressed her lute upon her heaving breast, as though her loving arms were twined around him for whom her bosom pined. Another pretty sleeper round a silver base her arms had wound, that seemed so fresh and fair and young a wreath of flowers that o'er it hung. In sweet disorder lay a throng weary of dance and play and song, where heedless girls' heads sunk to rest one pillow on another's breast, her tender cheek half seen beneath the roses of the falling wreath, the while her long soft hair concealed the beauties that her friend revealed. With limbs at random interlaced round arm, leg and throat and waist, that wreath of women lay asleep like blossoms in a careless eve. Canto 10 are asleep. Apart a dais of crystal rose with couches spread for soft repose, adorned with gold and gems of price meet for the halls of paradise. A canopy was o'er them spread pale as the light the moonbeams shed, and female figures, 816 deftly planned, the faces of the sleepers stand there on the splendid couch, asleep on softest skins of deer and sheep. Dark as a cloud that dims the day the monarch of the giants lay, perfumed with sandals precious scent and gay with golden ornament. PG 402. His fiery eyes in slumber closed, in glittering robes the king reposed like Mandar's mighty hill asleep with flowery trees that clothe his steep. Near and more near the VR the monarch of the fiends to view, and saw the giant stretched supine fatigued with play and drunk with wine. While, shaking all the monstrous frame, his breath like hissing serpent came. With gold and glittering bracelets gay his mighty arms extended lay huge as the towering shafts that bear the flag of Indra high in air. Scars by Arat's tusk impressed showed red upon his shaggy breast, and on his shoulders were displayed the dints the thunderbolt had made. 870 the spouses of the giant king around their lord were slumbering, and, gay with sparkling earrings, shone fair as the moon to look on. There by her husband's side was seen Mandodar the favourite queen, the beauty of whose youthful face beamed a soft glory through the place. The VR marked the dame more fair than all the royal ladies there, and thought, these rarest beauties speak the matchless dame I come to seek. Fearless in grace and splendour, she the Mayflower queen must surely be. Cantos I. The banquet hall. But soon the baseless thought was burned and longing hope again returned. No, for his wife is none of these, no careless dame that lives at ease. Her widowed heart has ceased to care for dress and sleep and dainty fare. She near a lover ne'er would lie though Indra wooed her from sky. Her own, her only lord, whom none can match in heaven, is Rahu's son. Then to the banquet hall intent on swiftest search his steps he bent. He passed within the door, and found fair women sleeping on the ground, where wearied with the song, perchance, the merry game, the wanton dance, each girl with wine and sleep oppressed had sunk her drooping head to rest. That spacious hall from side to side with noblest fare was well supplied, there quarters of the boar, and here roast of the buffalo and deer, there on gold plate, untouched as yet the peacock and the hen were set. There deftly mixed with salt and curd was meat of many beast and bird, of kid and porcupine and hare, and dainties of the sea and air. There on a gold, ablaze with shine of precious stones, were cups of wine. Through court and bower and banquet hall the year passed and viewed them all. From end to end, in every spot, where searched, but found her not. Canto XII. The search renewed. Again the VR chief began each chamber, bower, and hall to scan. In vain he found not her he sought, and pondered thus in bitter thought. Ah me, the queen is slain, she, ever true and free from stain, the fiend's entreaty has denied, and by his cruel hand has died. Or has she sunk, by terror killed, when first she saw the palace filled with female monsters, evil men who wait upon the robber fiend? No battle fought, no might displayed, in vain the anxious search is made. Nor shall my steps, made slow by shame, because I fail to find the dame, back to our lord the king be bent, for he is swift to punish and in every bower my feet have been, the dames of our A have I seen. But our A's spouse I seek in vain, and all my toil is fruitless pain. How shall I meet the VR band I left upon the ocean strand? How, when they bid me speak, proclaim these tidings of defeat and shame? How shall I look on Angad's eye? What words will Jabab reply? Yet dauntless hearts will never fail to win success though foes assail, and I this sorrow will subdue and search the palace through and through, exploring with my cautious tread each spot as yet unvisited. Again he turned him to explore each chamber, hall, and corridor, and arbor bright with scented bloom, and odd and selling picture room. PG 403 With eager eye and noiseless feet he passed through many a cool retreat where women lay in slumber drowned. But Estill was nowhere found. Canto XII. Despair and Hope. Then rapid as the lanes flame from our A as halls the VR came. Each lingering hope was cold and dead, and thus within his heart he said, Alas, my fruitless search is done, long have I toiled for Rahu's son. And yet with all my care have seen no traces of the ravished queen. It may be, while the giant through the lone air with his captive flew, the faithful lady, tender-souled, slipped struggling from the robber's hold, and the wild sea is rolling now o'er of the beauteous brow. Or did she perish of alarm when circled by the monster's arm? Or crushed, unable to withstand the pressure of that monstrous hand? Or when she spurned his suit with scorn, her tender limbs were rent and torn, and she, her virtue unsubdued, was slaughtered for the giant's food? Shall I to Rahu's son relate his well-beloved consortsate, my crime the same if I reveal the mournful story or conceal? If with no happier tale to tell I seek our mountain citadel, how shall I face our lord the king, and meet his angry questioning? How shall I greet my friends, and brook the muttered taunt, the scornful look? How to son of Rahu go and kill him with my tale of woe? For sure the mournful tale I bear will strike him dead with wild despair. And Lakshma, ever fond and true, will, undivided, perish too. Bharat will learn his brother's fate, and die of grief disconsolate, and Sasitruna with the cry of anguish on his corpse will die. Our king Sujara, ever found true to each bond in honor bound, will mourn the pledge he vainly gave, and die with him he could not save. Then Ram his devoted wife for her dead lord will leave life, and Tiud and forlorn, will die in anguish, sorrow-worn. On Angatu the blow will fall, killing the hope and joy of all. The ruin of their prince and king the Vyar souls with woe will ring, and each, overwhelmed with dark despair, will beat his head and rend his hair. Each, grace and honor long, will miss his careless life of easy bliss. In happy troops will play no more on breezy rotten shady shore, but with his darling wife and child will seek the mountain top, and wild with hopeless desolation, throw himself, his wife, and babe, below. Ah no, unless the day I find I ne'er will meet my Vyar kind. Here rather in some distant dull a lonely hermit will I dwell, where root and berries will supply my humble wants until I die. Or on the shore will raise a pyre and perish in the kindled fire. Or I will strictly fast until with slow decay my life I kill, and ravening dogs and birds of air the limbs of hand shall tear. Here will I die, but never bring destruction on my race and king. But still unsearched one grove I see with many a bright asoka tree. There will I enter in, and through the tangled chase search renew. Be glory to host on high, the sun and moon who light the sky. The vast is 818 and the merits 819 train, it is 820 and the aspens 821 twain. So may I win success, and bring the lady back with triumphing. Canto XIV. The Asoka Grove. He cleared the rear at a bound. He stood within the pleasant ground, PG 404, and with delighted eyes surveyed the climbing plants in varied shade. He saw unnumbered trees unfold the treasures of their pendant gold, as, searching for the faithful queen, he strayed through alleys soft and green. And when a spray he bent or broke, some little bird that slept woke. Whene'er the breeze of morning blew, where a startled peacock flew, the gaily colored branches shed their flowery rain upon his head that clung around the yard till he seemed a blossom-covered hill. 822 The earth, on whose fair bosom lay the flowers that fell from every spray, was glorious as a lovely maid, all her brightest robes arrayed. He saw the breath of morning shake lilies on the rippling lake, whose waves a pleasant lapping made on crystal steps with gems inlaid. Then roaming through the enchanted ground, a pleasant hill the Vyar found, and grottos in the living stone with grass and flowery trees were grown. Through rods and boughs a brawling rill leapt from the bosom of the hill, like a proud beauty when she flies from her love's arms with angry eyes. He clomb a tree that near him grew, and leafy shade around him threw. Hence, thought the Vyar, shall I see the faithful dame, if here she be. These lovely trees, this cool retreat will surely tempt to wandering feet. Here the sad queen will roam apart, and dream of Vara in her heart. Canto XVS fair as hail white with snow, he saw a palace flash and glow, a crystal pavement gem inlaid, and coral steps and colonnade, and glittering towers that kissed the skies, whose dazzling splendor charmed his eyes. Their pallid, with neglected dress, watched close by fiend and giantess, her sweet face thin constant flow of tears, with fasting and with woe. Pale as the young moon's crescent when the first faint light returns to men, dim as a flame when clouds of smoke the latent glory hide and choke. Like Rohi, a queen of stars oppressed by the red planet Mars. From her dear friends and husband torn, amid the cruel fiends, forlorn, who fierce eyed watch around her kept, a tender woman sat and wept. Her sobs, her sighs, her mournful mien, her glorious eyes, proclaimed the queen. This is she, the VR guide, fair as the moon and lotus-eyed. I saw the giant and very captive through the fields of air. Such was the beauty of the dame. Her form, her lips, her eyes the same. This peerless queen whom I behold is our A's wife with limbs of gold. Best of the sons of men is he, and worthy of her lord is she. Canto XVI. Hanamas lament. Then, all his thoughts on us spent, the VR chieftain made lament, the queen to our A's soul endeared, by Lakshma, S. pious heart revered, lies here, or none may strive with fate, a captive, sad and desolate. The brothers might full well she knows, and bravely bears the storm of woes, as welling anger rains the rush of every flood sustains. Her lord, for her, fierce be I slew, Virha's monstrous might o'erthrew, for her the 14,000 slain Janas fed the plain. And if for her IKSHVU's son destroyed a world to renownedly done. This is she, so far renowned, who sprang from out the furrowed ground, 823 child of the high-souled king who sway the men of Mhello Bay, the glorious lady wooed and won by day Serath was Noah's son. And now these sad eyes look on her mid hostile fiends a prisoner. From home and every bliss she fled by wifely love and duty led, and heedless of a wanderer's woes, a life in lonely forest chose. This is she so fair of mold, whose limbs are bright as burnished gold. PG 405 whose voice was ever soft and mild, who sweetly spoke and sweetly smiled. Oh, what is our A's misery? How he longs to see his darling now, pining for one of her fond looks as my thirst for water brooks. Absorbed in what lady sees no rush scarred, no blooming trees. Her eyes are with her thoughts, and they are fixed on our A far away. Canto XVIISS guard. His pitying eyes with tears bedewed, the weeping queen again he viewed, and saw around her stand her demon guard, a fearful band. Some airless, some with ears that hung low at their feet and loosely swung, some fierce with stingers and eyes, some dwarfish, some of monstrous size, some with their dark necks long and thin with hair upon the naughty skin, some with wild locks, some bald and bare, some covered o'er with bristly hair, some tall and straight, some bowed and bent with every foul disfigurement, all black and fierce with eyes of fire, ruthless and stern as swift ire, some with the jackal's jaw and nose, some faced like boar and buffaloes. Some with the heads of goats and kine, of elephants, and dogs, and swine, with lions' lips and horses' brows. They walked with feet of mules and cows, swords, maces, clubs, and spears they bore in hideous hands that reeked with gore, and, never sated, turned afresh to bowls of wine and pails of flesh. Such were the awful guards who stood round S in that lovely wood, while in her lonely sorrow she wept sadly 'neath spreading tree. He watched the spouse of R.A. there regardless of her tangled hair, her jewels stripped from neck and limb, decked only with her love of him. Canto XVIIRN. While from his shelter in the boughs the VR looked on R.A.'s spouse, he heard the gathered giants raise the solemn hymn of prayer and praise. Priests skilled in rite and ritual, who the Vedas and their branches 824 knew. Then, as loud strains of music broke his sleep, the giant monarch woke. Swift to his heart the thought returned of the fair queen for whom he burned. Nor could the amorous fiend control the passion that absorbed his soul. In all his brightest garb arrayed he hastened to that lovely shade, where glowed each choicest flower and fruit, and the sweet birds were never mute, and tall deer bent their heads to drink on the fair streamlet's grassy brink. Near a oak grove he drew 100 dames his retinue. Like Indra with 1,000 eyes girt with the beauties of the skies. Some walked beside their lord to hold the chowries, fans, and lamps of gold. And others purest water-worn golden urns, and paced before. Some carried, piled on golden plates, delicious food of dainty gates. Some in massive bowls whereon the fairest gems resplendent shone. Some by the monarch's side displayed, wrought like a swan, a silken jade. Another beauty walked behind, the scepter to her care assigned. Around the monarch gleamed the crowd as lightnings flash about a cloud, and each made music as she went with zone and tinkling ornament. Attended thus in royal state the monarch reached the garden gate, while gold and silver torches, fed with scented oil a soft light shed 825 PG 460, while the flame of fierce desire burned in his eyes like kindled fire, seemed love hard in his right, his bow and arrows laid aside 826 his robe, from spot and blemish free like amber foamy from the sea, 827 hung down in many a loosened fold and wrought with flowers and bright with gold. The VR from his station viewed, amazed, the wondrous multitude, where, in the center of that ring of noblest women, stood the king, as stands the full moon fair to view, girt by a starry retinue. Canto XIX. SS Sphere. Then o'er the lady's soul and frame a sudden fear and trembling came, when, glowing in youthful pride, she saw the monarch by her side. Silent she sat, her eyes depressed, her soft arms folded o'er her breast, and, alas she could, her beauty screen from the bold gazes of the fiend. There where the wild she-demons kept their watch around, she sighed and wept. Then, like a severed bough, he lay on the barrack in dismay. The while her thoughts on love's fleet wings flew to her lord the best of kings. She fell upon the ground, and there lay struggling with her wild despair, sad as a lady born again to misery and woe and pain, now doomed to grief and low estate, once noble fair and delicate, like faded light of holy lore, like hope when all her dreams are o'er, like ruin power and rank debased, like majesty of kings disgraced, like worship foiled by erring slips, the moon that labors in eclipse. A quilt all her lilies dead, an army when its king has fled, so sad and helpless one and worn, she lay among the fiends forlorn. Canto XX unwooing. With amorous look and soft address the fiend began a suit to press. Why wouldst thou, lady, lay aside, from my fond glance those beauties hide? Mine eager suit no more repel, but love me, for I love thee well. Dismiss, sweet dame, dismiss thy fear. No giant and no man is near. Ours is the right by force to seize what dame soe'er our fancy please. 828 Thou with rude hands will not touch a lady whom I love so much. Fear not, dear queen, no fear is nigh. Come, on thy lover's love lie, some little sign of favour show, nor lie enamored of thy woe. Those limp on that cold raid, those tresses twined in single braid. 829 The fast and woe that wear thy frame, beseem not thee, O beauteous dame. For thee the fairest wreaths were meant, the sandal and the aloes and rich ornaments of price, and vesture meet for paradise. With dainty cates shouldst thou be fed, and rest upon a sumptuous bed. And festive joys to thee belong, the music, and the dance and song. Rise, pearl of women, rise and deck with gems and chains thine arms and neck. Shall not dame I love be seen in vesture worthy of a queen? Methinks when thy sweet form made his hand the wise creator stayed, for nevermore did he design a beauty meet to rival thine. Come, let us love while yet we may, for youth will fly and charms decay. Come, cast thy grief and fear aside, and be my love, my chosen bride. The gems and jewels that my hand has reft from every plundered land, to thee I give them all this day, and at thy feet my kingdom lay. PG 407 The broad rich earth will I o'errun, and leave no town unconquered, none. Then of the whole an offering Matianic, 830 Dear, for thy sweet sake. In all the world no power I see of God or man can strive with me. Of old the gods and the sirs set in terrible array I met, their scattered hosts to earth I beat, and trod their flags beneath my feet. Come, taste of bliss and drink thy fill, and rule the slave who serves thy will. Think not of wretched R.A., he is less than nothing now to thee. Stripped of his glory, poor, dethroned, a wanderer by his friends disowned, on the cold earth he lays his head, or is with toil and misery dead. And if perchance he lingers yet, his eyes on thee shall ne'er be set. Could he, that mighty monarch, who was named Hira, Yakasipu, could he who wore the garb of gold win glory back from Indra's hold? 831 O lady of the lovely smile, whose eyes the sternest heart beguiled, in all thy radiant beauty dress my heart and soul thou ravishest. What though thy robe is soiled and worn, and no bright gems thy limbs adorn, thou unadorned art dearer far than all my loveliest consorts are. My royal home is bright and fair. 1,000 beauties meet me there, but come, my glorious love, and be the queen of all those dames and me. Canto XXI. SS Scorn. She thought upon her lord and sighed, and thus in gentle tones replied, Seems thee not, O king, to woo a matron, to her husband true? Thus vainly one might hope by sin and evil deeds success to win. Shall I, so highly born, disgrace my husband's house, my royal race? Shall I, a true and loyal dame, defile my soul with deed of shame? Then on the king her back she turned, and answered thus the prayer she spurned, Turn, R.A.? Turn thee from thy sin. Seek virtue's paths and walk therein. To other dames be honour shown. Protect them as thou wouldst thine own. Taught by thyself, from wrong abstain which, wrought on thee, thy heart would pain. 832 Beware, this lawless love of thine will ruin thee and all thy line. And for thy sin alone, will length perish overthrown. Dream not that wealth and power can sway my heart from duty's path to stray. Linked like the day God and his shine, I am my lord's and he is mine. Repent thee of thy misdeed. To our A's side his consort lead. Be wise, the hero's friendship gain, nor perish in his fury slain. Go, ask the god of death to spare, or red bolt flashing through the air, but look in vain for spell or charm to stay my R.A.'s vengeful arm. Thou, when the hero bends his bow, shalt hear the clang that heralds woe, loud as the clash when clouds are rent and Indra's bolt to earth is sent. Then shall his furious shafts be sped, each like snake with fiery head, and in their flight shall hiss and flame arch the mighty archer's name. 833 Then in the fire deluge all thy giants round their kings shall fall. PG 408 Canto X Iron's threat. Then anger swelled in R.A.'s breast, who fiercely thus the dame addressed, "'Tis ever thus, in vain we sue to win, and her fate woo. A lover's humble words impel her wayward spirit to rebel. The love of thee that fills my soul still keeps my anger in control, as charioteers with bit and rein swerving of the steed restrain. The love that rules me bids me spare thy forfeit life, O thou most fair. For this, as have I borne the keen reproach, the bitter scorn, and the fond love thou boastest yet for that poor wandering anchoret. Else had the words which thou hast said brought death upon thy guilty head. 2 months, fair dame, I grant thee still to bend thee to thy lover's will. If when that respite time is fled thou still refuse to share my bed, my cooks shall mince thy limbs with steel and serve thee for my morning meal. 834 The minstrel daughters of the skies looked on her woe with pitying eyes, and some bright children of the gods. 835 Consoled queen with smiles and nods. She saw, and with her heart at ease, addressed the fiend in words like these. Hast thou no friend to love thee? None in all this isle did thee shun the ruin which thy crime will bring on thee and thine, O impious king? Who in all world save thee could woo me, R.A.'s consort were true, as though he tempted with his love Queen Sac 36 on her throne above. How canst thou hope, vile wretch, to fly the vengeance that he now is nigh, when thou hast dared, untouched by shame, to press thy suit on R.A.'s dame? where woods are thick and grasses high, a lion and a hare may lie. My R.A. the lion, thou art the poor hare beneath the bough. Thou railest at the Lord of men, but wilt not stand within his ken. What? Is that unstricken yet whose impious lance on me was set? Still moves that tongue that would not spare the wife of Azarath there? Then, hissing like a furious snake, the fiend unto us spake, deaf to all prayers and prayers art thou, devoted to thy senseless vow. No longer respite will I give, and thou this day shalt cease to live. For I, as sunlight kills the morn, will slay thee for thy scathe and scorn. The Arshus guard was summoned, all the monstrous crew obeyed a call, and hastened to the king to take the orders which he fiercely spake. See that ye guard her well, and tame, like some wild thing, the stubborn dame, until her haughty soul be bent by mingled threat and blandishment. 837 monsters heard, away he strode, and passed within his queen's abode. Canto XXII. The demon's threats. Then round the helpless drew with fiery eyes the hideous crew, and thus assailed her, all and each, with insult, taunt, and threatening speech. What? Can it be thou prizest not this happy chance, this glorious lot, to be chosen wife of one so strong and great, Pelasgius have sages told his the lords of life 838 enrolled. Lord Brahma's mind-born son was he, fourth of that glorious company. Visravas from Pelasgius sprang, through all the worlds his glory rang. And of Visravas, Lord I dame, our king the mighty Ra, came. His happy consort thou mayst be, scorn not words we say to thee. One awful demon, fiery-eyed, stood by the Maidel queen and cried, come and be his, if thou art wise, who smote the sovereign of the skies, and made the 30 gods and 839 overcome in furious battle, flee. PG 409 Thy love return away with scorn from wives whom grace and youth adorn. Thou art his chosen consort, thou shalt be his bride and darling now. Another, a cat by name, in words like these addressed the dame, the king whose blows, in fury dealt, the as 840 and heart is 841 felt, in battle's fiercest front subdued, has stood by thee and humbly wooed. And wilt thou may folly miss the glory of a love like this? Scared by his eye the sun grows chill, the wanderer wind is hushed and still. The rains at his command descend, and trees with new blown blossoms bend. His word the hosts of demons fear, and wilt thou, dame, refuse to hear? Be counselled. With his will comply, or, lady, thou shalt surely die. Canto XXIVSS ply. Stiff the reproach is rough and rude those fiends gentle queen pursued. What? Can so fair a life displease, to dwell him in joyous ease? Dwell in his bowers a happy queen, silk and gold jewel sheen? Still must thy woman fancy cling to our and reject our king? Die in thy folly, or forget that wretched wandering anchoret. Come, as injurious vows spend with Lord thy happy hours. The mighty Lord who makes his own the treasures of the world's o'erthrown. Then, as a tear bedewed her eye, the hapless lady made reply, I loathe, with heart and soul detest the shameful life your words suggest. Eat, if you will, this mortal frame, my soul rejects this shame. A homeless wanderer though he be, in my Lord, my life I see, and, till my earthly days be done, will cling to great IKSHV's son. Then with fierce Azan said they cried again with taunt and threat, each licking with her fiery tongue the lip that to her bosom hung, and menacing the lady's life with axe, or spear or murderous knife. Hear, and our words obey, or perish by our hands today. Thy love for Rahu's son forsake, and R.A. for thy husband take, or we will rend thy limbs apart and banquet on thy quivering heart. Now from her boss strike the head, and tell the king the dame is dead. Then by our Lord's commandment she a banquet for our band shall be. Come, let wine be quickly brought out, freeze each heart from saddening thought. Then to the western gate repair, and we'll dance and revel there. Canto XXV. SS Lament. On the earth the lady sank, and trembling from their presence shrank like a stray fawn, when night is dark, and hungry wolves around her bark. PG 410 Into a shady tree she crept, and upon Lord and wept. By fear and bitter woe oppressed she bathed the beauties of her breast with her hot tears incessant flow, and found no rest from her woe. As shakes a plantain in the breeze she shook, and fell on trembling knees. While each demon's furious look her cheek its native hue forsook. She lay and wept and made her moan in sorrow's saddest undertone, and, while with grief, with fear appalled, on R.A. and his brother called, O dare causally 842 hear me cry. Sweet Queen Sumitra 843 list my sigh. True is the song the wise air, that comes not to relieve despair. 'Tis vain for dame or man to pray, death will not hear before his day. Since I, from R.A.'s side upward, and tortured by my cruel guard, still in hopeless woe to grieve and loathe the life I may not leave, here, like poor deserted thing, my limbs upon the ground I fling, and, like a bark beneath the blast, shall sink oppressed with woes at last. Ah, blessed are they, supremely blessed, whose eyes upon my Lord may rest, who mark his lion port, and hear his gentle speech that charms the ear. Alas, what antenatal crime, what trespass of forgotten time weighs on my soul, and bids me bow beneath this load of misery now. Canto XXVISS Lament. I.R.A.'s wife, on that sad day, by R.A. as some borne away, seized, while I sat and feared no ill, by him who wears each form at will. A helpless captive, left lorn to demons' threats and taunts and scorn, here for my Lord I weep sigh, and worn with woe would gladly die. For what is life to me far from R.A. the mighty car? The robber in his fruitless wood hope his captive's love win. My meaner foot shall never touch the demon whom I loathe so much. The senseless fool. He knows me not, nor the proud soul his love would not. Yea, limb from limb will I be rent, but never to his prior consent. Be burnt and perish in the fire, but never meet his base desire. My Lord was grateful, true and wise, and looked on woe with pitying eyes. But now, recoiling from the strife he pities not his captive wife. Alone in Jannath he slew the thousands of the Arshus crew. His arm was strong, his heart was brave, why comes he not to free and save? Why blame my Lord in vain surmise? He knows not where his lady lies. Oh, if he knew, or land and sea his feet were swift to set me free. This lake girdled by the deep, would fall consumed, a shapeless heap, and from each ruin home would rise Arsha's widows' groans and cries. Canto XXVII Trijot's dream. Their threats uttered, their counsel spurned, the demons' breasts with fury burned. Some sought the giant king to bear the tale of Essex's despair. With threats and taunts renewed the rest around the weeping lady pressed. But Trija, a softer mold, Arsha's matron wise and old, with pity for the captive moved. In words like these the fiends reproved. Me, she cried, eat me, but spare the spouse of day Seraph's heir. Last night I dreamt a dream, and still the fear and all my bosom chill. For in that dream I saw Furshana raised by our A's hand o'erthrown. I saw a chariot in air, of ivory exceeding fair. 100 steeds that chariot drew as swiftly through the clouds it flew, and, clothed in white, with wreaths that shone, the sons of Ra who rode thereon. I looked and saw this lady here, clad in the purest white, appear high on a snow-white hill whose feet the angry waves of ocean beat. And she and Ra met at last like light and sun when night is past. Again I saw them side by side. On Ra's car they seemed trod, and with a princely Lakshmana, flee to northern realms beyond the sea. PG 411 Then Ra, shaved and shorn, besmeared with oil from head to foot, appeared. He quaffed, he raved, his robes were red, fierce was his eye, and bared his head. I saw him from his chariot thrust. I saw him rolling in the dust. A woman came and dragged away the stricken giant where he lay, and on a car which asses drew a monarch of our race she threw. He rose erect, he danced and laughed, with thirsty lips the oil he quaffed. Then with wild eyes and streaming mouth sped on the chariot to the south 844 then, dropping oil from every limb. His sons the princes followed him, and come Hawker, 845 shaved and shorn, was southward on camel borne. Then royal Lank reeled and fell with gate and tower and citadel. This ancient city, far renowned, all life within her walls was drowned, and the wild waves of ocean rolled o'er Lank and her streets of old. Warned by these signs I bid you fly, or by the hand of Ra die, whose vengeance will not spare the life of one who vexed his faithful wife. Your bitter taunts and pits forgo, comfort the lady in her woe, and humbly pray her to forgive. For so you may be spared and live. I omit the 28th and 29th cantos as an unmistakable interpolation. Instead of advancing the story it goes back to Canto XVI, containing a limitation of S after Ra has left her, and describes the auspicious signs sent to cheer her, the throbbing of her left eye, arm, and side. The canto is found in Bengal Recension. Goresio translates it and observes, I think that after XXVII, the auspicious signs has in addition, a later interpolation by the Rhapsodists. It has no bond of connection either with what precedes or follows it, and may be struck out not only without injury to, but positively to the advantage of the poem. The meter in which this chapter is written differs from that which is generally adopted in the course of the poem. Canto XXX. Hammas deliberation. The VR watched concealed, each word of S and the fiends he heard, and in a maze of anxious thought his conceding bosom wrought. At length my watchful eyes have seen, pursued so long, the faithful queen, sought by our VR hosts in vain from east to west, from main to main. A cautious spy hath explored the palace of the RHSHAS lord, and early learned, concealed from sight, the giant monarch's power and might. And now my task must be to cheer the royal dame who sorrows here. For if I go, and soothe her not, a captive in this distant spot, she, when she finds no comfort will sink beneath her woes and die. How shall my tale, if unconsoled I leave her, be to Ra told? How shall I answer whose son? No message from my darling, none. The husband's wrath, to fury fanned, will scorch me lifeless where I stand, or if I urge my lord king to lend exiled hosts to bring, in vain will be his zeal, in vain the toil, the danger, and the pain. Yea, this occasion must I seize that from her guard the lady frees. 846 to win her ear with soft address and whisper hope in dire distress. Shall I, a puny VR, choose the Sanskrit and dialect to use? If, as a man of VR mankind, I seek the tongue by rules refined, the lady, yielding to her fears, will think 'tis Ra's voice she hears. I must assume my own plain language of a common 847 man. Yet, if lady sees me nigh, PG 412 in terror she'll start and cry. And all the demon band, alarmed, will come with various weapons armed, with their wild shouts the grove will fill, and strive to take me, or to kill. And, at my death or capture, dies the hope of Ra's enterprise. For none can leave, save only me, 100 leagues across the sea. It is a sin in me, I own, to talk with Yannick's child alone. Yet greater is the sin if I be silent, and the lady die. First I will utter Ra's name, and laud the hero's gifts and fame. Perchance the name she holds so dear will soothe the faithful lady's fear. Canto XXXI. Hannah message. Then in sweet accents low and mild the VR spoke to Yannick's child, a noble king, by sin unstained, the mighty day Sirrah reigned. Lord of warriors car and steed, the pride of old IKSHVU seed. A faithful friend, a blameless king, protector of each living thing. A glorious monarch, strong to save, blessed with the bliss he freely gave. His son, the best of all who know the science of bended bow, was moonbright Ra, brave in song, who loved the right and loathed the wrong, who ne'er from kingly duty swerved, loved by the lance's might preserved. His feet the path of law pursued, his arm rebellion so subdued. His sire's command the prince obeyed and, banished, sought forth shade, where with his wife and brother he wandered a saintly deity. There as he roamed whiles he slew the bravest of the Arsha's crew. The giant king the prince he quelled, and stole his consort, Yannick's child. Then Ra roamed the country round, and a firm friend, Sujara, found, lord of the VR race, expelled from his own realm Gi held. He conquered Bi and restored the kingdom to the rightful lord. And by Sugra's high creed the VR legion searched for thee, Samai's counsel made me 800 leagues across the deep. And now my happy eyes have seen at last the long sought Maythil queen. Such was the form, the eye, the grace of her whom Ra bade me trace. He seized her flowing locks, she drew to shield her from a stranger's view. Then, trembling in her wild surprise, raised to the tree her anxious eyes. Canto XXIIS doubt. Her eyes beneath the lady raised and on the monkey speaker gazed. She looked, and trembling at the sight wept bitter tears in wild affright. She shrank while with fear distraught. Then, nerved again, the lady thought, is this a dream mine eyes have seen, this creature, by our laws unclean? Oh, may the gods keep her still, and Lakshma, and my sire, from ill. It is no dream, I have not slept, but, trouble-worn, have watched and wept far from that dear lord of mine for whom ceaseless woe I pine. No art may soothe my wild distress or lull me to faithfulness. I see him, my lips can frame no syllable but a name. Each sight I see, each sound I hear, brings our aid to my ear. The wish was in my heart, and hence the sweet illusion mocked my sense. 'Twas but a phantom of the mind, and yet the voice was soft and kind. Be glory to the eternal sire. 848 Be glory to the Lord of Fire, the mighty teacher of the skies. 849 Indra with his 1,000 eyes, and may they grant the truth to be e'en as words that startled me. TD 413 Canto XXXII. The Colloquy. Down from the tree Hannah came humbly stood before the dame. Joining reverent palm to palm addressed her thus with words of balm. Why should the tears of sorrow rise, sweetly, to those lovely eyes, as when the sweat river floods to half-expanded lotus buds? Who art thou, O most fair face? Of a Sir, 850 or celestial race? Did any mother give thee birth? For sure thou art no child of earth. Do Rudras 851 claim a heavenly form? Or the swift gods 852 who ride the storm? Or art thou Rohi? 53 the best, that star more lovely than the rest, right from the moon thou lovest well and doomed a while on earth to dwell? Or canst thou, fairest wonder, be starry queen around 854 fled in thy wrath or jealous pride from her dear lord Basish? Husside? Who was the husband, father, son or brother, O thou loveliest one, gone from this world in heaven to dwell, for whom those eyes with weeping swell? Yet, by the tears those sweet eyes shed, yet, by the earth that bears thy tread, 855 by calling on a monarch's name, no goddess but a royal dame. Art thou the queen, fair lady, say, whom are stole and bore away? Yea, by that agony of woe, that form unrevolved here below, that votive garb, thou art, Aline, King Yannick's child and Ra's queen. Hope at the name of Ra woke, and thus the gentle lady spoke, I am that S-Wood and when I date Sir Atha's royal son, the knowest of IKSHVU's line, and every earthly joy was mine. But Ra left his royal home in Dow? Axe-tangled wilds to roam, where with Sumitra's son and me, he lived a saintly devotee. The giant Ra came with guile and bore me thence to Lanka's isle. Some respite yet the fiend allows, 2 months of life, to Ra's spouse. 2 moons of hopeless woe remain, and then the captive will be slain. Canto XXXIV Hannah's speech. Thus spoke the dame in mournful mood, and Hannah his speech renewed. O lady, by thy lord's decree I come a messenger to thee. Thy lord is safe with steadfast friends, and greeting to his queen he sends, and Lakshma, ever faithful bows his reverend head's Ra's spouse. Through all her frame the rapture ran, as thus again the dame began. Now verily the truth I know of a wise thought long ago, once only in 100 years true joy to living man appears. He marked a rapture beaming hue, and nearer to the lady drew, but at each onward step he took suspicious fear her spirit shook. Alas, alas, she cried in fear. False is the tale I joyed to hear. 'Tis Ra, 'tis a fiend, who tries to mock me with a new disguise. If thou, to wring my woman's heart, hast changed thy shape by magic art, and wouldst a helpless dame beguile, the wicked deed is doubly vile. But no, that fiend thou canst not be, such joy I had from seeing thee. But if my fancy does not err, and thou art Ra's messenger, the glories of my lord repeat, for these such words are sweet. VR knew the lady's thought, 856, and gave the answer fondly sought. PG 414 bright as the sun that lights the sky, dear as the moon every eye. He scatters blessings o'er land like bounties from Vaisrava. S857 hand. Like Vish. You strong and subdued, unmatched in might and fortitude. Wise, truthful as the lord of speech, with gentle words he welcomes each. Of noblest mold and form is he, like love's incarnate deity. He quells the fury of the foe, and strikes when justice prompts the blow. Safe in the shadow of his own worlds kept from scathe and harm. Now soon shall ruinous theft, and fall, of realm and life bereft. For Ra's wrathful hand shall wing his shafts against the giant king. The day, O faithful queen, is here when he and Lakshma will be here, and by their side Sugr lead his countless hosts of VR breed. Sugra's servant, I, by name Hanum, by his order came. With desperate leap I cross the sea, Link's isle in search of thee. No traitor, gentle dame, am I, upon my word and faith rely. Canto XXXV. Hanum's speech. With joyous heart she heard him tell of the great lord she loved so well, and in sweet accents, soft and low, spoke, half forgetful of her woe. How didst thou stand by Ra's side? How came my lord and thou allied? How met the people of the wood with men on terms of brotherhood? Declare each grace and regal sign that decks the lords of Rahu's line. Each circumstance and look relate, tell Ra's form and speech, and ate. Thy fear and doubt, he cried, dispelled. Here, lady, what mine eyes beheld. Here the imperial signs that grace the glory of IKSHVU's race. With moonbright face and lotus eyes, most beautiful and good and wise, with sun like glory round his head, long-suffering as the earth we tread, he from all foes his realm defends. Yea, o'er the world his care extends. He follows right in all his ways, and ne'er from royal duty strays. He knows the lore that strengthens kings. His heart to truth and honor clings. Each grace and gift of form and mind adorns that friends humankind. And virtues like his own endue his brother ever firm and true. O'er all the land they roamed distraught, and thee with endeavour sought, until at length their wandering feet trod wearily our wild retreat. Our banished king Sugr spied the princes from the mountainside. By his command I sought the pair and led them to our monarch there. Thus Ra and Sugr met, and joined the bonds that knit them yet. Then each sought the other's aid, and friendship and alliance made. An arrow launched from Ra's bow lay be dead, Sugr's foe. Then by commandment of our lord their hosts each explored. We reached the coast, I crossed the sea and found my way at length to thee. 858 Canto XXXVIRA's ring. Receive, he cried, this precious ring. 859 Sure token from thy lord the king, the golden ring he wont to wear. See, Ra's name is graven there. Then, as she took the ring he showed, the tears that spring of rapture flowed. She seemed to touch the hand that sent the dearly valued ornament, and with her heart again at ease, replied in gentle words like these: O thou, whose soul no fears deter, wise, brave, and faithful messenger, and hast thou dared, O wave and foam, to seek me in the giant's home? In thee, true messenger, I find the noblest of thy woodland kind, who couldst, unmoved by terror, brook on array. King of things, to look. PG 450 Now may we commune here as friends, for he whom royal Ra sends must needs be one in danger ride, a valiant, wise, and faithful guide. Say, is it well with Ra still? Lies Lakshma? Yet untouched by ill? Then why should Ra's hand be slow to free his consort from her woe? Why spirit to burn, in search of me, the land encircled by the sea? Can bards send no army out with banners, cars and battle shout? Cannot King Sugr lend his legions to assist his friend? His hands upon his head he laid, and thus again his answer made: Not yet has Ra learned where lies his lady of the lotus eyes, or he like drift from the sky to SA68, to thee would fly. Soon will he hear tale, and then, rouse revenge, the lord of men will to the giant's island lead fierce myriads of the woodland breed, bridging his conquering way, and make the town a ruin for thy sake. Believe my words, sweet dame. I swear by root and fruit, my woodland fair, Amaru's peak and in this chain, and Mandar the milky mane, soon shalt thou see thy lord, though now he waits upon Prisrava. S861 Brow, come glorious as the breaking morn, like Indra on there at 862 born. For thee he looks with longing eyes, the wood his scanty food supplies. For these brows pale and worn, for thee are and one forsworn. Thine image in his heart he keeps, for thee by night he wakes and weeps. Or if perchance his eyes he close have been brief respite from his woes, e'en the name of us slips in anguish from his murmured lips. If lovely flowers or fruit he sees, which women love, upon the trees, to thee his fancy flies. And so love, he cries. Canto XXXVII. SS speech. Thou bringest me, she cried again, a mingled draught of bliss and pain, bliss that he wears in his heart, pain that he wakes and weeps apart. Oh, see how fate is king of all, now lifts us high, now bids us fall, and leads captive bound with our meanest slave, the proudest lord. Thus even now fate's stern decree has struck with grief my lord and me. Say, how shall Ra reach the shore of sorrow's waves that rise and roar, a shipwrecked sailor, well nigh drowned in the wild sea that foams around? When will he smite him down, lay low in dust the giant's stone, and, glorious from his foe's defeat, his wife, his lost S meet? Go, bid him seek to smite his foes before the year shall reach close. 10 months are fled but to remain, then Ra's captive must be slain. Oft has Vibhisha, 863 just and wise, besought him to restore his prize. But if his Ra's senseless ear, his brothers read he will not hear. Vibhisha's daughter 864 loves me well, from her I learned the tale I tell. Of Inva 865 prudent, just, and old, the giant's fall has oft foretold. But fate impels him to despise his word on whom he most relies. In Ra's love I rest secure, for my fond heart is true and pure, and him, my noblest lord, I deem in velour, power, and might supreme. As from her eyes the waters ran, the VR chief again began, Yea, Ra, and he hears my tale, will with our hosts these walls sail. Or I myself, O queen, this day will bear thee from the feet away, will lift thee up, and take thee hence to him thy refuge and defence. Will take thee in my arms, and flee to Ra far beyond the sea. Will place thee on Prisrava, hill where whose son is waiting still. PG 416, how canst thou bear me hence? She cried, the way is long, the sea is wide. To bear my very would be a task too hard for one like thee. 866 Swift rose before her startled eyes, the VR in his native size, like Mandar's hill Maru's height, encircled with a base of light. Oh come, he cried, thy fears dispel, nor doubt that I will bear thee well. Come, in my strength and care confide, and sit in joy by our side. Again she spake, I know thee now, brave, resolute, and strong art thou. In glory like the Lord of I with storm-swift feet which not make higher, but yet with thee I may not fly, for, borne so swiftly through the sky, mine eyes would soon grow faint and dim, my dizzy brain would reel and swim, my yielding arms relax their hold, and I in terror uncontrolled should fall into the raging sea where hungry sharks would feed on me. Nor can I touch, of free accord, the limbs of any save my lord. If, by the giant forced away, in his enfolding arms I lay, not mine, O VR, was the blame. What could I do, a helpless dame? Go, my lord my message bear, and bid him in long despair. Cantos ISS Gem. Again the VR chief replied, with her wise answer satisfied, well hast thou said, thou canst not brave the rushing wind, the roaring wave. Thy woman's heart would sink with fear before the ocean shore near. And for thy dread lest limb of thine should for a while be touched by mine, the modest peer is worthy one whose arch lord is Bahu's son. Yet when I sought to bear thee hence I slew the words of innocence, impelled to set the captive free by friendship for thy lord and thee. But if with me thou wilt not try the passage of the windy sky, give me a gem that I may show, some token which thy lord may know. Again the lady spoke, while tears and sobs her utterance broke. The surest of all signs is this, to tell the tale of vanished bliss. Thus in my name I speak. Remember Chiltrickane's Peak and the green margin of the Rule 867 that flows beside that pleasant hill, where thou and I together strayed delighting in the tangled shade. There on the grass I sat with thee and laid my head upon thy knee. There came a greedy crow and pecked the meat I waited to protect, and, heedless of the clods I threw, about my head in circles flew, until by darling hunger pressed he boldly pecked me on the breast. I ran to thee in rage and grief and prayed for vengeance on the thief. Then R.A. 68 from his slumber rose and smiled with pity at my woes. Upon my bleeding breast he saw branches made by beak and claw. He laid an arrow on his bow, and launched it at the shameless crow. That shaft, with magic power endued, the bird, where'er he flew, pursued, till back to Ra whose son he fled and bent at R.A.'s feet his head. 869 Couldst thou from me with anger stirred launch that dire shaft upon a bird, and yet canst pardon him who sold the darling of thy heart and soul? Rise up, O bravest of the brave, and come in all thy might to save. Come with the thunders of thy bow, and smite to earth the Arshus. She ceased, and from her glorious hair she took that sparkled there a token which her husband's eyes with eager love would recognize. His head of your envoy bent in low obeisance reverent, and on his finger bound the gem she loosened from her diadem. I omit 2 cantos of dialogue. Tells Hannum again to convey her message to R.A. and bid him hasten to rescue her. Hannum replies as before that there is no one on earth equal to R.A., who will soon come and destroy R.A. There is not a new idea in the 2 cantos, all is reiteration. Pg 417 Canto XLI. The ruin of the grove. Dismissed with every honor due the VR from the spot withdrew. Then joyous thought blind God's son, the mighty is well done. The 3 expedients I must leave. The 4th alone can I achieve. 870 These dwellers in the giant's isle norths of mine to reconcile. I cannot bribe, I cannot sow dissension mid the Arshus. Arts, gifts, address, these fiends despise. But force shall yet their king chastise. He may lend when all the bravest of his chieftains fall. This lovely grove will I destroy, the cruel R.A.'s pride and joy. The garden where he takes his ease mid climbing plants and thorny trees that lift the proud tops to the skies, dear to the tyrant as his eyes. Then will he rouse in wrath, and lead his legions with cart and steed and elephants in long array, and seek me thirsty for fray. The Arshus legions will I meet, and all his bravest host defeat. Then, glorious from the blood plain, turn to my lord the king again. Then every lovely tree that bore fair blossoms, from the soil he tore, till each green bough that lent its shade to singing birds on earth was laid. The wilderness he left a waste, the fountains shattered and effaced, o'er through and levelled with the ground each shady seat and pleasure mound. Each arbor clad with climbing bloom, each grotto, cell, and picture room, each lawn by beast and bird enjoyed, each walk and terrace was destroyed, and all the place that was so full was left a ruin wild and bare, as if the fury of the blast or rage fire had o'er passed. Canto XLII. The giants roused. The cries of startled birds, the sound of tall trees crashing to the ground, struck with amaze each giant's ear, and filled the isle with sudden fear. Then, wakened by the crash and cries, the fierce fiends unclosed their eyes, and saw the VR where he stood amid the devastated wood. The more to scare them with the view size immense VR grew. And straight the Arsh warders cried and uttered terrified, Whose envoy, whence, and who is he, why has he come to talk with thee? Speak, lady of the lovely eyes, and let not here thy joy disguise. Then thus replied Mayflower of noble soul and perfect frame. Can I discern, with scanty skill, these fiends who change their forms at will? 'Tis yours to say, here can you meet. A serpent knows a serpent's feet. I weep not who he is, the sight has filled my spirit with affright. Some press round us in a ring. Some bore the story to a king, a mighty creature of our race, in monkey form, has reached the place. He came within the grove, they cried, he stood and talked by SS side, he comes from Indra's court to her, or is Kumar's messenger. Or R.A. sent the spy to seek his consort, and her wrongs to wreak. His crushing arm, his trampling feet have marred and spoiled that dear retreat, and all the pleasant place which thou so lovest is a ruin now. The tree where us sat alone is spared where all are overthrown. Perchance he saved the dame from harm, perchance the toil had numbed his arm. Then flashed the giant's eye with fire like a witch lights funeral pyre. He bade his bravest kingers 871 speed PG 418 to his feet the spoiler lead. Forth from the palace, at his hest, flies 4,000 warriors pressed. Burning for battle, strong and fierce, with clubs to crush and swords fierce. They saw a hun report, and, thick as moths around a torch, rushed on the foe with wild attacks of mace and club and battle-axe. As around him pressed the Arshus crowd, the wondrous monkey roared aloud, that birds fell headlong from the sky. Then spake he with a mighty cry, Long life to Dasaratha's heir, and Lakshma, ever glorious pair. Long life to him who ruled our race, preserved by noblest R.A.'s grace. I am the slave of Foes king, 872 whose wondrous deeds the minstrels sing. Han I, the wine god's seed, beneath this arm of foemen bleed. I fear not, unapproached in might, 1,000 R.A. as ranged for fight, although in furious hands they rear the hill and tree for sword and spear, I will, before the giants' eyes, their city and their king chastise. And, having communed with the dame, depart in triumph as I came. At that terrific roar and yell the heart of every giant fell. But still their king's command they feared and pressed around with arms upreared. Beside the porch a club was laid, the VR caught it up, and swayed the weapon round his head, and slew the foremost of the Arshus crew. Thus Indra vanquished, 1,000 died, the Tychians who the gods divide. Then on the porch on sprang, and loud his shout of triumph rang. The giants looked upon the dead, and turning to their monarch fled, and R.A. with his spirit wrought the frenzy by tale they wrought, urged the fate Prahasna's son, of all his chiefs the mightiest one. Canto XLII. The ruin of the temple. The wine god's son a temple a 73 scale which, by his fury unassailed, high as the hill of Meru, stood amid the ruins of the wood. and in his fury thundered out again his haughty battle shout, I am the slave of Kosal's king whose steeds the minstrels sing. Forth hurried, by that shout alarmed, the warriors of the temple armed with every weapon haste supplied, and closed him on every side, with bands that strove to pierce and strike with shaft and axe and club and pike. Then foot spade the yard tore out the weighted boar. Against the wall and mass he dashed, and forth the flames in answer flashed, that wildly round o'er roofs and wall in hungry rage consuming all. He whirled the pillar round his head and struck 100 giants dead. Then high upheld ire he rose and called in thunder to his foes, 1,000 VR chiefs like me roam at their will o'er land and sea, terrific might we all possess, our stormy speed is limitless. And all, unconquered in the fray, our king Sugra's word obey. Backed by his bravest myriads, he our warrior lord will cross the sea. Then link yes lofty towers, and all your hosts and our self shall fall. None shall be left unslaughtered. None who braves the wrath of Rahman. Canto XLIV. Jambamai's death. Then Jambamai, pride and boast ruler of the Arshas host, hast a son supremely brave, obeyed the hest their gave, feet warrior with terrific teeth, with swing robes and brilliant wreath. A bow like Indrazone 874, and store PG 419 of glittering shets the chieftain bore. And ever as the string he tried the weapon with a roar replied, loud as the crashing thunder sent by him who rules the firmament. Soon as the woman came in view borne on a car which asses drew, the VR chieftain mighty voice shouted in triumph and rejoiced. Perhaps the sun his bowstring drew, and swift the winged arrows flew, one in the face the VR smote, another quivered in his throat. 10 from the deadly weapon sent his brawny arms and shoulders rent. Then as he felt each calling shot the VR's rage waxed fiercely hot. He looked, and saw a massive stone lay before his feet overthrown. The mighty block he raised and threw, and crashing through the air it flew. But Jambamai shunned the blow, and rained fresh arrows from his bow. The VR's were red with gore, a tree from the earth he tore, and, ere he hurled undismayed, above his head the missile swayed. But shafts from Jambamai's bow cut through it ere his hand could throw. And thigh and arm and chest and side with streams of rushing blood ride. Still unsubdued though wounded off the shattered trunk raised aloft, and down with well-directed aim on Jambamai's chest it came. There crushed upon trampled grass he lay an undistinguished mass, the foeman's eye no more could see his head or chest or arm or knee. And bow and car and steeds 875 and store of glittering shafts were seen no more. When Jambamai's death he heard, King Ra's heart with rage was stirred and forth his generals' sons he sent for power and might preeminent. Canto XLV. The 7 defeated. Forth went the 7 in brave attire, in glory brilliant as the fire, impetuous chiefs with massive bows, the quellers of a host of foes, trained from their youth in martial lore, and masters of the arms they bore, each emulous and fiercely bold, and banners wrought with glittering gold waved o'er their chariots, drawn at speed by coursers of the noblest breed. On through the ruins of the grove and they fiercely drove, and from the ponderous bows they strained a shower of deadly arrows rained. Then scarce was seen the VR's form enveloped in the airy storm. So stand half-veiled the mountain's king when rainy clouds about him cling. By nimble turn, by rapid bound he shunned shafts that rained around, eluding, as in air he rose, the rushing chariots of his foes. The mighty VR undimade amid his archer foeman played, as plays the frolic wind on high mid-bow arm 876 clouds that fill the sky. He raised a mighty roar and yelled that fear on all the army fell, and then, his warrior soul aglow with fury, rushed upon the foe. Some with his open hand he beat to death and trampled with his feet. Some with fierce nails he rent and slew, and others with his fists o'erthrew. Some with his legs, as on he rushed, some with his bulky chest he crushed. While some struck senseless by his roar dropped on the ground and breathed no more, the remnant, seized with sudden dread, turned from the grove and wildly fled. The trampled earth was thickly strewn with steed and car.